versions of the headlines to do A/B testing, and they were missing out on data. Now, with this tool, they are able to constantly collect data because they're always having at least 2 headlines that are being shown about a particular story, and they are able to gather more data. That's one way in which it's helping, not just making them more efficient, but again, better quality journalism and getting them the data to see what's resonating more with people. Another way is summarizing information for PDFs. This is where you are giving the knowledge over here, and then I'm asking it, what are some of the key findings in this report, and then it's going and producing. You can also just now upload these PDFs into ChatGPT. You can go and upload them into Claude, Google Gemini, everywhere. You can upload PDFs over there, and it will give you a summary. As over here, you see this was over a 40-page document about this education report in Massachusetts, and I uploaded it. And it's giving me this entire summary of what that report was. And now I can go and continue engaging with it and ask, okay, now what are some of the key trends in student achievement and attainment? And it's, again, giving me a bunch of different information, all of these different stats. And so if I am doing research and I have a bunch of different PDF documents that I need to be looking at, I can see specifically which PDF is meeting my need and then go further and do research from there. But again, like everything, I would fact check before I would use any of this information, even though I provided the knowledge. So if it's saying 3.2 million high school completers, I will take that 3.2 million, do a search in that PDF document, find out where exactly they're talking about, understand that context of that page, make sure it's correct and factually correct, and that the model did not get it wrong, and only then use it. Again, even though I'm giving it as my knowledge source, they tend to misunderstand and make information up, and so this is something that you need to be doing, even when using them as helping you with these kind of tasks. Then another one is creating charts to visualize data. So this is something that I find extremely helpful because I don't need to go in and go to an Excel file if I want to create a bar graph. All I need to do is copy paste, as you saw over here, and I told it to create a graph, and with this tool within ChatGPT, it's been able to create this very highly interactive graph that now I can just copy paste, put it into a presentation, or I can even embed it into a website. They have an embed code. You can go edit how this looks, the colors, the fonts, everything can be edited. And this was all done within, as you saw, it was a matter of seconds. I didn't have to play around with Excel, do any formatting, nothing. It did everything for me. And then this is my favorite use case, as I was talking about, using ChatGPT to analyze large data sets. This is actually a data set from the New York City's open data. They have over 3,000 open data sets, and I mean, Toronto has so many that we can play around with. I took this about traffic vehicle collisions, uploaded it onto ChatGPT, and I started asking questions like, straight away, like, what is this data set about? This was almost a half GB data set that you would not be able to analyze on Excel, for example. I'm a data scientist, and I could code and analyze all of this data, but this did the exact same thing that I would be doing, but much quicker, actually. And as you can see, over here, what's different is it's writing the code. So it wrote the Python code that I would be writing if I were to analyze this data set, and then produced insights based on what the output from the Python code was. So I asked it what the data set is, and it gave me all of these different variables. On top of that, I asked it to explore what are the different angles that I could take as a journalist. And so it said, okay, we can follow on these different aspects and look at the monthly trends and look at the borough analysis and time analysis. And so all I have to do is now ask those data questions in plain language. And it's producing a bar graph. I'm just asking which boroughs have the highest and lowest number of collisions, and when do most collisions occur. What's different about the data analysis part is over here, it's not generating text, it's actually generating code. And code is deterministic, like it has to perform and work, otherwise the code will not run and you will not get your outputs. And as a result, this tends to be a bit more reliable in the way they're analyzing the data. You, again, need to have a data journalist, fact check it, you need to have somebody else cross-reference, and if you know, that's where I think even if journalists right now just focus on learning just a little bit of the basics of Python and code, it can take them miles away. Just if you understand the syntax and the structure of what's happening, you don't need to code. You just need to understand what that is doing. And you can see the code and make sure and double check by yourself right now. And it's able to help you analyze all of these large data sets. In this demo that I do, a longer demo on just ChatGPT and data analysis, we actually found within 10 minutes of playing around this data set, found a particular location, because there was exact geolocations of where every single collision happens in New York City. We found the particular location that had the most number of collisions happening in the year 2023. And we looked at the time, and everything was happening late at night, which was from like around 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., completely contradicting what the rest of the city's trend was, which was usually during 4 to 6 p.m. during peak hours. And that was just within 10 minutes of playing around with this data set, that you had something that you could go and figure out what was happening in that particular area. Why were collisions happening late at night? Is it that there was not a stop sign, traffic lights, lots of people over there? That's where the real work of the human journalist comes in. You go and follow up on that lead. And that's where I think these tools are really, really useful, is that you are now able to access all the open data sets that are out there. It's your playground. Just go and figure out and ask questions and try and find leads and different connections, get them to brainstorm and ask you for different ways in which it could help you. Analyze this data set, and you have just opened up a whole nother set of stories that might not have been discovered previously, because you do not have the capabilities, or your team was not having the capabilities to analyze data set. And at the end of one of those workshops, I had one of the journalists come up to me, and he was like, I spent an entire day working on this particular data set, just trying to figure out how to clean it and work it. And what you did it in 10 minutes that it took him an entire day. And that's where the power is, making that hours of work into just minutes for journalists. And then one of my favorite ways, again, to use these tools is using it to chat with all of the YouTube videos that I never get around to, and I need to quickly get an update on what's happening, especially with all of these updates that come from these tech companies. I just go put in a link and tell it to summarize what was said in that press conference and what was discussed, and it gives me all of the different highlights. I use it a lot, actually, for helping me with my podcast, actually. A lot of my podcast guests I hear, but they have gone and spoken a lot, and they have a lot of YouTube videos of what they're speaking, and I want to get a fresh and new angle about what they haven't maybe covered in those videos. And so I usually go and get a summary of what all topics that they have covered over there, and then I take it one step further and actually brainstorm with these YouTube videos and try and ask it what are questions that I could go further into, and what probably was not covered that could be covered in the podcast. And those are all ways, again, it's helping me be it's my little production assistant, like helping me with every single thing and outlining what are the different questions that I could be asking. And that's where I find it really, really useful to take these YouTube videos, not just to know what's happening, but then brainstorming with the particular YouTube video. And then translating articles is a very, very useful way. A lot of newsrooms are Spanish, French, German newsrooms using ChatGPT to help translate. It gives them a decent first draft that then they have to go and edit. But this is one way in which you can speed up your translation. And then this is also another way in which you can help brainstorm with interview questions specifically, especially if you're doing an interview that is tough, or in this case, this is something that I was doing last year where I had to go and interview a Ukrainian refugee. And I was like, you're trained on trauma-informed reporting. This is a difficult interview that I have not been used to doing. How do I apply those principles? How do I frame my questions so that I'm doing a better job as a journalist and interviewing them and making it a safe space for them? And ChatGPT was looking at all of the principles that they've been trained on, and then giving me all of those example questions and how it upholds the principles. And then again, showing you different ways in which you can start structuring your questions and helping you out there. So again, helping me be a better journalist. And then writing alt text. This is another really cool feature now of these AI models, where you can upload images onto them and they are able to interpret them, they're able to understand, they're able to see. It's like your second set of eyes now. You don't need to like for alt text, for example, you don't have to sit down and write in alt text. All that you have to do is now upload it onto ChatGPT. Over here, I did it for my podcast social media post on LinkedIn and just uploaded it. And you can see how well the alt text is describing. If we were doing it with usually just like a line, but again, the people who require alt text and making accessibility should be a really prime concern of ours and a focus of ours. In addition to all of that, it's also making sure that we are producing good quality content for them. And this is one way in which you're seeing this more descriptive way in which ChatGPT can help with alt text. And similar with images, now because you're able to analyze those images, you can take it one step further, get feedback from them. You can upload, here's a Figma design, and I asked it for a news app, give me suggestions on what needs to be done for something you're creating for a Gen Z audience or a millennial audience. How would it resonate to them? What would you change, and how can I make that better? And so that's what ChatGPT is able to analyze all of your design elements. It knows all of the backgrounds about like what Gen Z is like and the millennials like. And because it's been trained on so much of that information, it's able to take on those different personas and then go from there and produce these feedback responses. So that's another way in which I find image and analyzing images are really, really helpful. Again, they're my second set of eyes that can help analyze stuff for me. In addition to that, you can see again with the images, you can extract data from an image. Gone are those days when you see a JPG and like you are not able to get the text from that. All I have to do is upload it onto ChatGPT and it gives me all the text over here. I put this into Microsoft Copilot actually, and then it gave me this perfect table. And all I had to do was go, and you can save this as an Excel file because you can see right on the corner over there, save that as an Excel file and download it. And so that's one way in which, again, it's helping you speed up the way in which you're collecting data. Use ChatGPT when you want to create your own customized bots. So this is a new feature that is actually now going to be available to all the free users. This was only available to paid users previously, was this ability to interact with custom GPTs or so-called bots that are built on ChatGPT. And this is one thing where you can create now your own bot just by going and chatting with it and putting in a few instructions. What I did over here was uploading my podcast guest episodes and creating a podcast bot. Now I'm going to make that available because it's available to everybody. Now anybody can access it. Before it was only the paid subscribers on ChatGPT. Instead of going and listening and looking at the show notes, people can go and start and have a conversation about the particular podcast episode. So all I had to do was upload a transcript. People know who this week's guest is, what the main topics are. If they want to get more information on that particular episode, all they have to do is have a conversation. You can do this for anything. Upload any kind of knowledge file, and you're having a bot that you can talk to. A lot of people are experimenting with like their style guides or guidelines and their newsrooms and all of those different things that people need questions for, and they have to dig through this huge book maybe in PDFs, uploading that as a knowledge source that people can then come to and chat with it and create a bot. Now getting into the more, I would say, operational sides of news. We are a business at the end of the day, and we have to do ad sales. And so how can you get them to help you with ad sale pitches? This is one way in which I used Microsoft Copilot, telling it that it's a salesperson who's specialized in local businesses, and it needs to go and get me a business, create me a table and find, because Microsoft Copilot is connected to the internet, it's able to go and then search all of the different business names and industry sectors. And I told it to write me a customized email pitch that I can include in all of my emails. And that's what it did. It brought me 5 different businesses around Cambridge that I was looking at, and then the email pitch. And all I had to do was then, again, download it as an Excel file and was ready to go. I can take that one step further, and then I started asking, hey, where's their physical address and email address, and can you scrape the web for me? And it started to do that as well. And actually, all of those 3 ones that you see where the email address is not there is because those were actually very old websites, sort of like mom and pop shops, and they did not have an email address on any of their websites. And so the bot was able to go and correctly identify that and did not make up any information, because actually in my prompt I told it, if you cannot find an email, just leave that blank, because again, the insecure intern, it's insecure, it doesn't want to disappoint you, so you have to tell it that it's okay. If you don't know something, just leave that blank. And that's one way, and again, which I think it's really, really helpful to scrape information from websites. It does that pretty well. It's also able to understand that there were two different locations for Formaggio Kitchen. There were two different locations, there were two different email addresses, and then giving me this customized email pitch that now all I have to do is download it as an Excel file, do a mail merge, and you can send things. And next, again, going into the more product side of a newsroom, doing a pre-mortem analysis. Before you launch any products, identifying what are the different potential roadblocks that are there and prevent it even from beginning any project. This was a project that we were doing where we were launching an AI literacy course media literacy course on WhatsApp. And before that, we were just like looking at what are the different roadblocks that would happen, and how can we mitigate it even before we start on that project. And so I think this is a way in which it's really, really helpful. It's not just in the editorial, it's in your product, it's in your business, your revenue. It's every single layer in a newsroom can have generative AI helping them in different tasks. Transcribing interviews, that is one of the most common things that I see journalists have been experimenting with. Otter AI is a popular tool that people use to convert speech to text. I have a podcast episode here, and I use Otter a lot because you can also go and chat with Otter, and now you're chatting with your transcript. So it's not just transcribing from text to speech, you have that added feature of within Otter being able to get information, getting it to summarize. You want to write an email at the end of the day with action items, you can go to Otter Chat and it will write that email for you. In the whole transcription space, the tool that I tend to use a lot is Oasis. I call it, you can convert all of your like word vomit into articulate text, is what I say, is like all you have to do is open the app, start talking to it, it transcribes your speech into text, and then does whatever format you want it to be, it will convert it. So over here, it will make it into a blog post, a song, an outline, a professional email, a summary, a Reddit post, a LinkedIn post, whatever you want to create it into, that's what it's able to do. So you can prompt it to help you with like an interview outline. And I use it a lot when I am brainstorming and preparing for my podcast interviews and thinking through what are the different questions. I'm a better thinker when I'm thinking out loud, and so I just have Oasis record all of my thoughts and then start and create outlines for me and help me with figuring out how I would be asking my questions and all of those different ways. That's what it's doing. It's converting your thoughts into text and helping you be more productive and efficient. And then Perplexity. I think this is a tool that I want to touch upon because a lot of people have been using ChatGPT as Google, and I say if you really want to use generative AI tools as Google, go to Perplexity, because this is a generative AI search experience that I tend to use. This is my actually default search engine that I go to and then go onto other sources. But as you can see over here, I asked a question about the OpenAI lawsuit with New York Times, and it's able to give me all of the information, bulleted point, these summary answers that are extremely, extremely useful. But what I find even more useful from Perplexity is the fact that I can go one step further, and it's giving me all of these related questions that I can keep asking. So it's not just a news article now that I'm reading, but it is also expanding the different questions and ways I can think about a particular topic. And so in 5 minutes, I know everything about the OpenAI lawsuit, but I know also about what does fair use mean, what are the legal challenges, who's using copyrighted content, what are opinions saying, because of the different questions that start coming at the bottom. And if at any point I want to fact check any of this information, every single thing has a source. Every line you can see has a citation. I click on it and I can know where exactly they got that information from. Again, before I use anything or I'm going to speak about it, I always go and fact check that information because, as always, these are language generation tools and they are not knowledge. They do not know if they have interpreted that information correctly and put that out as a summary. So it's good to give you background information, but if you're ever going to use that information, go and double check the source. In addition to that, about Perplexity specifically, it's very, very helpful to search through videos. So you can now expand, not just searching through text online and websites, you can search through YouTube video transcripts, and there's a search video button that I find very, very helpful, and that's what I tend to use often. Then going into more of the video generation, our last two examples is Noda. It converts news articles to videos. This is being used by a lot of local newsrooms right now where you can create videos for all kinds of different platforms. All you have to do, put in a link to an article, and as you can see over here, it converts that entire text into video. You can go and create an Instagram reel, edit it however you want. It's putting in all of these different stock photos, taking images from your site and putting that as a background, and within a few minutes, you have an Instagram reel that can then now be published and convert that into a TikTok and a YouTube short and whatever you need to. And video, and especially vertical videos, are becoming so mainstream that we need to be able to not just reach our audience through text, but also through videos in so many different platforms. And that's what Noda is doing by helping so many local newsrooms. And then finally, Opus Clip. I find this really useful because there are so many long-form videos that we put out, webinars that are out, this video that's going to be out. We can convert them into shorts in a matter of minutes. All I did in this example was take this YouTube video of a talk that Sam Altman did, and within like 10 minutes, it generated about 20 shorts that can now be uploaded onto any platform. And in addition to that, it tells me it's ranked every single video and telling me why this is good, why it's not, what's the hook, why it is engaging or not, how can you make it more engaging. So if you are doing it for a particular talk, how can you make these videos the next time more engaging, the panels more engaging, all of those different ways, and also gives you feedback, I would say. So converting one long video into 10 clips. And this is currently one of my favorite tools to play around with, because you can within a second just get to know what are the top things maybe from a particular webinar or a panel that can be publicized and shared more widely through Opus Clip. And finally, just talking about like a checklist, because everyone's like, when do I use Gen AI? And I would always say, don't use it just for the sake of using it. There's always a need and a purpose that you're trying to meet. And it's usually my checklist of when I tend to use it. First of all, is it like a repetitive task? Am I doing this all the time, where Gen AI, if I can help me speed up that process? Second, is it text heavy? Especially with large language models, you are wanting to deal with text heavy. You're dealing with text heavy, and so it's helping you with the language generation. And then third, do you have context and information to start from? Because again, these are not knowledge tools. You have to provide the knowledge to help you with the language. So do you have that context and information to start from? Do you have specific instructions on how the task can be performed? Because then you can optimize the way in which these large language models are performing. And then finally, is it valuable for you to have a draft to start from? If it's not, it's probably not the right use case for you right now. You're probably better off writing that article by yourself because you know you can do a better job than the model. So don't use Gen AI. But if it is, then that's good. That's where maybe it can help you with the first draft so that you are able to get to the final output much quicker. And that's it from me today. If you want to learn more about how AI is being used in media, you can check out the podcast. We also just launched Newsroom Robots Academy with AI literacy courses that we are working on. Jeremy Kaplan, who's also speaking later on today, is collaborating with me on that, and we are expanding AI for journalists and media professionals to learn how to use these tools. Because to be honest, I feel like ChatGPT just gave us these tools and decided to go with it. But we have to figure out how to use them. And that's what I think is really important, to learn how to use these tools the right way. And there are so many ways in which it can help you boost your productivity and creativity. And so I hope this was useful. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, we have time for a few questions. And I'm going to try and get some mics around. Do I have to turn these on, or is it just...
Thank you. Hello?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yeah, I think that's...
Thank you. My name's Randy Kitt. I'm with Unifor. I just had a question about inputting into AI. So, we were saying don't input your proprietary information. So if I, on the transcript side, for example, so I've just done a long interview with you, and at some point you had said, oh, can we do something off the record, for instance? And I say, of course. And you say, well, you know, Jim Rankin's wearing a green jacket. And then that's the off the record information. It's not to be known. And then I just dump that whole thing at the end of the 2-hour interview into ChatGPT. Now everybody can find out what color jackets Jim is wearing. Is that something we got to be careful about how we input into ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need to be careful, but I'm going to have a few more distinctions in what needs to be done when you're using tools like ChatGPT, because there are different layers to that. ChatGPT, the free version and the consumer version, they are training their AI models on those conversations, and you can disable that, but I don't know how. Like it takes away one of the big features of ChatGPT, which is you having a history of your conversations with it, so it's not very useful. But if you're using it, and this is where newsrooms and enterprises are using it, is that they have ChatGPT for Teams, ChatGPT for enterprises. It's about $10 more per month, but over there they're not training on your data. So they say. There are a lot of different closed ways in which, like Microsoft Azure and Google Gemini, they're giving access directly to their models. And so enterprises are using that and building their own ChatGPT-like interface and giving that access to tools like Azure and stuff. But also, there's like a whole different thing we can talk about running small language models locally on your computer, and that's a whole different thing. But that's where it is, especially for investigative journalists. It's not just going to these tools like ChatGPT, but you can run language models through certain tools and interfaces just on your computer, and you can transcribe them on your computer, so it never has to leave your computer, and you can be disconnected from the internet, and it's all running locally. So there are options even beyond just that.
Any other questions? Yes, right here, and then I'll grab them.
Hey, Nikita. Is Claude available in Canada yet?
That's true. I think Claude is not available in Canada. I use a VPN and use it from US because I love Claude, and I'm in the US a lot. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Nikita.
Yeah.
Angela from TMU. I've created a couple of custom GPTs for my student newsroom, and I'm just wondering have you seen any success with sharing custom GPTs for things like style guides in newsrooms? Have you seen any of that out in the real world, I'm wondering?
Yeah, a lot of people are prototyping on that and using style guides. Again, now you can share them, those custom GPTs, so they don't need to be a paid user, and before they had to be a paid user to access those GPTs. But as of yesterday, it's completely free to access GPTs that you've built. So I think we will see a lot more adoption and lots more people talking about how it's useful. But that's one of the first use cases that everyone's trying out, is creating style guides for their newsrooms so that they can ask questions.
Thanks so much. Mackay here from Global News. I think we were all taken aback a little by the video that you showed off the top, and talking about generative AI generated videos, and arming our teams and journalists with tools to be able to decipher what is legitimate and what's not. Are you aware of any technology that's working to combat fake videos online, or are there things that journalists can start to look for off the bat that might indicate that content is not legitimate?
There are a lot of people working on that solution, but nothing is reliable. That's the short answer. And that's just because of how these models have been trained. You cannot say whether it is AI generated or not. That you get false positives, false negatives, and all of these big different issues. So, and also the clues that were there last year, you would have these joint fingers, and the face is too perfect. My face was it was the exact same face that was there. You couldn't see what was different. One thing that I feel is you have to look very carefully for clues, but even then it's becoming harder and harder for us to talk about and decipher what is true or not. What needs to happen is more, I would say, from policy and tech level adoption and guidelines on how AI generated images are going to be labeled, and there's a lot of different ways in which currently work is being done with that. Adobe is working on something called content credentials, and so that's like metadata within it is giving like an identity tag that this was generated by AI and automatically. TikTok right now has adopted content credentials. I'm hearing LinkedIn is adopting content credentials as well. So if somebody's automatically uploading something that is AI generated, it's within their metadata, and they are like writing that as AI generated images. So that's one way in which I see it would be that's possible.
But
That's
that only works for future stuff. That doesn't work for everything in the past that's been
No.
uploaded to the internet and to the LLMs, right?
I'm not from the past, like the past.
Yeah,
stuff,
every
the
photo of
metadata.
you before today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about. That's a good question, but I would assume that is from going forward because the content credentials would be a new technology that they're adding to it.
One quick question. Made use of an AI tool and said, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." Along the last few years, have you had a revelation like that you said, "This one really works. It's excellent"?
All those 20 examples that I showed you,
Yeah.
every single time I use that. I think it has to be the data analysis part. The first time when Code Interpreter came out, which was I think July, August, summer of last year, and I uploaded a data set, and this was actually one of the first data sets I was playing around with. I was blown away with how quickly it was able to do that because I spent an entire master's degree learning how to code and analyze data and do all of that, and it suddenly did everything in like a matter of minutes. And that's where it actually like my jaw dropped. I think another second part is now you can like upload it onto ChatGPT, upload a Figma design, it'll completely convert that into code. And all you have to do is then run the code and you have a website, for example, running. Like those features, the vision part actually gives me those jaw-dropping moments as well, because you have to understand how difficult computer vision to run that technology has been in the past few years. This is something that required a huge tech team to be able to analyze images. It's not a very easy technology, and now you are having it access at a consumer level. Anybody can access computer vision technology is mind-blowing, and I would say the GPT-4 demo that happened, any of these Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI demos, when they do it, I feel like I'm a kid on Christmas Day because of how the advancements that happened, what GPT-4o was able to do, that real-time analysis of video and image and audio, and they're singing and doing all of that, even though it's robotic singing, but it's getting better. All of that is pretty revolutionary. I would never have imagined a couple of years ago starting my master's and thinking that this is going to be, like, you knew this was the beginning of the technology, but there's been such a spike and it's been advancing so quickly. And I need to also inform, it's not just these tools are coming out and for consumers who are using it, but even on the development side, it's absolutely crazy the amount of work and advancements that's happening on the coding side. It's changing so rapidly. If you learned something 2 years ago, it's outdated by now, and you have to like update yourself very, very quickly. So this literacy part and AI literacy part it's something that is impacting every single industry, and especially impacting coders quite a bit because they have to keep on top of what they're learning. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nikita. Thank you. So that's a terrific way for us to start. There isn't a formal break right now. We're going to flip directly into Charlie Beckett's keynote, but please maybe stand up and wiggle. People at home, we're going to resume in a moment. I just want to make sure Charlie has the clicker's working. You can grab a coffee next door, but please come back in 2 minutes. And YouTubers will be back in 2 minutes. Feel free to sit in the front, it's okay. If everyone has a chance to take a seat. So once again, I want to thank Nikita for launching us. Is she next door getting coffee? Where is Nikita? Anyway, thank you. That was a terrific way to start. Newsroom Robots is also sponsoring a reception at the end of the day. I can't remember if I mentioned that. So when we finish our proceedings around 6 o'clock, right next door in the Fun Party coffee room, that's going to become a reception. We'll have some drinks and snacks for people. So please stick around. It was kind of Nikita to sponsor that. So I introduced Nikita by saying if you look up if you Google journalism and AI, you find Nikita. The other person you will inevitably encounter when you Google journalism and AI is Charlie Beckett, who is literally in charge of journalism and AI. Journalism AI is the name of the research project that he runs at the Polis think tank at the London School of Economics and Political Science in the UK. Thank you to all of our panelists for those who've flown in, but Charlie kind of especially, because I think he was in Malaysia about 24 hours ago, then was in the UK long enough to change clothes and come here. And yesterday did 2 full briefing sessions, one here at the Globe with some senior editors, and then another session at the Toronto Star with close to 20 people involved in a journalism AI team there. So that was Call of Duty for Charlie. So before joining LSE, Charlie was a program editor at ITN's Channel 4 News, and before that, he was a senior producer and program editor at BBC News and Current Affairs for 10 years. Like many of us, he started his career in local newspapers, back when there were local newspapers. That was in South London before migrating into the world of TV. Now he's a mainstay at the LSE, at Polis, but as he mentioned yesterday, finds he spends most of his time talking to journalists now about AI, not so much talking to academics. So he's going to take us through the next 45 minutes or so, and then we will have a break before we move into our first panel of the day, which will happen after that. So Charlie, I will turn this over to you.
It's on? Yep. Thanks very much, Alan. It's really wonderful to be here. What glorious weather you have. No, it is a fantastic thing today. I mean, Nikita's presentation was a kind of rip-roaring sense of the possibility of these tools. And if you find it exhilarating, that's great. I think everyone also finds it somewhat frightening. It's a bit like being in a car and you're steaming down the highway and what do you call it? The gas pedal is kind of stuck to the floor and you're desperately trying to reach the brake to slow it down so that you can keep up with what's happening. And everywhere I go when I talk to newsrooms, that's the key feeling, is this sense of hurtling forwards and not always being in control. Where's my clicker? Pocket. As Alan said, I'm at the LSE, where I'm a prof in the Media and Communications Department, but this is the project that I've been running for the last 6 years, Journalism AI. I'm going to talk about it later, but there's loads of resources that you can access there. We do training, but we also do lots of innovation work. We do this AI fellowship. We've got one of our fellows in the room. Hi. And this is teams of people working on AI challenges while they are working in newsrooms, and they collaborate with teams. What's it? Who's in your team?
A newsroom from Norway and 2 journalists from the United States.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a lovely sort of collaborative effort, and they produce all sorts. They might produce prototypes, or they might produce just papers on the kind of challenge that they've been looking at. So again, really, really useful stuff. And we put it all together with an online festival at the end of the year. And what's clear over the last 6 years, actually, even before Gen AI, was that AI can help, as partly as Nikita showed so brilliantly, in all sorts of ways. You know, creating an article is probably the least useful thing it can do. So it's really important that we have everyone from every aspect of news production, right through to news distribution, thinking about this and being part of any effort to integrate it into your news organisation. So when I spoke to the Star yesterday, it was really wonderful that there were people from their legal team, from their marketing team, as well as from the different editorial teams. This AI should never just be left to the tech team or the tech person. It's something, as Nikita has shown, for everybody. And of course, again, as Nikita showed, we've had this incredible game-changing shift in the last 18 months with this explosion of new tools, but also an explosion of concerns around how you integrate this. How do you do it? What are the risks? What are the challenges? How might it change your journalism? So last year we did this big global survey of what news organizations around the world were thinking. We're a very global project. In fact, we have a deliberate emphasis away from places like Canada or the UK because we are trying to see what's happening in total and what impact it's having on the industry everywhere. The most obvious thing was that most newsrooms, when we surveyed them last summer, were using, or at least experimenting with generative AI. And that could just mean playing with it. Doesn't mean they were necessarily building anything or using it in anger. I'm always interested in the 1% here who was unclear. They didn't know if they had been experimenting or not. Slightly confused. And the other obvious point was that they were using it again throughout every aspect of news production. There's more of it than there was back in 2019 when we surveyed people. But again, it's still throughout the production process. And here's some of the use cases that people were doing with it. Mostly not, so there's some generating copy there. Mainly what Nikita was talking about, the analysing data, and of course the data extraction and coding development being really important. And everyone said, again, not surprisingly, that they're going to use more of this. What was more interesting was the main areas that they thought it could be useful in doing. Things like fact-checking, a lot of attention around personalization, text summarization. Again, Nikita was showing loads of great ways to do that. And then things like using chatbots. And I think the chatbot one is a really interesting one because, yes, it's a groovy little kind of gimmicky tool that you can put on your website or your app or something. But it also does something quite interesting if you're a journalist. It tells you what your audience wants to find out. That's really interesting, isn't it? But you can tell by the questions that people ask what they're interested in. And that's quite a useful prompt to you to say, well, are we giving them the answers? Are we covering that? And shouldn't we be? So I think we can see how AI is a really useful tool, but it's also perhaps changing the way you do your journalism and giving you kind of new capacity. Lots of challenges, not surprising. I think these are all similar things that people would have said about the challenge of any digital development, social media and so on. The managerial one's always interesting. I think that means my boss isn't on board. Then there's the cultural challenges, and these are really important. People have been through a lot of changes over the last 10, 15 years. And I think a lot of journalists are just thinking, oh my God, here we go again. I'm going to have to attend loads of training workshops. I'm going to have to work differently. I'm going to have to try and understand this newfangled stuff. It's going to mean I have to work harder in the end. It always does. And I'm really badly paid. So I think I can understand those challenges. And also because we've seen so many journalistic articles about how evil this stuff is, that a lot of journalists quite rightly are saying, oh, that sounds like the devil's work. I'm not going to touch it. It's these nasty tech companies. And they're not wrong entirely. And that's partly about the ethical challenges, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. But obviously the biggest one is simply the technical and financial constraint. Have you got the time to do this? Is there anybody in your newsroom who understands it? But as Nikita said, the key thing about Gen AI is it's the low barrier to entry. It's so accessible. Anybody in your news organization can start to prompt. They can start to find out what it's about. And again, that's so different to AI in the past. It's much more like social media that anybody can have a go. These are the kind of ethical concerns that people had. The most obvious one is that we don't know how it works. Even the people who build this stuff don't really know how it works in a measurable way. They don't know exactly how it arrives at those language predictions. I'm not saying it's magic. We understand the basic technology, but we don't know the specific action that it takes. We cannot measure how it did it accurately. And that's kind of concerning if you're a journalist. You kind of want to know where that information came from. So people are worried about journalistic values, things like accountability and obviously accuracy. And people were also worried about more general things like the idea that this technology would encourage the commercialization of journalism, churning out kind of content farm material, and obviously misinformation. Clearly, this technology makes it much, much easier to generate propaganda and disinformation and hate speech and so on. And we can talk about that separately. But in the end, of course, you always have to remember that any disinformation you see has been originally created by a human being. AI doesn't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to create some fake news. It's people who decide to use it to do that. So yes, there's an issue around trust. Reuters Institute published one of their surveys about what the public think about AI in journalism. I'm not sure how valuable it is because I don't think most of the public, most journalists don't really understand what AI is doing in journalism. But obviously that's a really important aspect of how we use this tech. And then yes, there's this sense of being blown away by the pace of the development, but also the dependency on tech. And those of you who did the pivot to Facebook video a few years ago, and then Facebook decided it wasn't interested in your news video anymore about a year later, will know that in practice, this is a real hazard. You can use these tools that Nikita talked us about, but what when they suddenly change the tool, or what when they suddenly double the subscription, or it suddenly becomes unreliable, etc. So that's always a hazard around this. And finally, the sustainability challenge. And by that, I don't mean the environmental bit, although that is an aspect of AI that's a negative. But it's more this idea that we're all battling to survive. We're trying to have a business model that keeps our journalism alive and thriving. And this is another threat. Why would you bother going to your news website when I can just go to one of these generative AI tools? And you all need to think about the answers to that question. I've got loads of reasons, but you have to come up with your own. And clearly, as I said, it can be used to do really stupid things. Sports Illustrated, which is now owned by new people who are hopefully not so stupid, you're probably familiar with this example where they used Gen AI to create a load of articles. It was kind of reviews of, I think, of sort of sporting equipment and stuff, kind of product reviews. And it was full of mistakes. The Gen AI just wasn't very good at doing an accurate, truthful review of the product. But worse than that, they pretended that the articles had been written by human beings. So all these people were generated by Gen AI. They don't exist. They're not real people. So it was kind of double ethical screw-up. Not only were they creating unreliable, false content, but they were lying about it. And they were pretending that it was real content. And I think that's, the most important thing is to be transparent about your usage of it. And also, just as Nikita said, don't use it for a lot of things. But certainly be transparent and call on more transparency from the tech companies as well as the newsrooms. Definitely build guidelines generally that include the ethical element. And there are some fascinating guidelines out there that you can relate to. Some of them are like 50 pages long, BBC. Some are just a few bullet points. But having the guidelines is really helpful. It's helpful for your journalists to feel more confident about using AI. It's also good for your public to know that you're thinking about it. They think, okay, these guys have got a real policy about it. But also the process of actually drawing up the guidelines is really useful. Having that conversation within the newsroom, what worries you about this? What do you think the risk is? What do you think the good use might be? How should we do this? That in itself is a really useful project. Adopt the human in the loop approach, and by that it means don't just leave the AI running. Think about why you're adopting a certain tool or process, and then review it, edit it, just like you would. I like Nikita's metaphor about, what did you call it, the nervous intern or the underconfident? That's it, yeah. So it is like having an intern. They can be fantastic, but you wouldn't leave them alone. You would monitor them. In fact, you wouldn't leave any journalist alone, frankly. And then this last idea of collaboration, which I'm going to keep going on about. Don't try and do it on your own. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. Talk to other people in your business, but also talk to universities and other folks. So generally, AI journalism is about understanding the tech. Of course it is. But it's like any other journalism. It works best when it's vetted properly, when you're rigorous about your use of it, when you're thinking about the reader all the time. Of course, you have to be truthful. And as I said, underpinning this is having a kind of transparent approach. And those are all human decisions. You can do all those things to make sure that your use of AI is credible. Very quickly, just thinking more broadly about risks. Sorry. Yeah, thinking more generally about, is that on? Yep. There are the general risks that apply to using AI in any situation. And to be honest, I think I'm more concerned about the use of AI in things like the military or in recruitment or in medicine or in welfare systems, for example. I think it can cause a lot more damage in that than it can cause damage in journalism. But we are aware that they have discrimination built in, and there are those big legal issues around copyright and, of course, regulation as well. Then there are the more general risks for the news media as a sector. I've mentioned tech dependency, but perhaps the biggest one, as I said, is this, the posh word for it is disintermediation. And I'm surprised on my jet lag that I can still say that. But this idea, as I said, why would anybody come to you when they can go directly via Gen AI to get their information or to do their informational work? And then there are those specific journalism risks that we talked about, the threat of inaccuracy, the threat to the business model, and also a threat to quality. There's always going to be this temptation, we know this, that we become lazy. We over-rely on these tools. It's easy for people like me or Nikita to say, double-check all these things, but the temptation is not to. We know this already. When we use agency copy, we just use the copy, don't we? We don't necessarily think about checking it. But I think the biggest danger, I think, when I go around talking to newsrooms is this idea of missing out. Because it is going to be inevitable. It's going to be part of all our working lives. It doesn't matter what sector you're in. So you need to be across it. You also need to be across it, because the world we're living in generally, and that you're supposed to be reporting on as journalists, is going to be using it. But also, the bad guys, if you like, and your competitors will definitely be using it. They already are. The people who don't care about the ethics, they don't care about the safeguards, they are already using Gen AI to churn out, inverted commas, journalism. So if you want to retain your place in the sort of info sphere, then you've got to start using it. And there are things you can do. First of all, you can do things as an industry to address some of these ethical concerns. You can block the large language models from using your content to train, or you can negotiate with the Gen AI companies. I think The Atlantic magazine, and I think today, has just announced that it's done a deal, I think with OpenAI, where they're going to get paid to allow controlled usage of some of their content. You can draw up your own guidelines, but also industry-wide guidelines. I was part of this Charter for AI in Journalism process with Reporters Without Borders, where they try to sort of draw up a nice, optimistic, idealistic set of standards for using AI. And then again, Nikita was ahead of me on this, increasing AI literacy in the industry, reforming journalism training, and as I say, collaborating with just about anybody, universities, startups, even the tech companies. And there are huge gains to be had here. You've seen how the kind of whiz magic of some of these tools, but perhaps the key first gain is going to be around efficiency, the idea that you will be able to work faster and do more thanks to these tools. But also this idea that the tools can empower you as a journalist. When you're watching Nikita's presentation, surely you're thinking, wow, I would like to be able to use that because I could actually do more interesting research and I could be more creative and thoughtful about the way that I actually create the content as well. Things like translation, for example, has got so much better. I travel around the world and a lot of people do not speak English, strangely. The country like South Africa, where they've got whatever it is, 12 official languages in one country. So the idea of translation that can be instantaneous and reliable is really interesting in a business sense, as well as, for example, in a news gathering sense. There's going to be new products and new services, things like chatbots, things like personalization, and there will be new ways to actually counter the same disinformation and propaganda that might be created using AI as well. But the key one for me is this last one. This is my sort of optimistic hope for AI. And of course, this is a strategic choice that will be made within your news organizations. But surely, if this AI can do a lot of that routine, repetitive, banal labor that we all know is part of our journalism. When I worked in television especially, about 60–70% of my time was doing basic kind of admin stuff, just organizing the tech to make the journalism happen. So if it can do that, then surely the opportunities to do what I would call more human journalism. And by human, I mean things like investigations. AI doesn't wake up in the morning and say, I must investigate this local scandal. You have to do that as a human being. That's a moral decision. The specialism, you can become much more specialist around your particular topic. And again, that's a human thing where you're making connections. And the AI can be really helpful in you doing that, but in the end, that's a human quality. And just the idea of human interest reporting. AI not only does not know the truth of anything, but it has no interest, it has no curiosity, it has no compassion, it has no sense of, wow, that's weird, let's report on it. It has no idea of serendipity, no idea of empathy. It doesn't care about what's happening, of course. And finally, that AI can't go out into the streets of Toronto and find things out and talk to people and witness what is happening. That idea of being present when something is happening in the world. All those things are human things, and I think they are going to be the thing that makes your journalism stand out in a world where there's going to be so much more artificially generated content. So I think it's a business thing. And be ambitious about it as well. This is one of the proposals by one of the fellowship teams for this year, and it's hugely ambitious. And I personally don't think they're going to be able to achieve this. Fact-checking is difficult enough, but the idea that you can do it in real time, live on video or audio broadcasts, I think is a really complicated technically, but also complicated editorially and so on. But it's a fantastic team. And just a side note, if you look at the people as part of this, I've achieved something that the United Nations would envy. I've managed to bring together the Murdoch's News UK with the BBC to work on something together. They're also working with DPA, the German news agency, and interestingly, this great outfit called Data Critica, a digital investigative journalism team based in Mexico. So it's just a wonderful group of people, and they're going to have a lot of fun, I think, doing that. And then, as I mentioned, there's these new journalism products that we'd be thinking. And this is a really interesting one. I don't know if you know Sophia Smith-Gaylor, but she's an incredibly talented person, ex-BBC, then went to Vice, and she's now freelance. She writes books and was huge, or is huge, on TikTok. But she's immediately taken to AI. And this is just her as an individual. She has already built something where you can use a tool, a Gen AI tool, to write viral video scripts, which are based on her very, very successful viral video scripts. So the possibilities are huge, you know, that big fact-checking thing, or just something very personal and specific like that. How do you do this? These are my sort of 6 steps towards an AI strategy. It's very funny, when we first did the survey back in 2018 of what people were doing with AI, one of the things we asked them, we said, do you have an AI strategy? And my favourite reply to that was, listen, mate, we don't have a strategy for anything. We're a news organisation, you know? So I understand, you know, it doesn't have to be a sort of very sophisticated thing, but it's these steps, which is, first of all, get yourself informed. And by that, I just mean have some basic understanding of AI, and of course, generative AI, as I say, because you're going to be using it, but also the world you're going to be reporting on, it's going to be present in that. So you have to know something about it, and your colleagues are going to be using it. Then this idea of AI literacy, and the difference between that is, it's not just knowing a bit about it, it's knowing what you can do with it and what you can't do with it. That's what it really means. And again, that's really important for anybody using these tools, partly because the advantages that we've seen this morning, but also the hazards, you know, the things that you can get wrong. Assign responsibility. And this can mean, you know, you say, okay, you're the AI person now, and then you think, oh, that's the job done. We've got somebody in the organisation who's going to find out about this and solve it all for us. Well, that's the first step, but of course that person should then be utterly networked into the rest of the organisation, and there's got to be a process, and you know, you do it how you want. It can be through your team meetings, or it can be through a digital or AI sort of working party, that kind of thing. But I think that is so important, that because this is so fast changing, it's not just good enough to send everyone on a training module and then leave it. It's a continual process of keeping across what's happening out there and thinking through where can you use it in your organisation, who would be responsible for it, what difference might it make, how do you measure return on investment, and that's the 4th bit really, which is, you know, start testing this, start using it, start experimenting with it, and then think again, you know, did it work? Was it useful? Should we generalise the use of it? Drawing up guidelines, I think, is vital. I'm not a big guideline guy. And I worked at the BBC for 10 years, and I don't think I ever looked at the producer guidelines of the BBC. You kind of knew what was right and what was wrong. But I think with this one, because it's so novel and unstable, I think it's important to do the process of guidelines, at least. And then finally, I keep saying this, but collaborate and network. And it is changing so quickly. I mean, this was just a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it, when, you know, Google announced new AI-powered search, which wasn't entirely successful, and the OpenAI GPTX 4.0, which is exponentially better than what was there before. And you've probably seen these demonstration videos where people are waving iPhones around. It's doing all sorts of translation and interpreting images and stuff. Obviously, they are hype videos, but they're also incredibly impressive. And if they're only 30% accurate or usable, that's still quite a leap. I'm going to end on just a very quick advertisement. These are some of the things that we can do to help you with that process. We run this journalism AI discovery course. We run it at set times in the year. We've just done a Spanish version of it, and I think we're going to be doing a Arabic version of it later in the year, and an English version later in the year. And it's basically a kind of email module course that you get weekly with a Slack channel so you can talk to the other people taking it. The English version that we did last year had more than, I think it was like 3,000 or 4,000 people from more than 100 countries around the world took the course last time. So that's good fun. There's an AI starter pack, which is basically a very sophisticated Google document where you can go, you know, explore AI for yourself, and it will take you into all sorts of different resources and so on, and information. We have a huge Airtable of case studies. You know, these take you to articles about where people are using AI in newsrooms. So if you want to, you know, find out a specific use case, you can go and search that, and you can see what other people have tried to do with AI. And then finally, you can join our newsletter. We've got about 11,000 people signed up to that. It's kind of monthly newsletter, so it's not going to fill your inbox. And we've also got something called Journalism AI Connect, which is basically a Slack channel where you can talk to other people who are using AI in journalism. So thank you very, very much.
So we have a few minutes for some questions, and I'll start passing the microphone around. You can pass it to each other. I'll try to get another one going also.
Hi, Charlie. Hi,
Sorry.
Patrick from the Globe and Mail. There's been a couple of devices released recently, the AI pen from Humane and the Rabbit R1 AI device, which have both been reviewed to be duds.
Right.
Do you see much of a future for AI dedicated devices versus just having apps on your phone or just...
Of it, I mean, my work is sort of generally kind of the future of news kind of stuff. And I think that one of the important things about AI is that it's going to lead to this more structured news system. So instead of thinking about the article or the film, you are going to be thinking about just the flow of content and how it flows through your AI systems, and it goes into different formats and all that kind of stuff. And so in that sense, I do think that offers incredible opportunities to deliver journalism in lots of different ways, lots of different formats, short, long, video, audio, automated largely. And so I do wonder what that means for the app in particular, but also, frankly, the phone. That means you can send this structured journalism into other devices. At the moment, I agree with you. I think they're, pretty meaningless, But it's kind of, what is it called, the Internet of Things. I do think that, especially with journalism, one of the challenges is that, one of the advantages of journalism is we have done the packaging for you. We've done the sifting and filtering. And if you trust us, you will come to us to do a lot of that process. And the question is how much AI is going to replace the news organisation in doing that. And that does mean it could free up the flow of information to other things, like, Google Glasses and stuff. What's it called? The glasses, which the original ones were a dreadful idea, this idea that I could film you with my glasses. Only a tech company would think that's quite normal to do that, But the idea that you could get some sort of messaging off your phone, I think is interesting. But I think it's largely, again, I think that's kind of more the gimmicky end of this. It's a bit like the robot newsreaders, which have been around for a while, actually. I think it was a Chinese newsroom did this 4 or 5 years ago, even before the latest tech. And I sort of think, why would you do that? Because, I went into an American newsroom, and we were talking about virtual newsreaders. And one of them said, well, they're bloody robots anyway. I write the scripts, and they just sit there and read the thing. I might as well have a real robot that I don't have to get coffee for, and is cheaper. But the whole point, I think, is that you want a real person, even if it's somewhat an actor. You want a real person because it's real news. That's what you're saying. I do know people who've used it. There's a Czech company, for example, that uses the avatar of the real news presenter as the overnight presenter. And they're very clear about it. They say this is an avatar. They don't say it's her. But it does raise all sorts of interesting philosophical questions, about why you would do it. And I think that's really important. Again, Nikita showed the brilliant way that you can generate images. But of course, you don't want to do that if it's for a news piece. You don't want to say, I've generated an image of Justin Trudeau doing something today. You want the real picture because you're a news organisation. Now, you may use it for other use cases. You may use it to do, sort of generic illustrations of things in the same way that you might use a stock photo. So I think there are clear cases where there are limits on the use of the tech.
So I had 3 or 4 hands up, so if we can try to keep it brisk, Janice and then Anava, and we'll work our way over here.
Okay, this isn't a brisk question. Janice Neal, I'm with Toronto Metropolitan University School of Journalism. As an educator, I'm wondering how you think about the question that's kind of existential about what knowledge is, what it is that we are teaching. I don't mean teaching our students how to use these tools. I mean what real knowledge is and how we assess it. In 30 seconds.
Yeah, right. I mean, there is the teaching thing later, but I know what you mean. I think there is, what do we really know? I remember when I was at Channel 4 News once and I was doing a morning meeting and I said, we're going to do this story. The Daily Mail have got this really good story and we should be doing it. And there was this grumpy old Scottish reporter who said, but Charlie, how do you know that it's true? And I thought, he's right. Just because I read it in the Daily Mail does not make it true. And what he meant was, what are we going to do today to verify this and authenticate this? And I think as journalists, especially in broadcasting, but more generally, I think, we've become used to this idea that what we do as journalism is the truth, is real. Now, I don't think I don't worry about it in a sort of French philosophical way, about, post-truth, postmodernism, relativism way. But I do think we're too complacent. Truth to somebody out there can be quite different in the sense of what matters. So I think this is almost about agenda framing, deciding this is news. That is, as an editor for 10, 15 years, I would just sit there all day going, not news, news, not news, news, important news, not important news, and that was just a habit, and it was based on my cultural assumptions and my experience. And I hope we don't repeat that mistake with AI. I hope we use this to broaden our understanding of what people are interested in and what people think is the truth or real life. We keep talking about what's in real life and real people as if they're different to journalists. And the sad truth is they are, especially in the UK, but I think more generally, journalism is becoming increasingly undiverse. I don't mean in terms of ethnicity necessarily, or even gender, but in terms of our background, our education, and our interests. What we think is important. And I think the tech can often be really helpful. We did some collaboration and work on, for example, debiasing the news, in the terms of debiasing the human news. Why do you always use the same contacts? Why do you always do the same version of that story? Can you think differently? Can you use different sources, different people and so on? Can you think of a different narrative? And I find it really helpful. I find the Gen AI stuff really helpful in terms of, give me 6 ways of doing this story, say. And that just gets you out of your safe place.
I'm going to suggest we get the remaining 3 questions on the floor, and Charlie will have a kind of a question buffet to test his jet lag memory. So
sure, who are the other ones?
Nanada beside you, and then the gentleman in front of you.
Okay. My question is about collaboration. I'm in the testing, playing kind of stage. What do you mean by collaboration?
By collaboration, I mean all sorts. So firstly, you start from the basis that journalists hate to collaborate. When I was a journalist, I didn't collaborate with anybody. I didn't even share my contacts with my colleagues, never mind with anybody else, because we were so rigorous and independent and competitive. So there's a very natural and I think virtuous thing about journalism thinking like that. I work for the Toronto Star. I'm proud to be a Star reporter, etc. So first of all, it's about collaboration internally, making sure that again, the editorial team will work with the marketing team. You're not supposed to do that. There's supposed to be a Chinese wall, but that's rubbish. If you're trying to personalize content for people because you want them to pay to subscribe to you, well, that's a marketing issue, but it's always also an editorial issue. So how you're going to use AI to do that has to be a conversation between all the, what do they call it, stakeholders. But then externally, one of the really interesting things about this collab fellowship we did, and it wasn't a grand plan to do it, we just felt our way through, we just responded to what newsrooms were telling us would be useful. So we did this thing, and people said, yeah, I'd like to work with that team in Australia, or I'd like to work, okay, right, let's see how it goes. And we did research afterwards, we did very detailed, deep feedback on the process. And one of the things they said was that collaboration breeds collaboration. It's not easy to do. Collaboration is a lovely word. It's like community. Everyone's in favour of it, But actually, community can be poisonous. Collaboration can be really difficult, and it can be constraining. So you have to have a method, and we're very good at doing it. We can guide people really well at this now. But the benefits are greater than the parts. Is that the phrase? The sum is greater than the parts of collaboration. That you learn so much. You get shortcuts, but also you get this kind of freshness, especially with this one, because we're taking people away from their daily news work. Well, not literally, they stay there, they're coming remotely, but they're sort of getting out of their normal zone. And people are so worried about AI. You know, what's it going to do to my job? What's it going to do to my newsroom? Is it going to kill my brand? That it's quite a relief to get the fresh air of doing things like this, frankly. You know, this is what I mean. You know, collaborating with universities, collaborating with startups, talking to people in other industries, looking at how they are doing AI and where it works and where it doesn't, I think is really interesting.
Great. So let's get the last two questions out before Charlie answers, then we'll...
Hi, Charlie. Angela from TMU again. My question, I have like 5 questions, but I'm going to ask the most important one. That is, I read over and over again about the hope and the hype of AI in journalism, in that it's going to free us up for all this other stuff. Have you run across any departments that are suddenly so free and they have all this investigative time? Or is it just being loaded with other things? Like, is the AI actually giving us free time to do the important, creative, human journalistic work?
Okay, and this gentleman here had a question. And then we'll let Charlie answer, and then we'll...
Hi there, Rignum from CBC. My question is about the deals that newsrooms are signing with these
Right.
AI companies like OpenAI. It seems like the latest shiny object, and it's no secret a lot of newsrooms are struggling, and this is seen as a lifeboat. It can be seen as a lifeboat, kind of like what social media back in the day happened. Do you view it that way in terms of these licensing deals? And are there alternatives to this reality in terms of these seem like kind of short-term wins when these companies are going to take all this data and then kind of be done with it afterwards and discard these companies? Is there another way, perhaps like where we're able to get paid every time a result comes onto the AI kind of tool, as opposed to just getting paid for licensing the data? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm
No,
just
I've already
wondering
got
other
what you're
different
talking
ways.
about. I mean, you obviously know as much about this as I do. My thought about this is actually, this is the depressing bit. I hate it when people ask this question because I actually think the answer is quite depressing, or at least it's challenging. Yeah, challenging, that's the nice word. Because I think I've talked about the competitive threat that goes via this technology. And it's very much like the internet. When the internet came along, suddenly it was marvelous that I could now read the Toronto Star and the New York Times sitting in London. But it also meant that, as we know, the competition then becomes greater and you lose the advertising. The advertising being lost is a separate thing. And we've got to get away from this, the tech companies stole our advertising. No, they didn't. You never owned it in the first place. It was just a wonderful coincidence that my brilliant journalism at Channel 4 News was funded by advertising. And do you know what? It wasn't actually. One of the things I learned from the advertising people at Channel 4 News was they said, you're costing us £20 million a year because nobody wants to advertise around your programme. If we would put a soap opera there, we'd get far more. So I think there's this myth that journalism, hard news anyway, is in itself valuable commercially. It's not. It's always been subsidised. It's always been about people having a habit of news consumption, enjoying the news consumption, and yes, finding it informationally useful. So I think this starting point that we have, I think that journalism is somehow a national park. That's where we've got to now, where we're saying journalism is a national park and should be funded. And tech companies, they've got a lot of money, and they are doing things. I mean, I absolutely agree with challenging them on their appropriating our data, using it for training, et cetera, and then if you're, especially in imagery, there's definitely a case for copyright violations and so on. But generally, in principle, what you're getting there is hush money, and I don't think it's viable. The only solution is to go back and ask yourself, why would anybody want to consume your journalism, and then build the appropriate model around it. And it's possible, subscriber model or the Guardian's membership model. The kind of journalism you have to do has to be focused on creating that bond, that relationship, that satisfaction for the audience. I don't think there is a real shortcut in terms of, anything's possible. The Canadian government is doing all sorts of weird things in this field. It could say, the tech companies have to pay us an extra 5% tax, and we're going to give it all to lovely mainstream news organisations. You can do that. That's possible. So what was the first question?
The hope and hype. Where's the Brave New World? Who's...
Yeah, good question. And the answer to that is also a bit depressing. Partly because this is all new. It's amazing. We're sort of thinking that with Gen AI, which is, as I said, what is it, 18 months ago it happened. We're saying, well, has it transformed journalism yet? No, because quite rightly, people are being cautious about it. And it takes time to change these systems, So in that sense, it would be quite amazing if within 18 months, think about, the internet. It was invented, whatever it was, 1980. When was the first newspaper online? What? No. It was some weird paper in somewhere like Colorado or something. Went online in 1980 something. And of course there was nobody there, but they did go online. It's kind of like the Columbia Dispatch or something. You can Google it for me. And it then took, I was at the BBC in 97 when they did BBC Online. How long ago was that? And I then went to Channel 4 News and they didn't even have a website. When I first joined them. It was quite extraordinary. So in the past, it's taken a long time, and that enables us to adapt, and also, frankly, to miss out. And this is happening so quickly. Where I think there's a really, I agree so much with what, Nikita's presentation. It's so fantastic, these tools. But as she quite rightly pointed out, a lot of times you do it quicker yourself. It's a bit like with email. Email can add to your workload, can't it? Constant fucking emails from your bosses telling you about doing stuff, when you're trying to get on with your job. And often, those wonderful email chains when somebody could have just walked across the newsroom and had a conversation and sorted it. And it's the same with the AI. It's amazing, I can get it to do it. Yeah, but why do you want to do that? One example would be transcription. If you're doing a short 1 minute 30 piece for the news tonight, or just for the website or whatever, and you interview somebody, you don't spend an hour interviewing them. You just ask them 2 questions, and you're automatically in your ear, you're thinking, right, that's the one. And it's always the last one, of course, isn't it? It's always the last answer. So you don't need AI to do that for you. So I think there's a lot of, and this is what we're trying to work out, like everyone else is, this year. We're trying to see what is really working. How do you measure whether it's working? What's the, if you like, the return on investment, editorially or financially? And how replicable is that? How far can you spread that? Or is it just that one person doing that weird thing that they find it useful for? So the answer is, it's not a depressing answer, but it's saying, don't buy into the hype itself. It is incredible, but hype in the sense of, wow, we've made this tool, doesn't mean you have to use it. And so I'll do my last quick anecdote on this. I had a wonderful meeting with the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Do you know about this? The AFZ, which is the most elite intellectual newspaper in the world. It's a newspaper that only about 10 years ago they decided to have photos on the front page. And I say the front page because it was mainly a newspaper back then. It was only 20 years ago they used to use Gothic font. And now they're much more sophisticated. And there's a fantastic team of people came to visit me at the LSE. We had a brilliant conversation about the tools that you can use and the different systems you can use, and the creative use cases, as well as the risks and so on. And they said, this is brilliant, Charlie, this is fantastic. We really, really appreciate you sharing all this with us. And I said, so what are you going to do? And they said, well, we'll probably wait a couple of years. We'll wait a couple of years and see how it settles down, and then we will probably start using some of this stuff. And they're in the very privileged and unusual position where they can, because they've got an incredibly loyal subscriber base. They're a kind of financial, intellectual newspaper. Their audience is not going to drift off to TikTok or to ChatGPT overnight. They don't have to worry about it. And I think there is a sense of, fools rush in. But at the moment, I detect the opposite problem. I visit even really good newsrooms, and there's a real sense of, St. Augustine, make me virtuous, but not yet, O Lord. It's kind of, yes, this is great. We are definitely looking at it, but they really are holding back. I understand why, but there's so much you can start to be doing and trying to get people. I'm not hyping this. I'm not an evangelist. I don't make money out of this. I'm a professor. I'm paid as a prof, not as a AI guy. And I think there is a leadership issue here around setting the right culture so people feel more comfortable around this and that they start to use it, not just because it's more efficient, but I honestly think that in the info world over the next 5, 10 years, if you are not using these tools and systems, you're going to be like the person who hasn't got the website or has never been on social media. Good luck to you, but you are going to be left behind. And I know that sounds like a sort of tech bro thing, but I think it's true. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. So now we have a coffee break of a few moments in the room next door. I would really like to start at 11:05. When you're coming back, tend to migrate to this side of the room so anyone who joins us later can just kind of slide in. So we'll see you at 5 after 11.
I'll leave and come back. I'm here. Can you all hear me or no? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Experimenting, we'll get to that too. I also feel, because this is such a great setting where there aren't, you know, we could get a good conversation going here too. Given all these interesting smart people in the room, you'll have your own smart questions. So I do want to leave a lot of time for that at the end, because as Nikita said, this is such an important conversation to be happening at this moment in time. So why don't we start with everybody introducing yourselves, giving a greater sense of, you know, what your work has been so far, and then take us to your news organization, or in the case of Louise, she goes around to various news organizations, and she can speak to the Wall Street Journal also to describe these uses that we've been seeing before we get into culture and that sort of thing. And Danita's actually prepared a presentation for us about her work. So why don't we start with you then? Yeah, absolutely. Just because you can give a better sense of the many things that you've been doing in your career that have led you to here. Let us know a little bit more about you, and then also the uses.
Sounds good. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. My name is Anita Lee. I am, like Kate said, the founder, CEO, publisher, editor-in-chief. This tends to happen when you run an independent outlet. You do all the things. Of The Green Line, which is a hyper-local independent news outlet that's community-driven and solutions-focused. We launched in April 2022, so it hasn't been that long since we've been in existence for the past 2 years. Our tagline is that we investigate the way we live to help young and other underserved Torontonians survive and thrive in a rapidly changing city. At some point, I'm going to be talking about how AI really integrates with my very human-centered, community engagement-driven model, and really focus in on like how it really supports smaller independent newsrooms that are low capacity, low resource. My background is that I started off in legacy Canadian media. I worked at places like the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail, the CBC. I went through the traditional kind of pipeline that you do as a young journalist in this country. And then the latter half of my career was largely with New York-based media outlets. So I worked at this publication called Mashable, which was a tech-focused publication, Fusion Media, and then also Complex Media. I was a news director there. And I eventually pivoted to community-driven media. So I worked at a place called The Discourse, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, which fills in gaps in coverage in underserved communities. So a lot of my experience culminated in creating this entrepreneurial, initiative and endeavor. Kate also mentioned that I'm the innovator in residence at Toronto Metropolitan University. So my approach to innovation is actually a lot more pragmatic. I really care about the fundamentals of journalism. I really care about democracy. So that's really the vantage point you'll be getting my perspective from.
Oh, you can if you like start some of
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Why don't
I
you
just
get right into
it?
some of the uses? Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So hopefully people can see. So like I mentioned, this is our tagline. We're really about, in some ways we're really old school in that we really care about being a public service as a journalism outlet. But we do that through trying to encourage the members of the public to take action on the issues they care most about. And this is effectively our model. So this is our action journey that we're best known for. So I just want to set the stage and then talk about the use case around AI in a second. By saying that in a given month we tackle one systemic issue facing the city. So across 4 weeks we publish an explainer, some sort of in-depth feature, and we host an event where we convene community members to discuss solutions, the problems as well as the solutions to the problem or the systemic issue. And then in week 4, we publish an article that crowdsources the feedback and the solutions that emerge from the event, and we reflect those solutions back to members of the public so they can take action on them. And in fact, actually, like kind of a teaser, I'm actually working with Google's product team right now because I see a lot of potential in automating elements of this model. So that's something that's, happy to talk about after the fact that I'm pretty excited about. So I want to talk about how we're using AI, and this is actually a really good kind of entry point for folks who are less familiar, because like I mentioned, I wasn't one of those people who, breathlessly embraced AI. I was somebody who was much more pragmatic about its usage and felt like, okay, this is something that I obviously absolutely need to know. And as a responsible educator, it's something that I felt like my students really also needed to know how to use responsibly. Some of this stuff is ChatGPT. In some ways, it's like revealing my diary because it's moderately embarrassing. As you guys can see, I don't only care about page views, but basically, I'll talk through this. So at the very fundamental, I'm sure many of you guys have played around with ChatGPT. I use this platform as kind of a headline brainstorming partner. And because I have a team of about 10 people, vast majority, all of whom are actually part-time staff or freelancers, I can't always pull somebody out when they're working on an hourly basis to do some headline brainstorming with me. So this is actually a really great fundamental usage of generative AI in terms of having just a brainstorm partner. To me, I kind of like, it's like talking to somebody and using it in kind of at the first, it's kind of a crude way. Like I obviously know I care about quality journalism and it's about engagement and serving the public. I also want it to have attraction. So it's really kind of starting at a high level of like how, at a high level, what, in this case, it was a story that we were doing, a hyper-local story about a neighborhood in Willowdale about a nonprofit that is a fashion nonprofit that supports newcomers essentially. So I wanted it to pop essentially. So you can see just the process of me talking back and forth to ChatGPT, and eventually what I want to highlight is that I didn't actually end up using, and very rarely do I end up taking the headline that ChatGPT suggests. I use it as kind of a way to brainstorm and generate my creative juices and eventually land on something that I think makes sense and resonates. So that's obviously a very fundamental use case. And this is the article that ended up, or the headline that I ended up choosing. Another thing that I use AI for at the Green Line is writing posts to support original video journalism. We really focus on events as a journalistic output, as well as videos, because we partner with City News Toronto. So a lot of our coverage is video-based. And so this was an engagement video where we talked to folks in Woburn, which is a neighborhood in Scarborough, about just their experience living in this particular neighborhood. And we also wanted to do is actually create a post that supported this video journalism. So it wasn't actually journalism itself, it was just something that you throw on the website. It's web copy that accompanies the video that some of you may be familiar with or often have done. And so I didn't want to waste the time of a reporter to actually write this thing when they could be doing original enterprise journalism. So what I ended up doing was actually taking the transcript of the video and then popping it into this tool called OneClick. It's actually a really cool BIPOC-led business, an AI-focused business by a young Canadian woman in her 20s, who's really, really cool person. And I've been testing this out. It's in beta currently. And so what it does essentially is it can take any sort of video transcript and churn out, a template for a blog post, a newsletter, a title, headline, summary. And I took that component and then I put it in ChatGPT to try to get something that was, and I directed ChatGPT to essentially give me something that was maybe a 200-word, 300-word summary of the video that would complement the video that I could put in the web copy. So it was me using multiple tools. It's not like I only use ChatGPT. I also use Cloud AI as well as this Click.io tool in addition to others to put together something that normally might take an hour of a reporter's time, and it took 15 minutes to do. And it didn't take in fact, it enabled my journalists to do more enterprise journalism rather than waste their time doing something that wasn't really anything but accompanying copy. The other thing is that this is what it looks like on the website. At the bottom on the right-hand corner, you'll see an editor's note where I write, the video in this post was produced entirely by humans. This post accompanying the video is written with the support of AI and edited by a human. Contact us at the Green Line to hello@greenline.to to learn more. So that's my way of being transparent with the audience so they know, this is something that was used with the support or created with the support of AI. And that's really important, obviously. I need to be extremely transparent because there is a lot of public, reticence around AI. And obviously declining trust in journalism, and so it wouldn't be great if somebody found out that this was AI created without me being transparent about it in the first place. And then finally, the last thing I want to mention is the best use of AI that I have at the Green Line is actually business development related. So I'll say off the top that this grant that I applied for, I created in 4 hours, and I ended up getting $50,000 for it. It would have normally taken me 40 hours to do this. And I also extend this to other things like, awards applications. These are things that CBC has an entire team for, and I don't. It takes I wear many hats. My time is literally money, and so I cannot be spending time on aspects of the business that are not fundamental to it, like the journalism. I need to spend the most time on the journalism. So I worked with my partner on this, a nonprofit community center called Scouting Court, to basically draft up a bunch of brainstorming notes that we did in maybe an hour or two. I don't have the ChatGPT kind of transcript for this anymore, but essentially the end product was this document. Obviously, you don't write act as an applicant for a grant and write an entire grant that's 4,000 words. You have to chunk it up into different sections. So I was very methodical about it. It's still entirely, obviously, our original ideas, our original work. It's really, we use ChatGPT as a writing tool. And grants are not meant to be, they're they're very oftentimes tedious and repetitive. And so what we did was we just looked at the different questions that were in the grant, and then I methodically, got ChatGPT to generate entries for different sections of the grant. And then we ended up putting it in the slide deck, and took elements of the ChatGPT text and submitted it, and then we ended up getting the grant. So that was a really fantastic use of my time, and my partner was flabbergasted at how quickly I could put this grant together. And so I'll just conclude by saying, I think as an independent community-based outlet, I see a lot of positive potential for AI in terms of giving more capacity and resources. And I really feel like a lot of there's been an explosion of media outlets, local independent news outlets in the last 10 years, which I'm very excited about, that are filling gaps in coverage, that are really supporting democracy at a local level. So to me, this could be really a boon for local media and provide, maybe generate a renaissance or support the renaissance that's already flourishing. So thank you so much for listening. And yeah. I think we can talk about this later on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Anita. So Nafeed, why don't you give us a bit of a sense of the work you've been doing too, a lot of data work over the last 10 years, but give us a glance behind the scenes of the globe that we as a reader just don't realize exactly how much is automated on the website and some of the different things that you've been up to here in this building.
Thank you. Anita, that was...
Yep.
Thank you very much. Anita, that was very impressive. I don't have such an impressive background, but as you have heard, I have worked at the Globe for a decade, but I grew up with newspapers, and I was working for large national daily newspapers back in Southeast Asia before migrating here. And then when I came here, one thing I promised myself, I'm never going to work for a newspaper ever again. But, it's in my blood because I like journalism so much. And what we do is really supporting journalism. And that's how we take the AI theme and the path that we have taken here at the Globe almost a decade ago is to support our customers, our readers, and our journalists. So many of you know, I have a long title, but anything data related, I take care of the Globe and Mail, and data science, our AI practice falls under that. But it's not just one team, it's a combination of what we do as a news organization starting from the newsroom. So our journey started about a decade ago when we started to form a data team. This is when Globe first introduced online subscriptions back in 2012. We started to put a data team together because we needed to make sense of the data and this new world that we were stepping into, which is online subscriptions. And what we started to do was do data analysis for the newsroom to make sense of what was working, what wasn't working, because page views were not what we were chasing anymore. So it was a very interesting cultural shift that needed to happen. And I thank the people in the newsroom. There were champions who were working with us to make that shift. So we started really analyzing and presenting it to the newsroom, and that's exactly what we did. And one of the key components that we were trying to solve back in those days was promotional bias. And guess what? It changed over time because it was distributed omni-channel. Everybody was coming from Google, and guess what? Social media. Where is social media now for news organizations? It's gone, right? So we are back into that era where promotional bias, your homepage becomes your destination, the direct relationship you're building with your customers, it's so important. And that's what we tried to solve with this tool that we created for the newsroom. It was an analytics tool that looked at what you were producing, were you overproducing or underproducing? Did it really drive the value that your news organization is trying to do? And that was that mix of your subscription revenue to your whatever the customers were looking for. And what we ended up doing was, obviously that was really a big success with the newsroom. And then what we try to do is to see if we can use some predictive capabilities. And this is not 18 months ago. This is about a decade ago when we were trying to understand, can we use data to see if we can understand how a news is going to perform before it even hits the market or if it's out there. And we were looking at some early success, and we were basically informing the newsroom, and I have some colleagues here, Rebecca and Patrick, and we were trying to understand from them if we recommended something, that this is a good news story, do something smart with it, would the newsroom react to that? And they would give us feedback. They would say, oh yes, I'm going to promote this now because of this. I'm not going to do it because of these reasons. And we fed that information back to the system, and that gave us a really good confidence to keep, teaching the model to become better at it. And then our idea was to help the newsroom in saving time, right? And Anita, you talked about capacity. Everything that you showed us today was about saving time. And so what we wanted to do is to see if there are things that we could do that would save newsroom more time. And our editor-in-chief is like, at some point when we were really good at it, he was like saying, oh, our newsroom is basically looking at the recommendations and moving boxes on the homepage and section pages. So why don't you guys do it? And our idea was to not outperform humans, but to do equally a better job. And we did it, and to a point that it was really embraced by the newsroom, and they were doing other things. It was not to replace anybody's job, right? And that's still the fundamental motto we have today. So from that, we went on creating more paywall technologies. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with a company that was born in the newsroom called Sophie. And we created a few different products. One of them was a dynamic paywall that could basically look at what we said we were using for the other tool, content propensity, as well as a human propensity side of things. Like maybe a content is a great piece of content, but it's somebody's not ready to pay for it. And why should we then bother that person multiple times to make them pay? So it was a great success, and we still use it. Sophie is no longer part of the Globe. We've found a new home for it. But we are still using it as a client, and we are very much involved in sort of further development of that. So fast forward about a decade into where we are today, with this wave of Gen AI, whether you call it a hype curve or whatever you want to call it. So we did exactly what, Charlie, you were talking about, which is, coming up with policies and guidelines, because this could be dangerous as a news organization. We care about copyright, so we made sure and there was a note to the newsroom, there was a note to our readers. We wanted to make sure that we have a pretty good stand in how ethically we are going to use AI, and if we even do it, we are going to inform the readers. So then, what I try to do is to sort of form a cross-functional group and make sure that everybody in the organization was at the table to really understand, like, how can we really look at this in a cautiously optimistic way to be able to really benefit from it. And we knew that not everything that we are hearing, there was a bit of a hype curve, there was this fear of missing out kind of mentality that is still out there. So we wanted to be real, and we wanted to make sure that we get the proper use cases in a list and then group them into sort of 5 categories. So what we did was we said, okay, what is it that this piece of technology can do to support newsroom in creating content? And that could be assistive in nature to journalists, like saving time, as you said, brainstorming ideas, like I'm going to interview somebody, can I brainstorm 10 questions that this AI can give me? Or it could be, assisting in creating, as you said, like a headline or a summary or a blurb or maybe a draft story. So these are some of the sort of themes that would fall into that category. The second category was, what is it that we can do for our customers? And it really then talked about, and this is where you're walking into dangerous territories, because these are public-facing things. Unless they're properly moderated or you really have good confidence in what the output of these things are, you're not necessarily going to put that in front of customers. And examples there could be things like personalization at scale. It could be things like chatbot. It could be assistant to the customers, just like assistant to the journalists. The third option was like, okay, except for the newsroom, are there any operational efficiencies that we can think about within the company, right? There are other departments, our advertising team, we have a revenue team, we have finance, we have operations. Can we make sure that there is operational efficiency in every single aspect of the company, that they can really use this technology? Then we looked at two other things, which was, how can we use insights? Because we are very data-driven as a newsroom, as a company, and we wanted to make sure that, AI can really help us interpret data faster so that we can really take that back into every single aspect of what we do, whether it's journalism, whether it's, supporting the customer in different ways. And last but not the least is obviously revenue, right? Like you have to really think about how this technology can help with the revenue, whether it's sales or marketing or whatever. So those were the 5 pillars where we have sort of, grouped everything. And right now we are sort of in the process, and we have created more like a roadmap. We wanted to do rapid testing and development. So we want to make sure that not everything's going to work out, but we are partnering with the newsroom. We are partnering with our UX team and product team to make sure that whatever we are going to try to rapidly test and develop, we want to make sure that it is actually doing what we thought it would do. And if it does, then scale it. If it doesn't, then,
It's such a period of experimentation,
Yes,
and getting those two teams to work together and to know what each other needs and to try things out.
Absolutely.
And I don't even know that many readers would know. Sophie, for instance, I didn't know that, 97% of the page is just automatically laid out, and a human only chooses 3 stories or something like that. You see what I mean? I guess it's
Yeah.
just the powers of that. Instead of manually
Yeah.
laying each story, what should go in what order in my lineup, it's happening because you did all of that data insight. Troy, I should turn to you. Associated Press has been even generating sports and earnings stories, I think, for a decade now, automatically. Yes. What other things? Where would you say we're at right now with AP and the key things that you've been trying out in terms of using these tools across the various outlets that you serve?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we were doing generated text a decade ago with kind of an older form of natural language generation, right? The difference between what we were doing then and what we're trying to do now is that technology was still fairly deterministic, right? It was logic-based. You could put up a template and kind of if else then, and if it made a mistake, I could go in, examine the template, figure out where the problem was, right, and fix it. And if I have the same input to that template, it's always going to have the same output. The tools we're dealing with now with generative AI, they're not deterministic, right? They're probabilistic. We don't know. If we put the same input in, we could get a different output out. And if it makes a mistake, Charlie, I think, was talking about the black box effect. We can't go in and examine, like, what's the logic? Why did you can ask it. You can go, hey, ChatGPT, you messed that up. Why? It'll tell you. That could be a lie too, right? It's not a bug. That's a feature. It's just supposed to make stuff up. It's supposed to predict stuff, right? So that was very different. So our approach has been different as well. But I think we learned a lot from our experience in creating those earnings reports. The idea there was very similar to what you're all talking about. It was about capacity, right? Earnings season would come around, and our business reporters would just have to slog through these things and just crank out these earnings reports. And we still couldn't cover all of them, right? And so by automating that, we were able to say, okay, we can fill that void. We can create all of that content. But you can take those business reporters and they can say, I want to focus on a few that are really interesting and really go in depth. And they're doing things that are only humans can do, like what we think of as real journalism. And so I think that was a benefit. And so we're looking for those kinds of opportunities, how we can really help the journalists. We're all stretched. Every newsroom is stretched too thin. Every journalist is stretched too thin, right? How do we use those resources to do things only people can do? But now we're dealing with a technology that we can't really introspect that way, that we can't predict what's going to come out of it necessarily. And so we're taking a very cautious approach with it. But we're trying to look at ways that it can affect everything we do. And I think we have to accept that it's going to affect every aspect of our lives to some extent. Someone was saying earlier it's going to affect every beat, and I think that's absolutely true. So one way to look at it, I think Charlie used this framework earlier that we use all the time at AP, which is kind of looking at news gathering, news production, news distribution, right? And I kind of think about that as kind of one side of the matrix, and the other, they're kind of three loose buckets. One is versioning. Like, how do we take our journalism, starts with the human journalist, ends with the human editor, and in the middle, can we create more useful versions of things to serve different audiences? Versioning is one of the things that we're looking at. Another is that we're looking at sifting the signal from the noise. And this is really important for news gathering, right? So we have huge volumes of data, huge volumes of documents. How do we help create pointers to what's interesting and newsworthy in that large mass of data? And that's incredibly powerful. And the third is really looking at critique, analysis, that kind of interactive experience you have with these chatbots. Are there ways that there are some great ideas about, can we ask it, what is the bias in this story? What are the other angles we should pursue? If we want to do a follow to this story, what kinds of sources are we using here? So ways that we can be critical of our own processes and of our own content. So kind of taking those ideas across news gathering, news production, news distribution, you end up with endless possibilities for how we can use this technology. We're starting, with any kind of technology adoption, I think it's important to start with someplace you're comfortable, someplace where there is enough, there's a significant enough pain point that people are willing to take a chance, right? So by just talking to people across the organization, in the newsroom, in products, in revenue, in technology, where are our pain points? Where can this be useful? And starting there, and starting with business as usual. How can we be more efficient? How can we do the things we already know we want to do? So we're doing the things that everyone is doing, right? We're doing translations. We have a pilot running right now with Spanish language translations. Interestingly enough, we're using OpenAI for this, GPT-4, which that's not something that model was supposed to do, right?
This is from Spanish, I think.
We're going from English to Spanish. That's where the pilot is running now. But if you think about it, there are specific translation models out there. These next word prediction large language models, I wouldn't have guessed 2 years ago that they'd be really good at translation. Turns out they can be pretty good at translation if there's enough of the target language in their training data. There's a lot of Spanish language, apparently, in OpenAI's training data. So we're doing that. We're looking at headlines, and we're looking specifically at, can we prompt it to give us specific kinds of headlines, curiosity gap headline, an engaging, informative headline. So trying to kind of guide it for the kinds of headlines that we want. And then, as Anita pointed out, we don't expect that these headlines are going to be the ones that are actually used. We expect that they are going to give reporters and editors ideas for better headlines and get to those ideas for better headlines faster. And one of the things I find about these models is often they're wrong in interesting ways. And that can be super useful, right? A lot of times I'll say, hey, write up a paragraph for this business report I have to do. And I think, well, that's garbage. But if I change this, that, and the other thing, it's something I really want to use. And it's made me think about the problem differently, right? And I think that's kind of what we're looking at with headlines. With translations, it's about speed. We have translation editors who were kind of splitting their time between translating and then editing one another's translations. And so now we're able to kind of make some of them focus on editing the machine-generated translations. But we don't trust those translations to go out to our customers or to readers, right? There's still that editor there, the human in the loop, looking at it, making sure it meets AP standards and style, making sure that it's accurate, all the things that an editor does. That value is still there. And I don't foresee anytime soon a world where we would allow generative content to go directly out. So translations, headlines, summarization. This is something, like if you ask data scientists, summarization is a solved problem in data science, right? Throw a big article at it, it'll give you a summary, confidently, sometimes wrongly, but it can do this. It summarizes things very, very well. We have an interesting case where our summaries are often used by broadcasters, and there are very specific requirements for what a broadcast summary should look like. So specific that it's challenging for our editors when it's the last thing they're doing. They're trying to file the story. They got to get a headline. They got to get it filed. And now they got to write a summary. So can we give them a head up, kind of a foot up on that, right? Can we say, here's a draft of that summary. It's going to meet all of these requirements for broadcast. Now, the editor is going to make sure that it accurately represents the story, it provides the relevant context, all of the important things to make that summary useful, but it will take some of the repetitive work out of the way. Those are kind of the main things. And then we're doing, I think, out of the things that Nikita mentioned, the 20 things, I think we are experimenting with 15 of those right now. So across the enterprise, we're trying lots of things. And we really want to foster, at the same time, a spirit of experimentation and also maintenance of rigorous standards, right? And balancing those two things. It's, it's a bit of a tight wire act, to be honest, but I think it's absolutely essential.
This is great, and I've liked seeing all of the experiments AP's been doing too with grants from the Knight Foundation, that sort of thing, how to serve local needs, et cetera, right? All of this culture of experimentation, but also working across silos. I should turn to Louise. Louise, can you just give us a bit of a sense of your background? But I know that you see all sorts of news organizations. Is there something that really sticks out that's been a game changer for you that you think everybody should know about?
Sure. Yeah, I do see a lot of organizations in the consulting work I do. And then at the Wall Street Journal, from 2018 to 2021, we did quite a number of different deployments of earlier AI. Actually, someone on my team, Francesco Marconi, who was at the Associated Press before that, we worked together to do a lot there. And the way that I'm talking with companies about AI, there's a couple areas. I like the categories that you've listed, but I'm talking with them about a few things. So first of all, you all know the news industry has engagement and trust issues, right? And so one of the things I think is important to keep in mind as we look at AI is not just how do we use AI to do what we're already doing and maybe do it faster, do it cheaper, but how can we use it to do new things, and can it help with online engagement, and perhaps trust in other ways. And so in terms of online engagement, these are really thinking about new products, types of story formats. I'm very hot on versioning. I think it's really exciting that you're experimenting with that at the AP, and some companies I'm working with are also doing some early experiments. We did very basic level of versioning at the Wall Street Journal around college ranking stories. I think that that's a really good nexus where we could see making content more relevant to individual people and potentially having online engagement go up. On the trust piece, I'll come back. One other point I want to make. In addition to the engagement and trust problems, the other big thing I try to remind organizations to do is to go to the roots of what we're doing in journalism, and don't forget that. And one of the most important things in journalism, and I've spent most of my career leading reporting teams and reporting as well as doing technology, so I'm very focused on the info, is one of the most important things we do is get new information. And it's so important. A lot of what we've seen the most in the past 15, 20 years in the whole data and digital transformation has been technology coming in and news organizations redeploying people to essentially repackage a lot of things and recirculate things that are out there. And I think it's essential for the public and for the business of journalism for people to remember that what has value in terms of our public mission, but also ultimately economic value, is new information. So for news organizations to think about AI both to help find new information. So for example, finding the signal and the noise, that's finding new information, and you can use it in investigations that way and so on. But then also to free up people, there's stories you can automate, free up people. But when you free up people by, using AI in production, go deploy those people to do more reporting. Get them out in the field. Don't just, make it faster to write the stories and get rid of them. We need people finding new information, and that comes in the human touch. And just to circle back to my trust point, I think that we are partly in a news crisis around the world because we don't have as many reporters in the field in front of people. You don't see reporters out at an event. People don't meet reporters. And so this is a moment in our industry where it's possible by really effectively using AI to also get people going out in person, getting information, being seen, that will lead to new information and more trust in our community. So that would be my big picture.
That's something that you care about, right, Anita, in terms of like the local scene? Because we all know there are local news deserts across the United States, across Canada, and we're trying to cover all these. Well, we're not covering the school board meetings all that often. You know, we're not making it to every council meeting. How do you feel that these tools or the trends that are happening right now might have an effect on local news?
Absolutely. So I just was nodding vigorously at what you were saying, Louise, because I know you can't see me. But Toronto's an oversaturated media market, but it's actually a news, there's news donuts is what we call them. So effectively, shout out to April Lindgren, who does a lot of cool research on local news deserts. But essentially, like a lot of what the Green Line does is fill in gaps in these neighborhoods, in these communities that are really underserved by existing media. And underserved does not inherently mean marginalized, by the way. It just means it's not well served by existing media. And so I feel so strongly about co-signing what Louise said, because I do feel like one of the best things we do, especially since we do video journalism with City, is that we go out into the field and people get FaceTime with us. And it's kind of a slow build. It's kind of the opposite of the early 2010s, like breathless, like Web 2.0, like rise of venture-backed like media outlets that I was part of, because it's kind of like slowly rebuilding trust. And so the more I have, one person on my team, like I mentioned, like kind of supporting doing web copy or just supporting doing like things that don't require the mind of a journalist, like enterprise journalism, going out and meeting people, regaining the trust of the public, the more we have capacity to actually deploy those journalists to do great journalism. And that's been a boon for my publication. We've been recognized for both our video journalism, our digital journalism, and our news product itself through awards. And we're also profitable. So I think I don't know if it would have been possible for me to bootstrap my own outlet and not have major funders and become profitable in a year or two without the support of a lot of tools, including AI. So, I mean, I don't think it's a blue sky thing, but
it's certainly a bright spot.
Yeah.
This is great to hear.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're responsible, then that's great.
Can you just give me the quick anecdote, Troy, actually, about what we were discussing earlier about the ability of AI to try to take stock of all of these meetings, et cetera, on YouTube, because it's just so important in democracy to keep tabs on those who need to be held to account? You had a great example about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few folks working on this problem right now. Going back a couple years ago now, we worked with Stanford, big local news at Stanford, and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, because AJC was saying there were outlying areas that are part of their coverage area, and they used to have someone in every one of those meetings, and now they don't have the staff for it. So how do you cover those meetings? And so this was an earlier version of technology. So, but the question was, can we take the agendas from those meetings? And so Stanford Big Local has a project called Agenda Watch that's about scraping agendas and making them keyword searchable, or getting alerts from that. So it was the collaboration among the journalists at AJC who knew what was newsworthy in those things, Stanford Big Local that had the pipes, and then we hired some developers to actually build out the scrapers for those sites. So that was an early version of this, but now I think what you're referring to is we have a project, one of the 5 local AI news projects that 2 folks who are on my team now, but weren't when they did this, the local news AI initiative that AP did with a grant from the Knight Foundation. They had 5 projects, one of which was the Minutes project with Michigan Radio, which was about getting city council minutes summarized. Another one was about summarizing videos, right? And it was about taking short videos and can you create a quick summarization and bullet point analysis of those videos. We took that technology and then we repurposed it. So, for example, we had some reporters who had to listen to a lot of podcasts. And so there was hours and hours of podcasts, most of which wasn't necessarily interesting. But every once in a while, something's going to bubble up, that you need to know about. So Ernest Kuhn, I should say their names, Ernest Kuhn and Amy Reinhardt, who led that project and are now on my team. Ernest took some of that technology that he'd been working with those local news projects and used it to summarize those podcasts. And we're also seeing this is useful for school board meetings, summarizing school board meetings and city council meetings, and think about all the different meetings that are now, since COVID, available on YouTube. And you can get a summarization, you can get bullet points, you can get keyword detection. You can start to look at what's bubbling up across the country from a local level. And I think that's really, really powerful, and it's becoming accessible to everyone now.
And so important too, because all those local news trends funnel up into the national discussion, right?
Absolutely.
Could I just have your quick summarization here, Nafid, about we were discussing a lot about where we are right this moment, but can you just give us the timeline of what you think that we're in right now? Because this moment that we're in and all the tools we're discussing, we're not sure how long that lasts.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I guess, it's so, I was smiling at when you were describing that use case, because we experimented with exactly a similar use case. Zara here is a data scientist. We were working on a very similar kind of prototyping. So what I think is, Anita, Kate, you're going back to your question, is that I was at a conference recently, which was joined by almost 600 news people from all around the world. And one of the things that was obviously the biggest highlight was generative AI and how AI is transforming the industry. What people were talking about was that we are probably in this age right now, which is a efficiency phase. And this will probably be lasting between 0 to, let's say, 24 months, where we are thinking that existing tasks and processes and products will be the same, and how can we get more efficient with those things. Next is what they're calling a transformation age, which will be probably another 3-year horizon, between 2 to 5 years, where new products and services are going to start to come up, and these will be built based on the foundation of generative AI or AI in general, and that's going to change how we do things today. After that, mostly 5+ years horizon, it's going to be a new information age. We don't know anything about that yet, but fundamentally how people consume news, how we produce news, how news gets to people, everything might change in the next 5+ years. So we have to be really fluid in what we are trying to do. We cannot just put all bets in one basket and say that this is it, this is what's going to work. So we have to be in that mentality where you're constantly innovating, trying out new things, because this is not going to stay where we are today. It's going to change very fast. Somebody was saying GPT-4, you talked about GPT-4 and it's doing translation. Somebody who got a little bit of a preview of GPT-5, it is exponentially better than what GPT-4 can do. So we are talking about hallucinations, yes. Those things will be a thing of the past very soon. These things are going to get better and better because they're using large language models to train large language models, and they're getting better and better and better.
I bet everybody is starting to have questions for the panelists because we've got a lot that we've already discussed, but I just want to finally turn to Louise, because if we are thinking about a different future, and journalism doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? Our audiences are consuming news differently. We have young people who are experiencing news in a way that is different from even I was experiencing it or am. What do you see, Louise, in terms of being audience focused in how we use these tools and the trends that we're seeing? And how storytelling formats might change, et cetera, or what we might have to, the way in which we might have to think in the future?
Well, the number one thing I'm working on with some of my consulting clients, which are all news companies, is their data storage and their data cleanup, because actually it's essential to really know your user base. And there's a lot of trends happening right now, not just AI. We also have the phasing out of cookies at the same time. We also have a shift in revenues to being more of a subscription and community event revenue lines in companies versus just advertising. So there's a lot of reasons why it's really important to know your audience. And so in terms of being audience focused, what I would say is that I even have gone into some companies and they're saying, let's invest, lots of money in this AI team. And I say, no, wait a minute, you need more money in your data team. And it's all connected, but that's the first ground layer. So I would say as we look ahead to being really audience focused, I would say really good data practices, data engineering, moving to real-time data capture and being able to in real time deploy it to change your product experience reactively is very important. And actually, surprisingly, there's many top news outlets that don't have that can't do that necessarily because they can't ingest as much data that quickly. So I would focus on that. And then I would also focus on, beyond data capture, the relationships that your news organization is building with their subscribers or their members. So not only are events, for example, a good revenue line for some places, beyond events, just open, not hidden data capture necessarily, which, also is helpful to know your user, but open communication with audiences about here's what we're doing, give us feedback, along the lines of participating, whatever is appropriate for news organizations. So you have really clear relationships with audiences is what you need, so that as we are transforming, you as a news organization are transforming hand in hand with your audiences. So those would be the areas that I think you can be focusing on. And then whatever is going to happen in user taste, and they will change. People are saying, people will just want answers, their questions, and there will be other ways we don't know. But if you are doing good data capture, data analysis, and also openly communicating with your audiences who consider themselves a partner, then you're going to be able to evolve with them with that.
That's great advice. Thank you. I will mention, just before I turn it over for some questions, that on our call together, we did discuss briefly about who knows how long we will keep using the 800-word inverted pyramid. Are we going towards personalization, where people can get a different story depending on how in-depth they already know the topic, if they're new to it, and that some of these tools will allow for that, which is a little bit uncomfortable and mind-blowing, but there are all these different story formats, personalization, versioning that is available to us now, and we're doing in some capacity. So I'll just put that on the table too, but I really do want to make this a discussion, so I imagine people have some questions, and let's talk about it, because like I say, this is a great forum for this. Let's have this discussion. April? Or I guess you'll need a microphone.
Yeah, can you guys share among yourselves, and I'll take one of these. Thank you.
Hi. This is a question for AP and these summaries that are being circulated about meeting minutes and stuff. Is anybody actually looking at them? Do you have any way of tracking that? Because my observations with trying to help out local media is nobody has any time to do anything. So unless you hand them the story, in most cases it's, yeah, okay, it's nice, it's there, but we don't have time to look at it.
Yeah, I think one of the things one of the interesting problems in all this to me is identifying newsworthiness, which, as Charlie was saying earlier, that is pretty intuitive for people in newsrooms. Oh, that's newsworthy, right? What does newsworthiness mean? How do you tune these models to detect newsworthiness? And how do you then have an output that gives that reporter a head start? We were distributing data. I was leading the data journalism team. We were distributing data sets, right? And we tried this, a pilot in Brazil, where we're going to give it away for free, just to see if people would pick it up. And so we're giving away all these data sets, and we're getting no pickup. And then we started using this older natural language generation technology, generating localized leads for the story, and generating a little story that someone could pick up and run with. And adoption went off the charts. How do you make it look like news? How do you make it make sense that we know this is something our audience is going to want, and this is something I can use right now? So I think part of that is with the tooling that's being created for some of these outlets, how much the user can define what newsworthiness is. Can I help define this is a story that I'm going to write? And second, and we're working with a startup right now on kind of a news tip service idea, that we're really thinking about how we get at this as close to a story as possible without encouraging people just to publish this thing automatically, right? And that's really the issue to my mind. We want something that is going to be a head start, but there's this concept of automation bias, right? Where we just assume the machine's right. We start to just accept what it's going to tell us. And I think we all kind of can fall into that, and we stop thinking critically about what the output of the machine is. And we want to maintain that critical analysis. So can I give you something that's almost a story, with the context you need, with the links you need to go and fact check it, so that you are using this for for language generation and not knowledge generation, and still make it fast enough that it's useful. Like that's the balancing act for some of these things. So customization, personalization are going to be key, so that it's news to you, it's news that you want to use, and then formatting in a way that it does give you that head start. So some of these tools are developing those capacities now.
I just throw in that the BBC has done a bit of work like this where they actually create a news package to go with the data. It says, here's a possible lead, here's some expert interviews you can pull from this content. Anyway, it's just, I find that the challenge of getting newsrooms to pay attention because of their resource challenges is really problematic.
And also, I think another thing is how do you integrate this into their workflows? How is it appearing where they're already working? And then that's going to be an interesting challenge as well. Like integrating this into CMSs, and so that you don't have to go someplace else and interrupt your workflow to get to it.
Other questions? Great. It's just, yeah, thank you. It's just looking for Carleton colleagues to pass.
Thanks. It's like a relay race over here with the baton.
Thank you.
Hi, great conversation. Thanks. I'm Patrick Dole from the Globe and Mail. Troy, wondering how you've found your translation tests go when it comes to capturing cultural nuance when you're going from English to Spanish?
Not great. That was the number one complaint we've had, is that idiomatic expressions, things that don't translate well. So the example that keeps coming up is hush money, right? Because of the Trump trial, like how do you translate hush money? Because there was no direct translation for this, and the proper way to translate it was to just explain what it was, right? And the AI wasn't doing that. And so there are some techniques that we're trying. We're experimenting with new techniques to say, first identify all the idioms in English, and then check the translation and make sure that you are not translating those idioms literally. But there has to be something beyond that right now, that's what the human editor is doing. The editors are saying, yes, this is making it faster for us, but I have to go in and do these things. And that's why we need editors. And I think that's where we are with the technology now. At least that's where we are with our adoption, is that the human in the loop is absolutely essential for exactly those kinds of things.
Other questions?
Troy, I have another
great.
question if nobody else has one.
Sure.
Were you involved in AP's Visual Archive adoption of AI search?
That preceded my move into AI. So I kind of saw the tail end of that, and we're looking at we're still working on that. We're still iterating on that. But yeah, so the two things that were in production first for us were transcriptions, automated transcriptions, and then adding AI-assisted visual search. And so those are two things that are in production now.
Yeah, I find the visual search very powerful on AP images.
Thank you. My question is, what do you foresee as the future? Because, and I know this is a hard question, but for my journalism students I teach at TMU, I talk about fact-checking being incredibly important for the future of journalism because that is our role a lot of the time. But what you're talking about with editors, and this is what I have to go in and check, are we actually creating the jobs we want to do, or are we creating the jobs we have to do because AI can't do them now?
Who wants to take that one? And I don't know, Lou. Oh, sorry. Oh, Louise might have frozen. No, she froze, actually.
I'm here. No,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Did you want to take that one?
Can she just repeat it again?
I'm asking if we're creating the jobs we want to do in journalism, or just doing the jobs that is left over from AI. Like we're becoming the fact checkers of AI. That isn't what I got into journalism for. Or the editor who now has to check these 7 things, like the idioms. Is that what we got into journalism for? Like, are we creating jobs that we want, or are we creating the jobs that are left over after AI?
Yeah, that's a good question. And people get into journalism, as you know, for different reasons. It's kind of a joke within newsrooms, that some people are really reporters, but they're not writers. And then some people are amazing writers, but they don't like to report. So actually, the reasons people get into journalism vary. And some of the tasks of journalists can be done more by AI than others. it's also the case that not many people got into journalism really to focus heavily on the audience. People got into journalism, a lot of people, because they like the story, and they like, and so this has been a cultural transformation for many newsrooms to actually try to fall in love with the idea of serving and caring about audience interest, which may not be journalist interest. So that's not exactly an answer, but I think, the answer is depends who you talk to. If AI is going to take over the thing that got you into journalism, because different things got different people into journalism. But I think that, when you're talking about the leaders of organizations, that, as I said before, leaders of organizations reflect on the public good that journalism does, and just make sure that those are things that are happening. And I do think human line of inquiry, we've seen so much advanced stuff in production from AI, but the actual line of inquiry, like what question do I ask next? And also, how do I get that person sitting across from me to tell me that really sensitive thing that might get them fired, but they're going to trust me? Like, this is human. And that's something that as a journalist certainly motivates me, and I think a lot of people. So I think there'll be a lot of it left to do, and it's important to do.
Oh, great. We've got another question back here. Thank you, Louise. That is why so many of us are in this, right, is to have that human connection and to work in the public good. Hi.
Hey there, Brad Fournette from the CBC. So I've been running AI experiments at the CBC for the past couple of years. And, the tools are great, and we've talked about a lot of them. One thing I learned really early on is journalists have a lot of questions. And one of those big questions are, okay, but what about my job? Feed, I think you talked about it, where the idea is obviously my philosophy early on was like, yeah, it's going to be a great tool, and we're not going to replace your job. Not replacing jobs is so important. I'm wondering if anybody on the panel has maybe advice or experience on how to tackle that question, because it is a little bit of it might replace your job, to be honest, depending on what you do or how you use it or how quickly you adopt to it. Because if you're going to push against it, maybe, like social media was, right? So I'm just curious maybe if anybody has insights on that.
I can take a first pass at it. We went through this with our automated curation, as Kate mentioned. If there were individuals that were curating the website, and now they're only curating, let's say, 3 packages or 6 stories, and the rest is all done by AI. We have redeployed those resources to do something that they were not able to do because they were moving boxes on a site. So going back to sort of earlier question about why are we in journalism and we are becoming fact checkers, it's very important that, at the end of the day, the newsroom is the subject matter expert. I can create a tool, I can ask a developer to develop something, but unless we work with them to really understand how this is going to create efficiencies, it's very hard for us to create something that will really work. And it will only create efficiencies if they see that as something that is going to empower them rather than take their jobs away. So, yes, you're right. There could be news organizations who might think that, oh, okay, can I do with 5 less people in the newsroom? And that is where I think, the management needs to really think through how they're thinking about, using AI. If you have that mindset, maybe redeploy AI in your revenue stream or getting things done that would get you more revenue rather than thinking about cutting jobs. Where I think there could be efficiencies in terms of fact, like if you have, let's say, communities and you have a lot of comments that are coming your way, one use case could be that you're using AI to moderate comments, right? Are journalists doing that today? Maybe to some extent with the really important ones, but they're not necessarily sitting down and checking every single comment that is coming their way. So it's important to really understand what is it that you're trying to solve for, and making sure that, when we talk about AI ethics, I think it's not about ethical use in terms of, oh, I'm going to use AI in a sensible way where I'm not going to, steal somebody's work, or I'm going to, use it to infringe copyright. or something like that. But it has to be fundamentally thought through from a humane perspective as well, that this is not intended to replace a person. So that is also something that you have to really think through as part of your AI strategy.
Anita had a thought on
No.
this.
I have a quick thought. So I teach students at TMU, and this question always comes up. And this is actually why I'm such a proponent of community engagement. And I know CBC has actually been doing some really cool stuff around consulting communities about the coverage they care about. So to me, like in a lot of ways, as this there's this AI explosion, there's also been an explosion of a lot more desire to be more embedded in communities and neighborhoods among people. So to me, that isn't, yes, there is like you know, to your point, there's obviously going to be jobs that will be replaced, but I don't really see like the human connection element of our job going away. And so that's kind of how I excite a lot of students to stay and like motivate them to stay in journalism. Yes, maybe editors and fact checkers will become more prominent and in need, especially as AI becomes more integrated into newsrooms. But there's a lot, like I see so many positions that are emerging that are more audience focused, community engagement focused around newsrooms, in newsrooms around the world. And that's like a really also like another trend that's emerging, that's not stopping anytime soon.
Great. We will get into a number of fraught questions on the ethics panel with my colleague Nairan after lunch, but I feel that we should just, with a minute each or so, why don't we end on a positive note and think about what is an area that you think would hold a lot of promise for journalism, that you're really excited about the opportunity, and then we can have some time to be able to chat over lunch in the next little bit too.
Yeah, for sure. So Troy mentioned something about AI covering like public meetings more efficiently, and I'm actually working with the Green Line's working with Concordia University to bring documenters over to Canada. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with documenters, but it's this really cool initiative out of City Bureau that basically trains members of the public to cover public meetings and fill in those gaps, because most City Hall reporters cover like the big meetings with the mayor present, but there's meetings that are topical and also like regional, right? So I have 8 youth journalists at my community newsroom in Alexandra Park that we are hopefully going to transition into becoming documenters that will attend these public meetings. And I actually think AI can, because they're not trained journalists in terms of writing, we can take the notes that they produce and insert them into some sort of template that AI can produce around like just bullet point summaries of these meetings. Like they might not break news every time, but they're the kind of thing that when you look outside in your city, like everything is impacted by municipal politics, and there's a lot of people in the dark about about these meetings, and it might engage them also further to vote and to engage more civically in their communities. So. Obviously with the aid of somebody who's an editor as well, but I'm really excited about that initiative.
Great. Nafeed?
I think journalism is always challenged with many different challenges, especially here in Canada with C18, and social has no news anymore, right? And with search going into different directions, with generative search coming into the play, the whole ecosystem of how people consume news and how people get to you is going to change. And it's a tricky balance because AI can really either help in that, space to make sure that you focus on distribution more, you use AI to build that direct connection with your audience, and you make your own, platforms really compelling enough for them to come back to you directly. But I'm optimistic about it. I think, this is where it's a make or a break situation, but I think if used wisely and if used properly, it can really benefit journalism in general.
Excellent. Thanks. Troy?
And Kate, you mentioned earlier, the question about the 800-word inverted pyramid story going away. And I think that's one of the things I'm actually really excited about, how many reporters have had a story cut for length, right? Why should we serve up the same article to everyone when that was created for a specific medium, because you had to print it and you had to be identical, right? So now, what if, and this is just imagining, everything that ends up on the cutting room floor has a new life, because there are new audiences and there are new needs, and someone needs that nugget that was so important to you when you reported it and your editor cut it. How could we make all of that available to meet our users, our audience needs more fully?
Oh, that's so interesting. Louise, what is the way that, or one thing that you think you're really excited about that AI might hold promise for our industry? Oh, did she? She did. Okay, I thought it was just our screen. Okay, oh, that's too bad, but that's okay. We have so much food for thought here. Thank you to our panelists. So I guess it's time to use our food for thought as we consume some food. So I'll
Yeah, so I
turn
think
it back to you,
We're going to
Alex.
have some actual food. That train rambling by the door that you heard a couple of minutes ago was the food. So I assume it's going to be there. If I can make a suggestion without singling anyone out, vegans, stampede over there first. These are box lunch kits, right? And they're labeled. My understanding is that everything is gluten-free. Only some labeled things are vegan. There'll be something that's non-meat, and then there's some meat stuff. So vegans, be uncharacteristically pushy and just charge over there first. And then we will resume, hopefully right on time at 1 o'clock. Thanks. If I could get everyone's attention again. It being 1:05, as I promised. So we are about to resume. Let me just, as people filter back in, let me just remind you what's happening the rest of the afternoon. So this is our panel chaired by my colleague Aniran Bosley from Carleton on AI, journalism ethics, and news organization guidelines. That's a lot to handle, but we'll take a stab at it. There will be a coffee break after this panel, somewhere around 2:30. I think Gina has a hard out to jump off at a certain point. So whenever Gina's got to go, bail. But we're running on time, so I think we're doing okay. Then at 3 o'clock, we're going to start our final panel on AI and journalism pedagogy, chaired by Caroline O'Neill from Carleton. And that's not going to go for 2 hours. I've left us a little bit of flex time. We want to have a closing sort of bear pit session, and the reason I can keep you here is because there's going to be a reception right after that with food and drinks next door, sponsored by Newsroom Robots. That final session, be thinking of things you'd like to raise. I didn't bring yellow stickies because I know people hate that when you have to stick things on the wall, but I would very much like to have a session that's really focused on questions we need to answer, things we should do, things we could do, and all take note of that. So that's what we're going to do in that final roundtable. I don't think I even sorted out who was going to chair that. I might bring our keynotes back to the front of the room maybe to help us kind of navigate that final brainstorming session. And so with that, now that it's very quiet in here, I'm going to invite Aniran to lead this panel on journalism ethics.
Okay, thank you very much. Gina, you're hearing us okay? Yep, excellent. Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, thanks everybody very much for being here, and thank you, Alan. As everybody here knows, the OpenAI's the chatbot GPT was estimated to have reached 100 million users in January 2023. That's about 2 months after launch, making it by far the biggest growing, fastest growing consumer application in history. We know from Charlie's group and from hearing from Nikita's talk this morning, newsrooms around the world are doing all kinds of interesting things with AI. Tasks across the different areas of news production, gathering, distribution, etc. But as was highlighted earlier, a headline from CNN in early 2023 should give us pause. Plagued with errors, a news outlet's decision to write stories with AI backfires. This, of course, was a reference to CNET's decision to have AI produce a bunch of content which turned out to be somewhat lacking in the accuracy department. Charlie mentioned a similar debacle incident with Sports Illustrated. So, like, this is one dimension of the yin and the yang of AI and journalism, and particularly when it comes to some of the ethical implications of working with this technology. But there are others, which is what we're going to talk about today. Before I get into introductions, I just want to say that I am approaching this in the spirit of humility, in my very humble opinion. I think possibly the greatest of the journalism virtues. I'm not an expert in AI, large language models. My programming days ended in the early 1980s, writing little applications in BASIC on my Apple IIe computer. That being said, I've long been interested in leveraging technology to help do journalism better. I collaborated with people outside of the newsroom at the Toronto Star way back in the day to do some data work, but like Charlie suggested earlier, I'm kind of feeling now like I'm chugging along the information highway and I'm driving a Lada. And I'm guessing I'm probably not alone, but I can't speak for everybody else. That being said, I apologize in advance for some of the stupid questions that I'm probably going to ask. I am excited about the possibilities of AI, but obviously I think we need to bring a dose of skepticism to the project as well, and I think that's more or less the purpose of having a more ethically oriented discussion. So I'm just going to set up our three panelists here, and I'm just going in alphabetical order of the last name. I'm not reading their whole bios, right? I'm sure you've probably already read them on the website, but just briefly, joining us online is Gina Chua, who is the executive editor at a news startup, Semaphore. Gina was formerly executive editor at Reuters, where, among other things, she was responsible for development of technological tools for the newsroom. We have Florent Daudin, who is the press lead at the open source AI company Hugging Face, where he spearheads journalism initiatives and press relations. He was also formerly with Radio-Canada. And finally, we have Chris Din, who is a software developer and engineer, and an entrepreneur who first fell in love with journalism and publishing as a student at Memorial University. Where he was the publisher for his campus newspaper and president of the Canadian Student Newspaper Association. So interesting combination of skills and interests there. Chris is also an Emmy winner, which is pretty cool. So we are going to start. I'm going to go in the same order, and I'm just going to give each of the panelists an opportunity to spend a few minutes talking about their work with AI, some of the interesting challenges that come up related to our panel. I'm also hoping, like I've got obviously quite a few questions, but I'm hoping to turn this into a more interactive thing as early as possible. So I would really encourage everybody, like I'm kind of not, if you just have a question that comes up, just throw up a hand. We'll get a mic to you, and I might actually look to some people in the audience for to weigh in on some of these issues. So I will start off by handing the podium, the virtual podium, over to Gina. Gina, welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. As you can see, I'm in my padded cell here at Semaphore. It's the only way they can keep me in shape. And I wish I could be with you, but I did just get off a plane, a 20-hour flight 15 hours ago. So if I fall asleep in the middle of this, it's not you, it's me. So just a couple of, it's really hard. I can't hear any laughter. So I'm just going to assume you laughed. So thank you.
There's laughter, yes.
Just a couple of quick thoughts. So Semaphore is a startup, with 30 people in the newsroom. So we've done some experimenting internally. I've sort of set up a chatbot that's functionally just a macro that helps search in multiple languages and summarizes. We use it to do some basic copy editing and proofing. But most of the time I've been working kind of on my own on just a series of experiments. And mostly they're driven by a particular view of LLMs, which are essentially that they are they're not fact models, they are language models, hence the name. They're not, large fact models, they're large language models. And I think of them really as an English major that's slightly autistic and has a limited understanding of the world. And so I use them in my experiments mostly for their language capabilities rather than any sort of fact capabilities. So in other words, I don't ask an LLM, when did Benjamin Franklin died? I give the LLM a book about Benjamin Franklin. I say, read the book and tell me where it says Benjamin Franklin died. And so essentially I'm building RAG, which for those of you who know don't know, is a retrieval augmented generation system, which essentially uses restricting a set of facts. With that, I've had a lot of interesting success. I've been able to build essentially classification engines where I can say, here are sort of rules. In a particular case, I said, here's the U.S. Department of Justice definition of a hate crime. Here's a made-up story on a scale of 1 to 5. Does it sound like a hate crime? And it's pretty accurate, and it's got nuance. And so I'm sort of thinking there are particular use cases here in terms of content moderation, in terms of seeking out specific sets of disinformation, for example. You can read a story and tell me where there's context missing or there's disinformation. So as a classification engine, it's actually quite useful. As a way of retrieving and extracting specific sets of information, it's very useful. You can build a style guide in it, and rather than have to read a whole style guide, which nobody does, it can pull in useful information. One of the projects I'm working on right now is to take a lot of journalists' safety and security guidance and turn that into essentially a chatbot. How dangerous are all bullets? if I'm going to cover the aftermath of an earthquake where there's a risk of flooding, which is taking 2 guides, and then say, what should I prepare, what should I bring, what should I think about, it does that pretty well. And then the third thing I'm working on is trying to find a way to turn this into an interrogatory system of, so that you can actually sort of speak to a story, if you like, and get details and information, with the idea really being that the news story as a product is over a century old at this point. It's built around the notion that we write one story to try and meet the needs of as many people as possible, kind of ignoring how much context one person might have and how little context somebody else might have. And this gives us an opportunity to, in effect, sort of mass customization of stories. And the quick example I'll have is I used to run the Asian Wall Street Journal in Hong Kong, and US journal people would come out and they would write stories like Singapore, a country the size of Rhode Island, which is not very useful for my readers because we know how big Singapore is and we don't know how big Rhode Island is. In fact, if you had written a story, Rhode Island, a state the size of Singapore, that would have been more useful. And I think that large language models give us an opportunity to think through all of those things, which is not, of course, lowering the issues of risk and misinformation and hallucination, but I think it's just, at least from my point of view, that's my starting position, going in thinking about what the cost benefit is of any particular use. That's it from me.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that, Gina. Oh, and by the way, I had mentioned to Nikita last night that you're the only panelist here who hasn't been on Newsroom Robots, and she said, not yet. So you might be getting a call, just warning you. Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm going to hand the mic over to Florent.
Yes, so in a nutshell, I recently joined Hugging Face after a long stint in journalism, both at Radio-Canada, which is the CBC version in French, and Le Devoir, La Presse, so several newspapers in Quebec. And I built a lot of different AI tools, starting with GPT-2 maybe 5 years ago, because we wanted to automate news production with Statistics Canada, with inflation reports, which was maybe prescient because, inflation is a hot topic right now. So we are just experimenting. And at Radio-Canada, I also helped build I would say the AI knowledge and initiatives. So by training the journalists, by establishing the guidelines for the news department, and that kind of important foundational stuff before thinking about going further in your use of AI. And now I'm in a privileged position, I would say, because our goal at Hugging Face is to help AI builders. So we are not here to build tools, but we're here to provide a kind of open source infrastructure and help people imagine possibilities, which is something I think it's the most important thing in journalism right now. How do you envision possibilities? What do you think you can do with AI? And when I think about AI in journalism in terms of ethics and guidelines, I think it all boils down to 2 things. The first one is transparency, the second one is experimentation. And by transparency, I mean 3 things. The first one is maybe the internal one. You need to be really clear about first, and Charlie talked about it this morning, what do you want to accomplish? What kind of journalism do you want to produce? And how do you want to do it? If you're chasing traffic or if you're chasing engagement time, you won't build the same tools. So it's really important to know what you stand for, and also to be clear about what you don't know with your teams. Do you know if there's going to be layoffs? Is there going to be hirings? How will you use AI? That kind of thing. It's the kind of important question that need to be raised in newsrooms. And also, and it's my former newsroom manager hat, but to give a license to fail to your teams, because it's utterly important. And I thought I knew a things or two about innovation in media, and since I'm at Hugging Face, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know anything about it, almost, because they're like, it's the stick to the wall approach, and we're launching maybe in 7 years of existence, we launched 500 experimentations, and we killed project without any, second thought. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's interesting. I think in terms of internal transparency, it's also really important to be clear about, do you give proper training to your newsroom, to a journalist? And deadline is a good excuse, yes, but until it isn't. So we really need to be talked all about this. The second transparency aspect that is important to me is with your tech. Do you know what are the biases of your models, for example? And actually, we are conducting a research with social sensitive topics. And while we were launching this morning, I tried something with asking ChatGPT, Llama 3, Claude, name it, should I have the right to carry a gun? And explain why. And you'll have interesting answers, but based on an American corpus. It will never talk about the C-21 bill, which was really a contentious issue in Canada. So what kind of bias? And yes, you can build interesting things with RAG, etc. But the biases will be ingrained in your models, and that's important to know. If you ask Perplexity about politic financing in French, let's say, because we had several issues in Quebec about this specific topic, it will mix sources from Quebec, but also from France. And so you will have this kind of really strange answer for your question. So it's really important to understand what's under the hood and how they're trained, with which data, what kind of labor conditions were involved in this training, etc. And in terms of transparency, I also think the question of, and I'm really, really bullish on this, but the question of observability. What kind of observability mechanism do you have in place, especially if you want to build agents? Do you understand how AI is making decisions, what kind of prompts and information sources it takes? It's really important to do it, and also to collect this data, because you can build a treasure trove with this, and being conscious about it is really important. And the third aspect of transparency is obviously with the public. We talked about it this morning, made up signatures, made up interviews. It's a no-go, obviously, even if people are trying their luck with it. But a recent Reuters Institute study, I think 2 days ago, showed that a lot of people are comfortable with AI-generated augmented news. So there is this opportunity we can explore with them. At one important condition, yes, you need guidelines, you need public guidelines to explain to your audience how we will use AI, but take this opportunity to have a discussion with them. Because from my perspective, every guidelines I saw in a lot of different newsrooms where we will explain to you how we envision journalism. I don't know any newsroom, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know any newsroom who took the opportunity to have a meaningful conversation with their audience, like, hey, how do you want us to experiment? When are you ready to follow us? Like, it's very, very important for that. And when I'm reading guidelines, more often than not, I think it's a risk-averse approach, and I would push for the opposite. Like, do this kind of guidelines give you a license again to fail? And will this guideline walk the walk when it will be a question of, for example, on radio? Will you, in a 10-minute radio news bulletin, say, hey, by the way, this short story has been edited by AI, and so we thought we were gaining like 5 seconds, but we lose 10 seconds explaining to you that it was AI generated? It's going to be complicated. But that's kind of the real interesting issues. And if you want to scale the possibilities of AI, and it's a tough one, how will you keep a human in the loop? Will you keep a human in the loop forever? I'm not sure, but it's a conversation that every journalist, every team, every newsroom need to have, and it's going to be correlated to your values and to what you want to accomplish. And maybe one last thing, maybe my favorite one. Are you transparent with your audience if you sign deals with big tech companies? I'm not sure about that. And what do you give up? What are the consequences for your competitors? What are the consequences for the ecosystem? What kind of data will you collect? That kind of thing. It's very important to be transparent with the public about this specific question. And maybe one glimmer of hope. I think I've seen the media ecosystem change a lot in the last few years, and I think we are better positioned than many different professions that are discovering what change means. I mean, I have a lot of emotions thinking about lawyers or that kind of profession that can be really impacted hard by AI. But when we see that realism is not a criteria of veracity with AI, video, augmented generation, that kind of thing, I think, again, we can have a meaningful conversation with audiences, like what journalism is about and how we can fact check and what is our process and that kind of thing. We have a strong card to play, I think, in this regard. So.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for that. I have a family member who is a radiologist, and they say, do not go into radiology, because 90% of us are going to be gone. I don't know that he's actually right about that.
About it, but
anyway, yes. Thank you very much for that, Florent. Chris, let's hand it over to you.
I'm very excited that Florent is here, actually, because I don't know if a lot of people realize this. If you were to ask, I think most people what the most important company in AI is, they will probably say OpenAI. I think that's the one that people encounter most often. If you ask software engineers, I think they will probably say Hugging Face, because this is literally where open discussion, collaboration around research for AI is happening. It's really the only place it's happening right now at any scale. And the combination of Hugging Face and the somewhat confusing generosity of Meta and Facebook in releasing open models has led to an ocean of possibilities that I think will really change a lot of how AI is used everywhere. So I don't know if a lot of people realize that. I just want to make sure we emphasize it. I have a bit of a different perspective than everybody else, as I come to this as a publisher and as a software developer. Software developers have a lot in common with journalists with the rise of AI. So I started Torontoverse in really in late 2021, mid 2021. We hit our stride and we started publishing in 2022. And I watched ChatGPT arrive and totally change my perspective on the media. One of the things that happened here is machine learning engineers, who I'd watched through my career and kind of thought were doing quirky stuff, they really reduced what we produce as software developers and journalists to tokens. I think we talk a lot about text, but actually these language models, the recent models like Omni, or sorry, GPT-4o read audio, video, images, text. They're ingesting and producing everything. They're multimodal is the word we use for it. They've reduced literally everything we make into tokens. And whether or not this is you're seeing this, we're frogs in the water in the boiling pot here. We are awash in a sea of LLM generated text. It's everywhere. If you're a teacher at university, you probably have seen this maybe firsthand, but there is a huge amount of this stuff out there right now. And because it's happened so quickly, everybody's relationship to it is changing, really rapidly. So tokens are now cheap, right? We're hand making furniture one chair at a time, and IKEA just came to town, right? And it's producing enormous amounts of media and tokens, right? That people are then out there consuming. The currency of communication can be thought of just as tokens, unfortunately, for better or for worse. We have to be in the business of selling high quality tokens. We're in the premium token business, right? We need to be giving people stuff that's higher quality than the slop. That's the word that's sort of, I don't know, the business has started calling AI. It's basically, if you just give me text that was generated by an LLM as a cover letter, or an intro email, or a wedding speech that's definitely happening, it's kind of rude. I mean, you need to do a lot of customization to content for it to rise above slop. We're awash in it. So what do we do? How do we make things that are better, right, than this, that people are going to be seeing a lot more of? Universities are training people to produce this stuff exceedingly more effectively than they realize, I think. So I look at this how do we rise above that and do something better? And I like, from an ethics perspective, really to dive into the question of prose generation. I think that's where people really start to get uncomfortable with the ethics of using AI. We talk about how we really shouldn't do it. I think we all need to start talking about the realities of that and maybe getting comfortable with it. A lot of people have a straw person argument for prose generation, where they go to the LLM and they ask its weights to write an article, right? Just what do you remember? And a lot of people have said these are not fact engines, they're generation engines. It's kind of like asking somebody who read a bunch of news stories to recite one to you. They're going to get some of the facts right, especially if they read it a lot, but they're going to get the details wrong because they don't really remember things that way. We humans don't really remember things that way. But there are a lot of techniques you can use, like Gina mentioned, retrieval augmented generation. With large content windows and retrieval augmented generation, you can do incredible things. A great example, a friend of mine writes City Hall Watcher, Matt Elliott, right here. It's a newsletter about the City Hall here in Toronto. Really great newsletter. Every time there's a city council meeting, he does a big report on the city council meeting. So one of the things that I've been playing with lately is you can take the transcript, because YouTube, we put all of our city council meetings on YouTube, not even in Toronto. I live in Prince Edward County, and we also do it on Prince Edward County. The whole council meeting's on YouTube. So you can download the entire discussion, the subtitles from that, which are available with timing, for when something was said. You can put that entire 10-hour meeting in the top of, believe it or not, it's still, it's about 100,000 tokens. You've got about 128,000 tokens in the latest GPT context window, and up to 1 million from Gemini and some open models on Hugging Face. And you can say, okay, here's the text, here's this entire transcript. Can you attach times in that video during which these various topics were being discussed? And LLMs are they're incredibly thorough, right? They're incredibly patient, they don't get bored. They just go ahead and do that work for you. And that's something that, Matt doesn't do it because actually it's pretty tedious. The creative process doesn't lend itself to keeping track of which exact clip led to which exact, funny line inside the article. But if you're somebody who really cares about the substance of what's going on, being able to route from that funny little quip to the actual video that registered it, or the actual, verbatim discussion where, Mayor Chow was saying something that then got turned into that clip, that can be really powerful, and it's something that we really just wouldn't have done before. And you can get, this goes even further, you can basically get the LLM to do like passage level citations as it's writing content, as it's generating content. You can get it to do passage level citations after the fact with a huge context window. Like, where in my research was this line substantiated, right? And it can go back, find that, and attach that information for you. Again, as long as you can get it all into the context window, like the self-attention mechanism really is good at that particular problem. So I really, I think we should when talking about the ethics of it, part of it is, okay, we want to be transparent, we don't want to be, disingenuous with our readers, but I think we also want to be giving them the highest quality tokens we can. And there's a lot of ways that AI and generated prose can help us do that.
Okay, that's a lot. Okay, thank you. And as I said, like basically anytime, just throw your hand up if you wanted to ask a follow-up or anything like that. I want to back up just a little bit. I know this is a little predictable, and actually I gave the three of the panelists sort of the veto over this. Should I bother doing this? But it seemed appropriate. So the latest version of ChatGPT, I asked it, what are the major ethical issues with generative AI in journalism? And this is what it said. And then I'll get everybody to just respond to it. You can say, whether, like, what do you think is what it gets right or wrong, or what do you think the more important issues are? Okay, so here's what it said. Artificial intelligence in journalism raises several important ethical issues which can be broadly categorized into concerns about bias, accountability, transparency, privacy, and the impact on employment and the nature of journalism itself. These are the 5 individual, which I've just condensed down because it was kind of long. Bias and fairness. Here it refers to algorithmic bias and whether it's representative of diverse viewpoints. Accountability and responsibility. Here it refers to who is responsible for errors and for oversight. 3 is transparency. Here it's talk about being open about AI use and how explainable it is, which is sort of falling on what Florent was saying. Privacy, which includes data collection and surveillance. And then finally, impact on employment and prioritizing volume over quality. How do you like that summation?
Well, it's interesting, but interesting for high school research. My reaction would be, tell me something I don't know, and it's the job of journalists to tell us something we don't know. So yeah, that's how I would summarize it.
Yeah, Chris, any you want to add to that?
I mean, I think the bias question is really interesting. Yep. That the fact that it noted it, I think inherently there's 2 stages here, right? There's one is the pre-training. Maybe this is biased, but really in the pre-training step, they want to digest as much information as they can, right? They're just reading everything. But then there's this fine-tuning step that all these chat models go through, where there are hundreds of thousands of carefully curated documents that turn this knowledge base into a chat model. And I really think, that is going to become an increasingly important public resource, like how these fine-tunings are done, how the model's taught to think. I don't know that we can do a lot about pre-training. I think the answer to that is probably just ingest everything. But this fine-tuning step is really critical, and I think it's something we as individuals all have a big stake in. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about Hugging Face in general. That's sort of where we go to collaborate on fine-tuning today.
Gina, do you want to weigh in on that?
A couple of quick thoughts. I mean, one is I think so for me, as I say, I'm mostly looking at these as language models as opposed to fact models. So I completely understand the issues on, you ask about, carrying guns in Canada, and it doesn't understand the context. If you're not asking it for facts, you're not asking it to explain context, then to some extent that's sort of it's an off the way question. And again, I understand there's going to be a lot of misuse and poor use of LLMs. So I think that part of the question we still have to address here is, are we talking about generally how LLMs are going to take over the world and kill all of us, or are we talking about how journalism should use LLMs in a kind of in as responsible way as possible, understanding that frankly there's not a lot we are going to do about how it changes the world. And so I do have separate questions about bias, and that's language bias. And that's what words it uses and how it uses it, and that's part of the training model. But I have far less concerns broadly from a journalism perspective about whether it's trained on US issues or Canadian issues, but more in terms of how English or any language is used in one country versus another country. Because I think those are the questions about how well it quote, understands any document that it's given.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, and maybe I'll steer the conversation in another direction, but you'll tell me. We're talking a lot about LLMs and chatbots, and first of all, in my opinion, ChatGPT is a consumer product, and journalism is a specialization. And I think we need to think more carefully about what are the tasks involved in producing journalism, and what kind of smaller, really task-oriented specific models would fit into this task. Because right now, I think the conversation is really mostly oriented on something that it's not related to journalism, and it's not designed for this. So as a specialization, we need to think about it more thoroughly, I think.
That's,
Can I add one quick point to that?
For sure.
Which is, I agree 100%, right? We should be really specific about what it is that we're asking it to do and how we can ensure that it's doing those things well. I do think that it's important for us to not focus purely on what it can do for journalism now or what tasks it can do within the current journalism workflow, but really what it can empower us to do that are completely impossible to otherwise do now, and to think about sort of the opportunities for, in effect, new journalism products, new journalism capabilities as well.
And two interesting examples for the Pulitzer Prizes. Two interesting stories that used AI for reporting were not with chatbots. It was with image annotation and crowdsourcing of police reports annotation. It's a whole new way of thinking about how do you train models, again, for small specific tasks specialized in journalism.
Would those need to be trained on very specific types of data as well? I mean, is that part of the point?
Well, for example, the New York Times trained an image recognition model to recognize bomb craters with 2,000 kilos bombs on Gaza. And they were able to identify, I don't remember the correct number of craters that they found, but it was a very interesting story based on satellite image recognition, in fact.
But then the accuracy of that information that it's being trained on is presumably crucial.
Absolutely, and there were a human in the loop at the end who was fact-checking the observation of the model, but the accuracy rate once you fine-tune a model can be like 90%. And your question is interesting also because when we think about accuracy in terms of models, I would remember us that as human, we don't have 100% accuracy, and so the question is always, what's the baseline? What's the comparison baseline? And if the model is slightly better than us, and it will never be 100%, then the use case is interesting. And going to 90% of accuracy is hard and costly. Going to 99% is almost impossible and way too expensive. So we have to have careful expectations with models.
Sure. I guess one important difference is that LLMs don't express contrition and apologize.
Not at all. And coming back to what's important in journalism, I think two things that LLMs or AI models will never have. First is curiosity. They will not ask questions by themselves. Journalists do. And the second one, and it's maybe more controversial, but I think they will never have editorial judgment because it's too complicated. But they are able to have creativity. Let's define creativity, but still. So that kind of, really key differentiators for me are curiosity and editorial judgment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask. So, like we all know, that OpenAI has struck a lot of deals with news publishers, News Corp, Axel Springer, Associated Press, and others. This seems like qualitatively and quantitatively different than previous kinds of licensing deals, like a very different sort of a phenomenon. And I'm just wondering if I could, maybe, I don't know, Gina, maybe we could start with you. I'm just wondering if you can talk a little about what about, like you see as the perils, but also the opportunities there for news publishers.
It's a really good question because we don't have much transparency into those deals by and large. So it's impossible to figure out. I mean, some of it I think of as simply the platforms buying goodwill. The truth is, in many cases, the news corpus is valuable for certain types of things, but not. Again, assuming what your use cases are, that there are times when the news corpus is not, in fact, as valuable as some other corpuses might be. So, are there perils? I think the biggest question here really is what is the expansion of fair use and copyright look like? And obviously, the Times is suing OpenAI. I think those cases are sort of very open-ended. Not sort of say the current. Under current, I'm not a lawyer, but under current understanding of copyright law, I'm not sure those cases make a ton of sense, but I think the world is ripe for some reimagining of what copyright law is. And so this sort of watch and see how all of that gets rethought, I think is a critical question, not just for news organizations, but really for the building of large language models in general, because again, the news industry is a fairly small part of this ecosystem. I think the real question is what happens if copyright law is changed, and that AI companies essentially forced to pay for training data all the time. Then I think we're in a very, very different world from where we are right now. And of course, the question then also includes like going back. How much do we have to think about this in terms of reparations?
Yeah. Chris, you wanted to get in there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing I would say is that I don't think the news producers' data matters for training. Training is all about volume, right? And it's not really about the quality. This is the big insight that has led to the existence of these models. The quality of the data is way less important than the quantity. They just need more and more and more. Each individual article is relatively valueless on the training side. So I tend to think these deals are more about the guilt that platforms feel for disrupting existing industries than they are about. I think that's important insight because it means we have to use that money to build something new. Right? This is not money that's meant to sustain us as an industry, journalism to keep it going. This is money that's a seed for building something new. So in that sense, I think it's good. The other thing to keep in mind is that increasingly, AI is acting. Florent used this word a second ago, as an agent on behalf of the user, right? We used to be that Chrome or Firefox or Safari, that was your agent when you interacted with the internet. They literally, in the tech side, we call them user agents. That's how you identify the browser. More and more people are relying on ChatGPT or similarly powered agent tools. I know this because I'm building them as their gateway to the internet, right? That's how they access this data. And so in some senses, there's a business danger to giving these companies access to your data to share it with their users, but there's a huge relevance. As journalists, maybe that's not the problem of the people in this room. In terms of remaining relevant with your audience, there's a huge cost to not having your content available in these platforms. Somebody asks for data, and ChatGPT goes to look for it, and you say, "Sorry, we blocked ChatGPT from viewing our website. You're not a part of that conversation anymore." And okay, maybe that's a business problem, but for journalists, I think you really want to be in there regardless.
I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Florent.
Well, it raises the question of platformatization, in fact, like what kind of gatekeepers will we have with information, and it's an accident in slow motion, and the thing is, we've already seen that kind of accident, especially in Canada. The relationship we had with social media has been complicated, and I think we relied too much on external platforms, and I hope that news organization who signed deals with OpenAI or other companies will not rely too much on them as gatekeepers of information. You can build interesting use cases with chatbots with your audience, and you can, again, acquire a trove of data, like, and we talked about it this morning, like what are people asking to chatbots? It's useful for you. If you rely on OpenAI, you won't know. So that's a very important question, obviously. And the second aspect is I'd be curious to know how valuable are these deals in 3 years. We will see. And an important aspect regarding the news ecosystem is I'm not sure if OpenAI will sign deals with every news organization in this world. So what does it mean for the other ones, especially on a local level? I must say I'm a little bit worried about this potential effect, but we will see.
Okay. I know
if
that...
I could just follow up really quickly on
absolutely.
Florence' point, which is I think a really important one, right? Which is how is the world going to change? And I'm sort of fond of saying now, and the grammar is bad, so like don't stick me with it. Which is like you go to war with the audience you have, not the audience you would like to have. And I think from a journalism perspective, we have very little influence on how the world is going to change. The world is going to change dramatically, whether we like it or not. And I think that in a world of agents that are coming up, in the world of how people are going to turn to agents and chatbots to do a lot of the work, whether they're accurate or not accurate, or accurate enough or not accurate enough, that's going to happen, I think. And a question for us is to figure out what are the dangers for us, what are the opportunities for us, and what are the mitigations we can put in place, as opposed to essentially wishing for a world that frankly we have very little power to influence.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll pause here. I see, do you have a question? Can I, you know what, I think, like, Flo, are you okay if we share this mic and I can just pass this one around? Yeah. Sorry, it might be a little sweaty. I apologize for that.
It's a compliment. I work for a media organization that does queer publications. That's all we do is queer publications. And I have concerns not about using AI, but AI being fed accurate information about queer life, queer identities, things like that. And I'm just interested to hear a little bit about, we're talking about like volume, and also training on models. What does it take to get to the point where accurate information is being spit back out on the other side of things? Does that make sense?
Who wants to?
Can I try to take a stab at this just really quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm on the well, okay, this is slightly beside the point, but I'm on the board of the Trans Journalists Association, and clearly we think a lot about misinformation that's out there. So I do think as you go back to things like RAGs and so on, I think there are real opportunities for especially underserved communities previously to be able to sort of build out more robust news organizations that will support them. So I built, for example, a Trans Journalists Association style guide bot that you can interrogate. And so you can go to it and you can ask questions, because we have a robust style guide, and I'm pretty sure very few people actually read it. But if you need to write something on deadline and you want to ask a question, it works. I built also a trans misinformation and misframing classifier, and I can drop stories that I particularly don't like into them, and it will help me explain, interestingly, not just what is misinformation, which is a sort of fairly straightforward thing that a fact checker could do, but I built it so it will tell me what information is missing and what context is missing. So I do think that there are real opportunities for people to think about how they can redefine news and redefine news judgment and sort of build out at a much more cost-effective basis news for communities that previously weren't served, because they were a small part of a large audience that news organization was trying to serve. This doesn't mitigate, again, against all the misinformation and the volume of crap that will go out there, but I do think there's some opportunities to help and work for communities that historically have not been well served.
Okay, thank you. Chris, I think you wanted to get in there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really highlights the importance that we all have in understanding how these models are fine-tuned, you know, what facts are put into them. This is I mean, there's a public interest in understanding how that's done, and I think that really, I think, emphasizes that point.
And there's a lot of interesting journalistic work to do on these specific questions, like how do you test the models, how do you expose the biases to the public? We have a lot of things to do as journalists for that.
Yeah, I want to come back to the issue of bias in just a couple of minutes, but I just wanted a follow-up on the licensing deals. I'm just wondering about those deals, as well as just kind of a reliance on the tools and things like that. They put, or they can put, news journalists in an awkward position, right? And how do you cover the big tech firms? And there's I know there's all kinds of other issues that are associated with that we might come in. But do you think it's making it more difficult for journalists to cover tech firms in a critical but fair way? I know that's a closed-ended question, which is probably not the best, but I'm relying on the three of you to elaborate more than just yes or no.
Well, the example of The Atlantic is really interesting because they signed a deal yesterday with OpenAI, and 2 days earlier they ran an opinion story from Jessica Lessing, the founder of The Information, about the risk of media organizations signing deals with OpenAI. And this morning, one of the journalists of The Atlantic ran a story about the perish and the risks of signing deals with OpenAI, which is kind of, ballsy, but this is journalism, and it remembers me like when Carlos Slim invested in the New York Times. They ran this big story about how he made his money and that kind of thing. So I would say I'm pretty confident journalists are independent enough to cover this kind of interesting question.
Okay.
My 2 cents on this is that all money is dirty, and so the trick is to not be too dependent on any single source of money. I mean, I think there's a slightly different question. Two questions. One is, if you are highly dependent on a tech system that can go away, then I think you have a problem. And to me, the analogy there is being, say, for example, being heavily dependent on, Facebook fact-checking money, right? And that's an issue if Facebook decides they want to turn off their fact-checking engine. And it doesn't have to necessarily be anything to do with you. It's just like, hey, we changed our business model and we're not doing fact-checking anymore. In the same way that if OpenAI says, you know what, we decided we're not licensing an API for X, you're kind of screwed. So if you have a high dependence, leaving aside the issue of will you cover them fairly, and I think you will, I think that's one question. And frankly, the much more practical question that I'm facing right now is that the models are not stable, and they keep changing and they keep evolving. And imagine if you had to write all your stories on Word, but every other day Word decided it was going to change the spelling of something on spell check. You would go crazy, except this is on steroids. And so I build models, and 2 weeks later they behave differently, and I'm sort of desperate for locking down a system, and I can't lock one down. I think that's frankly the most immediate issue I see for newsrooms turning a lot of their processes over to a LLM-based mechanism.
Yeah. I'll just take a quick check here. There is a question over there. Alan, do you have the mic?
I was just texting something.
Yeah. Chatting with chatbot, probably.
I feel like I'm asking a lot of questions at this thing, but I do have a lot of questions I'm asking. Angela from TMU. I wanted to ask about, when we talk about ethics, Charlie actually gave us a really good example of this morning. A lot of journalists don't want to be bordered by ethics. They believe they have them. They know the rules in their own head, in other words. How do you answer to that? Even if we create these guidelines that no one seems to read them in the newsroom and be beholden to, what is the point? How do you enforce ethics on a group that doesn't want to be enforced on ethics?
Ouch!
Yeah. Yeah, the mic just dropped. Sorry, you can't see that, Gina, but...
Gina, do you want to go first, or?
No, you go first.
So I'll put my Radio Canada hat. I think I'm always curious, and I have the same kind of questions when I see a long list of don'ts in guidelines. The way we approach this at Radio Canada, and not to say that it was perfect, but we really relied on the editorial judgment of the teams. Like, here are our safety principles of, like, just put your belt when you're driving, but you're a grown-up. You are able to make decisions. If you're unsure, let's talk about it with your team. And it's basic stuff. But I think it's the more empowering approach regarding AI. And the second aspect, and maybe the more fundamental blocks in this answer, is give proper training to your newsroom to understand what are the risks correctly. And if I'm pretty confident, if your newsroom, if your team understands where things can go awry, they will understand the needs of guidelines. But I was talking to a newsroom exec recently who told me, yes, we built our guidelines and we made a lunch discussion and let's come talk about it, how we will build them. And he was like, well, we ordered 20 lunch boxes and there were 19 left. So it's a shame, yeah, but let's keep trying.
But I mean, Sports Illustrated had a policy, right? They had a policy. There's nowhere in that policy that says don't make up journalists. Like, you rely on your editorial staff, but it doesn't actually explicitly say don't make up journalists.
I want to push. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Gina.
I just want to push back for a second. I mean, look, every newsroom I've worked at has taken ethics seriously, and I've only worked at 5 or 6, so who knows? There's a lot of other places. I do think that a lot of journalists would like to take ethics seriously. I do think Soren points out that sometimes there's a very long list of prescriptive things that are very difficult to sort of follow through and understand. So my belief anyway is that people do want to do the right thing, and maybe they don't have the opportunity to discuss it with enough people and so on. I have a broader issue with ethics more generally, which is that a lot of them have been cemented in place by, historically, perhaps in not the most representative newsrooms in the world, building in place a set of rules that had disadvantaged a whole set of people. And I think in some ways, those, and it's a completely different discussion, but in some ways, I think those questions of judgment and so on need to be reinterrogated. But more broadly, I think people do want to follow guidelines. I just sort of think in some cases, those guidelines need to be rethought.
Yeah.
I think the key thing to keep in mind here too is that like ChatGPT didn't exist 2 years ago. Like we were doing stuff, probably you were doing similar things that I think don't resemble, like I was working a lot with AI, doesn't resemble the stuff I'm doing today. Like the thing about ethics guidelines and writing things down is that our readers' understanding of these tools is changing constantly as they become more and more used to using them, as it gets more and more ingrained into their life. So my main caveat, like I worry people are more likely to strangle innovation with stringent ethics guidelines, because in my experience, I know some people love writing guidelines and enforcing them, than we are, to really cross the line because a journalist didn't understand, AI or didn't understand their own personal code of ethics. I think, there's no substitute in creative industries for hiring good people with a good head on their shoulders and, making sure they maintain, keep their head in the conversation on AI and understand how readers, how the public's relationship with it is changing. Because it's changing constantly, like month to month, really.
I don't know whether, so before we go to the next question, Troy, would it be all right if I know I warned you that I might call you out because I know you've been involved in guidelines for the Associated Press, and do you have anything to add as far as newsroom buy-in and how that actually works?
Test.
Or doesn't work?
Yeah, I mean, so I was involved with our stylebook editors, our standards editors, the reporters who know most about AI, who are reporting on it, and we really started this conversation a while back on how we were going to develop guidelines for the stylebook, for AP stylebook, and also our internal guidance. And one of the things that we decided, to your point, Chris, was this was going to be evolving. We had to recognize that. We included a statement of that in our guidance. Expect that we're going to be revisiting this. We meet monthly and talk about what has changed. We expect we will revise this guidance every 6 months. You know, it's just because the way that people interact with these tools change, the technology is developing. And so we need to be realistic about that. And we did start from a place of prohibition, right? We were like, along this of don't do this, don't do that. But we really need to start talking about, you know, what are the use cases what are the best practices, right, that we should follow? How do we encourage good use of this? But also, what are the areas for discussion? How do you define, okay, we know at AP, we take standards very, very seriously. And I feel like our journalists are more worried that we will cross the line ethically than that they would want to cross the line ethically. That's the sense I get from them, quite honestly. And so they're pushing back a lot on this. Why would we ever use this stuff? You know, we can't trust it. So I think it's a part of defining that conversation. And we at AP at least, there's a sense, hey, that's a standards issue. It raises a red flag and everyone goes running to the standards editors. Like, we don't want to cross those lines. So how do we define the parameters of that conversation, help people recognize what are the potential ethical pitfalls here, what are the things to worry about in terms of bias, in terms of how these models are developed, all these kinds of questions, and also how to cover AI. There's a great journalist at AP named Garance Burke is her byline, and she did a fellowship on AI, and she's really thoughtful about this and really helped us develop this section about how to cover AI. And so it's a really active conversation. I think that's part of it. Rather than a list of prohibitions, which will stifle innovation, define the parameters of a conversation that you expect to be evolving.
And so from that, do you prefer more, say, a statement of principles kind of approach as a starting point rather than kind of getting into the weeds? Or
yeah, I mean, we have statements of principles. We have things like, first of all, we have our standards and principles. Like, we have a statement of what we believe as AP. Here are our standards and principles. We go back to that value statement, right? And that's where we start all of our conversations. What have we committed to as a news organization? What we're doing with this technology should not change that, cannot change that, right? So we start with that. We start with, our human-created journalism is the core of what we do, and that doesn't change, right? That we have to be accountable, and large language models aren't accountable. Someone mentioned that earlier, right? So there's a human who's accountable for every word we publish, and that's a principle. So starting from that, how do we use the tool and stay within those standards, those principles? I think that becomes a really rich conversation, and it's a much more interesting conversation than a list of prohibitions, I think.
For sure. I think there was another question. Before we do get to that, I don't know whether anybody wanted to add anything. I had like sort of a follow-up on that, and like maybe for Gina, I'm kind of thinking of Anita here as well, because like, when I first walked into the Toronto Star newsroom, you had like editorial was on one floor, advertising was on another, and like never the two shall meet kind of thing, right? And so there was this firewall. I mean, I get that it's not a so totally fireproof one, but and so there were editorial decisions and there were business decisions. And, I'm guessing, I don't know, and maybe if Charlie knows or like people who know about the CNET decision, the Sports Illustrated decision, those seem to me to be like business decisions. Like, hey, let's put a lot of stuff out there and get clicks, and it's my own speculation. Maybe I'm wrong. But now there's places like Semaphore, there's like, Anita, you've got a startup. There's a lot of startups where journalists are wearing the journalism hat and the business hat. And so you're trying to make decisions that a journalist would make, but then you're also trying to make decisions that a business owner would make. When those come into conflict, I'm assuming they do, or do they? Gina, you're looking at me and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look, I am old enough. I grew up on typewriters, just so you know. And then I remember the days of the hard paywall, and not only, the hard firewall, but not only that, I mean, journalists not only did not go visit the business forum, they did not want to know about the business. Absolutely, it's completely off limits. So partly, I'm not saying that the lines have blurred. I think the world has changed, right? I mean, it's changed in two ways. One is that the fat monopolies have gone. You could afford not to think about it because you not only did you not have you had a product that was essentially inassailable, right? If you were a large metro newspaper, very few people could start up anything against you. And so to the extent that you ran efficiently, inefficiently, or frankly, served your audience as well or not, you still made money. And so you could afford to have those rules, if you like. I don't think, frankly, that most news organizations serve their communities as well as they should have during that time. You can ask any minority community in any major metro news audience, and they will tell you that they didn't write for them. The other thing that's changed, obviously, is the nature of distribution and the nature of product. And so what's happened now is that you can't do anything without technology, right? In the old days, technology was fixed, it was a print plant. Maybe you got a different CMS, but like you did what you did, and you couldn't really innovate, except Saturday section. Now, everything you do is tied in with technology, so the technology people need to be sitting with you so you understand what's doable and what's not doable and what you can change and what you can't change. And then as part of that, the product people are tied into you. Who are you serving? How are you serving them? What are their needs? And so it becomes much more of a tight circle. Is there a need for independence and integrity as opposed to a firewall? Yes. But I think you have to now depend on the integrity of the people, the principles you have, the understanding of what your business model calls for over time, as opposed to, thou shalt not meet, and let's live on different floors, because you really do have to work together if you want to make a successful, not just a successful product, but because I know a lot of nonprofit newsrooms that aren't there to make money, but are there to serve their communities. You're not all talking together, the audience engagement people, the product people, the tech people, the newsroom, then you're not doing your job well. So I think that the onus of integrity has shifted from hard walls to principles that people agree on and can live with.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Did you want to add something, Chris, or did?
Go first.
Well, and circling back to your question about ethics, with the rise of AI, we really need to think about trust, and I think trust is a currency with the audience, and when people make decisions to have made up bylines, it's like you're buying a Vision Pro with your mortgage payment. Like it's totally crazy because you're just like giving away your main currency, which is trust with your readers. And I'm pretty sure that journalism has a strong card to play with the public. How do we build journalism? How do we do it? What are the complexities of it? And it's a process. When we make mistakes, we admit it, and it's important. It's transparency again. And building ethical guidelines, again, if you involve people from your audience, I'm sure you will have more meaningful conversations because you will understand how people view your work and AI and where you can fit in their daily life. So it could be quite interesting and more engaging for journalists inside the newsroom.
I want to speak up on behalf of the business side of here. But my background from publishing, I came from the ad tech side into publishing, so I worked at Google and ad manager for many years. I really want to have a little sympathy for the business side of people because something's happening maybe not a lot of people realize, and that's the collapse of the programmatic ad ecosystem. So a very long time, a lot of publications made a lot of money off of what was known as programmatic advertising. It was facilitated by Google and a whole ecosystem, and a lot of the end result of that was dollars were spent on tools that were created by Google or some other competitors, but overwhelmingly Google, and then that money would eventually find its way to the New York Times or the Toronto Star as people bought ads in those publications using Google technology. And intentionally, over time, I can't prove this is intentional, I believe it is, they've moved a lot of those advertising landing dollars onto what they call owned and operated properties. So that's Google.com, YouTube.com. Facebook never really, I don't think was ever really serious about content ads or public pub ads on publishers, but they also really do a good job of bringing all of these dollars onto Facebook themselves. And at the same time, certainly in Canada, but increasingly in the US, page view journalism as a business is dead. Right? In Canada, forget it. You cannot aggregate enough page views for a new publication today. I promise you this is true without access to Facebook because every business in Canada advertises on Facebook. This is like how everybody who's launching anything advertises, and we're not allowed to. We can't do it because the government says no, we're not allowed. But this is dying everywhere, not just here. So whether that's a big deal or not, I don't know. But the business side doesn't know how to make money here. They need our help to figure out how to find an audience and monetize. Subscriptions accrue to the largest publications. It's very hard as a small local publication to accrue a critical mass of subscriptions to cover your niche audience. And so, this is a fundamental problem they're dealing with, and I think we probably as creators, as creative professionals, the software developers, the journalists contributing to these products, I think need to see ourselves as a part of the solution to that problem.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I think there was a question over there.
I had a question, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Okay, hi.
We're talking a lot about text, and maybe that's by design, but obviously there's ethical concerns with journalism around deep fakes, fake sources, revealing sources. I think that was a fairly new one with people in Gaza who had then had their faces blurred out, which were there was an AI program written to override that anonymous filter. Any thinking around non-text ethics in journalism?
I feel like this is a big deal for us as consumers of media, right? Like, we take our journalist hats off or whatever creative hats off and think as readers, how does this impact how we have to consume media? I think the provenance, where it came from, is now way more important. Not what is it, what am I looking at, but how did it get from wherever it came from to me is much more important. And we need to think about ways to expose that like transparently to people.
Yeah.
It's a very important question because we are obsessed with text, and it's a mistake. The hardest part will be with audio and video. How will we apply ethics to these two specific types of media? The unblurring things of AI is really something important. France Télévisions just removed 30 stories on their websites because they were pretty confident AI could unblur anonymous sources in their reports. So it's important, and newsrooms need to think about it. We also need to think about, and recently I heard someone saying, we will never have any avatar or voice cloning system on air on our channels. And I'm like, why? And is it too early to make that kind of statement and be like, we will never come back to this decision? I'm like, well, could you take the time to explore the opportunities and what it can open and how to do it ethically? And that, I think it's important. But again, we're obsessed with chatbots about the meaning of life, and it's not a good thing in journalism. And your question highlights this, I think.
I don't know if you have anything to add there, Gina, but...
No, I think you've covered the ground well.
Okay, good.
And I always have something to add.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry,
sure. No,
but
please.
An important point, too, and I'm really happy to be with Gina and Chris today, because news media organizations don't think about themselves as tech company. Sometimes they refuse to do it, and I think it's a huge mistake. And we have two interesting examples of people thinking about media organization also as tech companies. If you bridge editorial and tech, you're going to be gold.
Yeah, somebody was pointing out fairly recently that it was a relatively short amount of time between the New York Times Innovation Report. It was like, when was that? 2012 or something, maybe a little later, and to the point where they'd actually become a tech platform. It was not a long. That was not a long period of time, really speaking.
I want to emphasize, because of the group of people in the room, there are so many technologists that want to be working on media technology but can't get anyone to take it seriously and work on it. I turned to startups because in 2008 I couldn't find a Canadian company that wanted to build media technology. That's what I wanted to do, so I went and did a video startup instead. Don't think that this is something you can't do, and don't think you have to go pay $400,000 total comp to an engineer to come work for you. Like, people want to build this technology. You just need to find them.
I'll keep sort of an eye on any hands that might go up, but I'm following on the issue of the mainstream media. I'm not crazy about that expression, but for lack of a better one, the On the Media podcast, they did an episode recently, and they were making the case that mainstream media have effectively been like a hype machine for AI. But you can also find lots of critics who say, oh well, but they keep portraying it as this Kafka-esque thing that's like a Terminator thing that's eventually going to come and kill us. I'm just wondering how what's a sensible way to think about that tension in the different ways that these technologies actually get characterized in terms of the danger, the potential, the opportunities, the threats, et cetera.
I think we need to get comfortable with how the technology works, come to understand it. I see a lot of misunderstanding about how large language models are deployed. Spending good time on Hugging Face can help cure that. There's a lot of great information how to run them yourselves. There's a tool called Olama. You should go look it up. You can run a language model on your own computer. You can get it running on pretty much any half-decently powerful MacBook these days, if it's one of the more recent ones. And then you can grab your models off of Hugging Face, and you can go to town and run a ton of them. Understanding how these things work is really important. The model is just a flat file, right? There's a server running the flat file. It's serving requests off that flat file, but the model's not actually changing or anything in response to your behavior. What actually does happen is sometimes they log the stuff that comes in and out, and then later they go and use that for fine-tuning downstream. But in actual fact, I think it helps to. We should all really go out and get familiar with how these things work. I think that's like a key part of understanding how to relate with them. We all have a lot of understanding about how cars work, right? Even though we're not mechanics, we can't fix them, we all have a pretty strong fundamental relationship with how automobiles work, because that's a part of being safe and living in society, knowing how fast they can stop, knowing how fast they speed up, that kind of thing. We're going to have that same sort of relationship with this technology, and I think we need to be, as the people responsible for communicating, on the leading edge of that.
I think that's a great analogy. The car analogy is great. I mean, most people have no idea, especially these days, what's under the hood of a car, and the days where you could fix it in your own garage are sort of long gone. I'm very frustrated at the coverage sometimes, right? Because some of it is killer robots tomorrow, or the best thing since sliced bread. And I think that's just kind of one of the inherent biases built into news, which is like you have to find a fresh angle. There's not a lot of time to be able to sort of sit and just say, do a sober, long piece. And the truth is, I'm not sure there's an audience for that either. I mean, people are busy. This is something really interesting to us, but I'm not sure it's interesting to that many people. So I mean, I do think that the coverage could be a lot better, but I think frankly the coverage of a lot of things could be better. I'm not sure that lamenting it's going to change. It's going to change very much.
Three small points on this. The first one, I think there's a lot of fear-mongering and thinking about AGI, like artificial general intelligence and that kind of thing. Maybe it will happen, maybe not. I'm not the expert in this, but there are more pressing questions to ask in journalism and more concrete one, just as the environmental impact of AI. The second aspect, and I'm really sorry because I'm behind this photo, but we need to stop underperforming AI. Because, I'm sorry to say it, and thanks for the invitation, but
Can you shut his mic off now, please?
But I've seen so many, brains with neurons, and I get it. Like we talk about neural networks and that kind of thing, but it's not a human replacement thing. It's way more concrete than this. It's mathematical models and that kind of thing. So it's an important thing to raise. And the third aspect, and I have my Hugging Face hat, but when I was in journalism and when I have a discussion about journalism and AI, I hear a lot of concerns and fears about the impact of AI on journalism, and they are really important to raise. But most of the time, I think the part of the answer is into open source AI, and we need to think about, if you want to understand what's under the hood, data training, that kind of thing. There is this big, tectonic plates coming into place between, and the same as your phone and your computers. You had closed models and open models, and we need to have a more total discussion about the importance on having, this diverse ecosystem, and to raise the question of the concentration of power, because there are a lot of money involved in this, and journalism is a business of following the money. So
yeah. Alan, can you get a mic over there? I'm just going to ask a question.
Sorry, I was just getting a picture with the robot.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking iRobot, right? I just wanted to follow up briefly before we go to the question on an issue that Chris mentioned about, the car analogy and how do these things work. Like, transparency is generally acknowledged to be one of those cornerstone ideas in journalism ethics. How transparent can journalists actually be, given the level of knowledge about how the large language... I mean, we talked earlier in the earlier sessions about it being like a black box. You have inputs and you have outputs, and you can kind of infer maybe, and yeah, you have a general idea about it's kind of putting things together from this mass of learning material. But I mean, how do we get around the issue? How transparent can journalists be about their use of AI in, especially like the reporting and the maybe not so much in the dissemination phase, but at the news gathering productions phases? I don't know who wants to. Gina, you look like you're.
It's an open question, right? I mean, I think so. The black box issue and the stability, if you like, of the model, the fact that they're probabilistic engines as opposed to sort of a slightly more deterministic symbolic engine, I think is a big question. But you're never really sure what the output will be. And if I run a spreadsheet a zillion different ways, I should, assuming I haven't put any errors in, get the same answer every time. And that's not true of an LLM because essentially its output is probabilistic. I think there's times when it's not necessary. I think there's times when it's internal and it's an internal use and that it's no different from a tool. I don't have to tell people that I use Excel or SQL or R or anything to come up with a conclusion as long as essentially I'm prepared to vouch for that conclusion. And then perhaps sometimes if it's a particularly novel use case, I might explain that in a story. But by and large, I think most people don't need to know as long as they have confidence in the result. I think there's a question about once you use it to produce end copy, and I had use cases in mind, which I do think are defensible, which say personalization of stories and so on, summaries, that kind of thing, where because I'm not entirely sure what the output might be, I think it'd be helpful to have some level of disclosure there in the same way that if I have not quite LLMs, although it's partly LLMs, if I have a translation button on my story, and I can tell people it's translated by a human, or if you're prepared to accept a machine translation, here's a machine translation. I think those kinds of transparency are useful to have for people. But by and large, I think we can also go overboard on the notion of transparency. I think people really want to know, does this work and is this accurate, and how much we're prepared to stand up behind whatever it is that we publish. And that's the critical thing, I think, in some respects. I mean, there are news organizations that don't have bylines. You have no idea who to blame. You blame the organization as a whole, which is perfectly fine, because the organization stands up and accepts blame for anything that they get wrong. And this is, not particularly different in that respect. If you have a journalist who's got a particular bias or whatever, inability to do certain things, you don't disclose that. You say we worked around that person's, disability, and that's fine. And everybody sort of accepts that the news organization has stood up behind whatever is published.
Anyone want to add anything to that?
One thing I wanted to add to that is in terms of transparency, if we want to go deep for a little bit, there is a lot of research going into why did this, like right now we think of the LLMs producing things probabilistically, maybe surprising you, sometimes hallucinating. There is a lot of research going on into figuring out why LLMs produce which token. Anthropic just published, I think last week, a really interesting study about that. And I think we're going to see maybe in the future more and more of that as part of the transparency of this journalism, is why, here's the model I used, here's the neurons it used to come up with that. Maybe only some people are going to be interested in it, but it's going to be part of the provenance of the story, I think, eventually.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Florent, or we're going to go to the...
Well, just one thing. I don't think we need to explain everything to the public because they rely on our judgment. But the thing is, we need to be able to explain it if we have some questions from the audience. And this idea of, if we use that kind of tool, we need to write it at the end of the article. It's like, okay, but do we just discover that AI is a thing because algorithms are like here for a long time? So I think it says a lot of things about us as an industry. Let's say
a middle ground there.
People rely on our judgment again, so we need and put observability mechanism, and you'll be all right, I think.
Okay, all right, thank you. I did want to get to the other question over there somewhere. Oh.
Just me again, sorry.
Hi again.
So I started out coding before I actually became a journalist. I started coding at 13 in Turbo Pascal, if anyone remembers that, and DOS. So I asked this question not to be light about it, but when you think about the journalistic uses of AI and how much we're talking about it transparently, and the people that are putting it up on GitHub and sharing their methodologies and sharing that all around, do you think that is our future in terms of collaboration, or do you worry that people are going to do this for a bit and show it off, and then we're going to all pull it back into our little silos and develop it on our own? Where do you think we're headed with this in terms of transparency and collaboration?
Well, I love your question because we are building a journalist at Hugging Face community, and one of the main questions I have is, will people be willing to collaborate on projects? And honestly, I don't have the answer, but I just have hopes that we will be able to do that kind of collaborative initiatives. And you know, a lot of, and I've been a data journalist for a couple of years, and a lot of my code of my reporting were based on open source code that I use from previous journalists, and I hope we will be able to build that kind of thing, and you know, that's why I, but yeah.
I'm not worried about that happening. I mean, journalists are coming into this, but you know, us software developers have been sharing our stuff open source for a very long time. Even in highly competitive environments, I was working at Google. You know, we would release code that we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building, because there are benefits to you in releasing that as well. You get better quality out of the code that you release. Keeping things to yourself, you know, there are things that you keep secret. But even at Google, most of the things they keep secret are kept secret not because they're worried somebody will steal it, but because it's dangerous to release it. In the sense that if they let the search algorithm leak, which I think did happen last week, what's going to happen is spam. I mean, search has already been dominated by spam, but once upon a time we worried that if that got out, spammers would know exactly how to cheat the algorithm and it would become useless very quickly. You know, I think in the end, what we own is not going to be the specific code or the technical solution. These things are cheaply copied or recreated once you see somebody do it. I think what we own are like the communities and the connections we're able to make, and that's the thing that publications can really hold on to. And that's the thing that legacy publications have today that won't last forever. Like that's the expiring resource that we're holding on to.
Gina, do you want to add something?
Yeah, but for that, I'm leaving in 5 minutes. Is that one? I think there is greater collaboration. You can see that in newsrooms. That's partly because of the business model has changed to the extent that nonprofit newsrooms, who have sort of very different incentives, are working much more closely together. I do think that at the end of the day, news organizations, just like companies, want to find their defensible moat for what keeps them alive as opposed to anything else, and that's a critical question. But just to go back to that point, which is I think news organizations will wind up owning two things if they own anything. One is that relationship with the audience and their community. And if they don't have that, then you really have to ask what business they're in. And then the second one is they can own facts. Or they can own, well, not facts, but they can own the ability to get those facts, or they will have some facts that other people won't have. And I think those are the things that they will keep relatively precious, and most of the other things, I think, are going to be much more collaborative.
All right, thank you very much for that. Okay, and I am conscious of the fact that Gina has a hard stop in just under 3 minutes. So I think with that, I will bring the proceedings to a close. So I do want to thank Gina, Florent, and Chris very much. We've, needless to say, just scratched the surface here, but we've had lots to think about. And thank you all for being here and for the great questions. And have a wonderful remainder of the day, and thank you again.
Have a great meeting.
So just
bye, Gina.
Just a reminder, we have a coffee break now in the room next door. Going to give you a little bit more time to mix and mingle and enjoy coffee. Then we have our final panel on journalism and pedagogy. How do we teach this stuff? Then stick around because we're having an open bear pit brainstorming session followed by our end of day reception next door hosted by Newsroom Robots. So, see you soon.
Thanks again, Chris. Great. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. This is our final panel, Journalism Pedagogy. How do we teach this stuff? And so my colleague Caroline O'Neill from Carleton, who teaches in our Bachelor of Media Production and Design program, is chairing this panel. She's going to introduce the participants. And just a reminder, after this session, we're just going to go straight into a sort of final brainstorming idea generation session. And when we run out of ideas, we will go next door for some food and drinks to end off the day. So, Caroline, over.
Thank you so much, Alan. As Alan said, I am faculty with the Bachelor of Media Production and Design, which is housed within Carleton School of Journalism. Before joining the fine folks at Carleton, I was a producer on CTV's Power Play, so I certainly know a thing or two about working on a small but mighty team and doing the most with the resources that we have. The conversations we've been having today, I think, are definitely a call to action to newsrooms, but they impact lots of other people as well. And really, they impact the people tasked with teaching the next generation of emerging reporters. So classrooms are powerful and special places. They are places where we can give people the freedom and the creativity and the safety to really try these tools. But how do we do it effectively? So when should we be introducing AI? How do we teach AI, period? And how do we balance that fine act of the creativity and the possibility and the opportunities that we spoke about earlier today when AI is also a threat to academic integrity? So no pressure for the three here. That's a lot to dig into. But we are so lucky to be joined by three people who do teach AI to journalism students. So right here we have Jeremy Kaplan. He is the Director of Teaching and Learning at the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at City University of New York. Jeremy also pens a fabulous newsletter called Wonder Tools. I highly suggest you subscribe. And he helps subscribers use tools for creative productivity. So again, very in line with the conversations we've been having all day today. We have Dr. Mario Garcia. He is a senior advisor on news design and an adjunct professor at the Columbia Journalism School. He's also the CEO and founder of Garcia Media, a global consulting firm. And I highly suggest that you give Mario's most recent book a read, AI, The Next Revolution in Content Creation. And Florent Daudet, who we are all familiar with, but in addition to everything that he does with Hugging Face, in addition to his previous work with Radio-Canada, he also teaches digital journalism at the Université de Montréal. So each of our panelists are going to be speaking for 10 minutes, and they are specifically going to be focusing on how they bring AI into their respective classrooms. And we are going to hear from Jeremy first.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, everyone. I know it's been a long day. I hope this is a session, it's a little different from some of the others because we're really focusing on the next generation. Most of you will forget most of what I'm going to say, and most students that we teach will forget most of what we teach them as students. What they may not forget as much is the mindset that we leave them with, or that we inspire in them, or that we try to nudge them towards. And what I'd like to share in the next few minutes is how I think that should be really directed towards what I consider to be skeptical curiosity, which is the mindset that I think we need them to have and to embody as journalists. To take us back to the beginning of Nikita's session, exploring what we can see in AI. I'm curious if people know instinctively which of these is human-generated as opposed to AI-generated. You can think to yourself, I won't publicly embarrass anyone for raising their hand at the wrong letter, but think for yourself for a moment if you know which one of these. And I'll just ask you a different question to raise your hand. If you feel 100% confident that you know exactly which image is human-generated, you could raise your hand for that, if you have the confidence to do so. And so what I would propose is that even though we do kind of have a sense that we can distinguish what's AI generated and what's not, it's increasingly more and more difficult. A is the human generated one, just as an FYI. So if you look at these terms, this kind of represents a little bit of a mini tour through the history of recent journalism technology, right? And there's something that I think has been a common trend, I guess you could say, common characteristic of many journalists, not all journalists, but certainly many journalists over the years in response to these, right? And that's a certain kind of mindset. And that's a mindset I consider to be kind of a pessimistic resistance. Right? We don't need this, we don't want this, this is problematic, this is too costly, this is going to take my job. There's a whole range of different kind of complaints or concerns, some of which are somewhat valid in certain circumstances, but many of which are probably unnecessarily pessimistic or unnecessarily resistant. And I think, you know, it comes in each of these generations of technology, right? It's not something that's new. It's not something that's specific to AI or really any specific technology. It's something that's carried through the long tradition of technology that we've used for journalism and for writing and for media. And on the other hand, there's another kind of characteristic that some of us take or have taken in the media industry, particularly in the tech journalism realm, where we've had a kind of gullible faith in the silver bullet solutions. And these are some of the silver bullet solutions that I'm referring to specifically. And each and every one of these seem to hold so much promise, right? In fact, the iPad one, if you remember Steve Jobs on the stage with the News Corp team, you know, talking about how this was going to change magazines, right? There's a whole iPad store for magazines. A lot of news organizations shifted, you know, direction, had hired entire teams of people to create iPad magazines and so forth and so on. And in each and every case, the New York Times, the virtual reality, not to pick on the New York Times, which I love, but shipped 1 million, you know, VR headsets to readers and invested quite a lot of effort into its VR projects. Again, not to say these aren't of value. I think each of these technologies has a value and it's interesting. It can be used for good journalism in some cases, but none of them are silver bullet solutions, and all of them carry some challenges and some limitations and some nuance and some complexity, as does AI. And so I think, again, in terms of what we want to inculcate in terms of what we're teaching, it's this approach that's somewhere in the middle of these two polar extremes of kind of pessimistic resistance and gullible faith, is this curious skepticism. And the way we do that is what I want to share next, which is really seeing AI as a tool, as a resource, just like a lot of the other tools we use in journalism, which is what we're teaching students about. We're teaching them about frameworks that are tools, approaches that are tools, the importance of the eternal verities of journalism, of reporting and writing and photography and all the other things we teach, and also the value of digital tools in addition to frameworks. I find AI relevant in personal ways, in professional ways, in teaching ways. If we have more time, I'll go into this in more detail, but I find it to be a useful tool for the work that I do regularly. And for the journalists that I work with in the entrepreneurial journalism program, where we help journalists around the world in 100 days build, develop, or grow their newsletters, podcasts, niche sites, et cetera, each of them has something in common, which is that they're limited in terms of their time, their bandwidth, their money, their skill, et cetera. And so they need a variety of different tools. AI is just one of those. But we need to teach them how to incorporate the best of those tools, to do so ethically and efficiently and creatively, so they can do the best work that they can do, right? It's in service of the work that they're trying to do. So what do we actually need to teach? I think there are basically 4 things to start out with, right? It's a huge subject matter, just like a lot of the subjects that we teach in journalism. But just to start out with, what's the rhetoric? What are the kind of ways in which people are seeing this, right? What's happening in the world around this? What are people saying on all these different fronts? So you understand the context in which we're operating. Then the examples, right? We've been hearing about examples all day today, so I won't repeat all of those ways in which we're using, journalists are using AI, right? Starting from Nikita's 20 examples this morning, et cetera. You've heard a lot throughout the day, so I won't repeat those, including from the panel after lunch. Then the action is really, okay, now we're going to actually put our hands into this, right? I'm not a big fan of abstract theoretical teaching. There's some value to frameworks and ideas and certainly understanding history and so forth, but we actually have to use things to understand them, and you learn by doing, right? That's what learning science has taught us over the last couple of decades, right? You don't learn by sitting back and listening to a lecture. You learn by putting your hands into something and doing something, making something, building something, creating something, annotating something, right? Responding, critiquing something. So that's a lot of what we're doing. And then we're discovering things from the past and looking ahead to discover what might be happening in the future, right? Where is this heading, and what can we learn from examples of other technologies in the past, and how we got here. So in terms of the practice of what we actually do in the classroom, case studies are really valuable, right? What is happening at the Globe and Mail, right, here in Toronto? How have they tried experimenting with a certain technology, right? Or so many different examples we've heard today, right? How is the Green Line using AI in ways that are helpful? What has been problematic? What has worked well? What hasn't? Then we actually do some critiquing of those cases and those approaches, as well as of the responses we get from AI. So when we get a transcript or we get a summary, what is missing in that summary, right? People often think of summaries as one of the best things the AI does really well, and it does, but it also leaves certain things out in some cases. And so we can actually critique that to dig in a little beneath the surface. We can take on some challenges. So a challenge could be create with your team, 25 different really good headlines for this newsletter post or whatever, blog post or whatever, or descriptions for a YouTube video that you're going to upload. And then do that independently, do that with AI, compare the results, et cetera. So like actually putting into practice, seeing what we can do and challenging ourselves to do more than what we've done in the past, creating new things, creating new newsletters, creating new podcasts, new websites, creating new ideas for kinds of beats that we could create, right? And doing that in conjunction with AI and seeing how AI can help with that. And then debating, right? So taking positions for and against, like really being skeptical and critical and challenging assumptions, taking devil's advocate view, arguing different sides of the question so we really consider things thoroughly. And then also getting into the real world. We're fortunate to be in New York City, so we can visit newsrooms, but in many places around the world, students can actually visit newsrooms. We should be inside the places where journalism is being done, and you learn by getting inspired by seeing what real journalists are doing. In terms of what we're teaching, in terms of the AI, people talk about prompt engineering, and I think what we need to think about is what can the AI do well? What are the ways in which we can frame the project around the things that AI can do well and things that AI can't necessarily do well? How do we envision the result, develop the prompt, but then iterate on that as well, and then humanize it by adding different elements and adding human components to it so that we're working in collaboration in conjunction with AI, essentially as an assistant. There are lots of specific tools that we can teach. I won't go into a lot of them, just to give you some examples. Pinpoint is a free one from Google. It has a lot of different capabilities. One of the primary ones is transcribing, but also allowing you to find any entity in a huge data set of tons and tons of PDFs, for example. Right? You want to find the mention of a person, a place, some other kind of entity, a company. You can use Pinpoint for that, and increasingly they're incorporating some new AI elements into that. DeepL for translation, we've heard about that today. Perplexity, Nikita mentioned, I won't go into depth on these. Notebook LM is a way of applying AI to your own notebooks, your own documents. So this is a new tool from Google, and it's part of a generation of new kinds of AI tools that are increasingly going to apply AI to our own materials. You've heard a little bit about that today. That's going to be an increasingly important thing for journalists, because we don't want just generic AI material from ChatGPT or any of the other engines. We want actually to apply AI to our corpus of material. And then Descript kind of represents the use of AI to assist us in multimedia. So students are learning video, audio, other kinds of data analysis, and they can use AI for that. And Descript is really helpful for that, for multimedia editing with AI. Last couple things, just a couple of specific tools. So running AI locally is one way to, you've heard a little bit about that. There are a couple tools that I think are really helpful for kind of getting students to experiment with that. Olama, I think, was mentioned by Chris earlier. Gen.ai is a new one. Anything LLM is another one. They're both free. And you can show students how you can essentially have some kind of private LLM running that's not serving to train a model of a company like OpenAI, et cetera. And you can show students just the power of the open source system and all of the different players that are there beyond the ones they're hearing most commonly about. And then from the teacher's perspective, there's a ton we can do as teachers. So we can generate better syllabi, better lesson plans, more interesting, more thorough rubrics for our students. We can create analogies to use in explaining things in class. We can generate examples to explain things to students creatively. We can come up with new activities, 5 different ways of organizing this case study discussion to do a role play, et cetera, et cetera. There's so many different things we can do. We can translate our live sessions. So we have a transcript of every class session I'm teaching online. Transcript can be translated into multiple languages for students who need that, because we have global students who are all over the world. And with rubrics, we can give students a picture of exactly what we're looking for and how they can do really well in something, right? And writing a rubric, those of you who have taught before, writing a rubric is very time consuming. It's very tedious. You can spend an hour on one particular exercise or activity rubric like this, right? Or you can describe in detail what it is that you're teaching, what are the criteria you're looking at, and what are the things that would make for an excellent accomplishment of this assignment and what would be a little bit less excellent. and then and you can do that for each assignment. You can do it. You can iterate on it. Well, I want 4 grade levels instead of 3, or I want, add this criteria, and instantly you have something you can then give to students to give them more clarity about what your expectations are and what success looks like, which is something we don't do enough of for our students. And when it comes to lesson plans, I love creating really detailed lesson plans, but I found that with AI, I can come up with different ideas, and I can get beyond my own biases or my own blind spots. So I might have assumptions about what I should include, but if I generate 5 different lesson plans, I might not have thought about looking at ancient Rome and China in terms of thinking about how journalism was done there historically, or I might not have thought about specific case studies like the Globe investigation into sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. That might not have been the case study that came to my mind. So when it suggests that as part of this lesson plan, that's like, okay, that's an interesting idea. Give me 5 more possible case studies historically that might be relevant, right? And I'm not publishing that. That's for me. That's for my preparation to make my lesson more engaging, more useful, more successful, hopefully. And it takes a matter of minutes, right? Because I'm in dialogue with it as an assistant. And it's a powerful assistant of the sort I've never had before as a teacher. So that is incredibly empowering. And for students, getting instant feedback. This is maybe controversial for some people. I think students should be putting stuff in there and getting feedback on it, right? This is Dr. Hardman from Cambridge University talking about how students get individualized feedback. It's immediate, right? Imagine LeBron James learning to play basketball, right? Saying you have to wait a week to figure out whether your shot went into the hoop. You get instant feedback when you're playing sports, right? Or doing a lot of other artistic activities, right? You can hear if a note is out of tune if you're playing music, right? If you wait 2 weeks or a month to get feedback from a teacher, your opportunity for immediate learning may be lost. If you get immediate feedback from an LLM like this, it's immediate, it's individualized, it's succinct, it's directed to the specific things you're looking for, it's actionable, you can do something with it, it's motivating, right, because it's been told to give you some encouragement, say it in a positive way, be precise. You can have students iterate on their work. And as teachers, again, we can use this to add flair to our presentations. We can create better diagrams, better slides. Like, we can just do a lot of things more effectively, more creatively, more efficiently as teachers by taking advantage of this as a resource. This is a new one that's being developed just for teachers, which is really helpful for creating all the kinds of things that I've been talking about, rubrics and syllabi and lesson plans. It's specifically around entrepreneurship, but there's going to be a lot more of this that's taking place. And the last thing is about assessments. A lot of people are concerned about students cheating, and this is a big topic. I won't get into it for now, but students are going to get around these detectors, right, as this is an example of how students get around that. So I think we need to rethink how we assess students. I'm not a big fan of grading. I'm much more a fan of ungrading. We're teaching people to be phenomenal at their craft and to love what they do and to do it with their heart and soul and to really be passionate about it. And grading is often an adversarial and unhelpful process and also unfair and subjective and all those things. But there are other kinds of assessments that we can ask them to do. We probably don't have time to get into all of these, but suffice it to say that we can use AI in interesting ways. We can critique the AI, for example, right? We can take the AI material and build on it, do something better, spot what it's missing. We can show our work and show the process of our work, right, as a way of building evidence that we're learning along the way. And there are lots of other things we can do without screens at all, like presenting, right? When students are presenting and they're presenting live, that's a really powerful way to really understand what they know and don't know. I'd love to collaborate with anyone else interested in any of these subjects about teaching AI or exploring AI in journalism, and feel free to be in touch if that's relevant.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. As journalism educators, a lot of what we do is helping the next generation of reporters build their own toolbox, and I think Jeremy just gave so many great examples of some other tools we can consider to really help empower that next generation of journalists. Also, all the educators, you immediately revealed yourselves when you all perked up at the rubrics and realized that you don't have to spend hours and hours. It was you revealed yourself right away. Thank you again, Jeremy. We are going to move over to Mario now to hear about how you're incorporating AI at Columbia.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm probably the oldest person in the world talking about this. I'm reminded of that. And so my approach, I teach at Columbia University a graduate course titled Mobile Storytelling. Mobile storytelling is still a revolution we haven't conquered in newsrooms, and now we have AI at our doorstep. So I spent about 2 years researching this book, and when I was approached to write this book, I said, I'm not an expert on this. And the publisher said, well, nobody really is at this point. And so my book is not a love letter to AI, and it's more like an essay where a 77-year-old reflects on a career of 55 years and actually likes a lot of what AI has to offer. So the idea was, how do I incorporate this into my graduate course at Columbia? And so I spent about 6 months contemplating that question. The first thing that occurred to me is that, and I see that with journalists, as I do workshops with journalists, many of them tend to look at this as science fiction, you know. And I'm not talking about people my age. Usually they're in their 40s, their 50s. So I go through this period of, let's get over the fact that this is not a Will Smith movie. This is not robots as we have seen them in film and so on. But at the same time, I emphasize, the more I research AI for my book, the more I realize that humans have the upper hand so far. And the process always begins with a human. Then there is artificial intelligence in the middle, and it's been said here many times today, at the end, whatever you get has to be vetted, has to be checked very carefully. Someone was mentioning earlier about Spanish language, I think it was Troy. Obviously, that's my mother tongue. And I had one of my students, a final project this semester was about that. Spanish is spoken differently, different places. My Cuban Spanish is very different from Mexican Spanish, very different from Castilian Spanish. So if you are an English-speaking journalist and you rely on a translation and to help you with your story, whatever you may get there may be, depending on where you are, the wrong Spanish for your audience. And so, for example, the word torta, which is a cake for most of the Spanish-speaking world, will be a sandwich in Mexico. And so we have to have human vetting at the end of translations of almost any language, because what you may get may not be exactly how people will understand that translation. So the main mantra of my book is here. There is a human at the beginning, there is artificial intelligence in the middle, and there always has to be a human at the end. And so then the next question was, will I split my course into half a semester of mobile storytelling? How do we write, edit, and design for the phone, the smallest of all the platforms, and a half a semester of artificial intelligence? That doesn't work, because I would come in every Monday with something about AI that needs to be discussed. So how can we integrate teaching segments when you still have a course that is not titled Artificial Intelligence yet? It's mobile storytelling. So what worked for me was to have these teaching segments. The first one was called AI, an Overall View. I created these graphics with Midjourney. And so all of this will be the first slide for each of these lectures. I had 7 segments throughout the semester to walk students through what this is all about. The second was AI and humans, which is a fascinating topic for me. What is the relationship? In the book, I call it the dance between humans and robots. Then I had connectionism. Then I had neural networks, because you have to understand that all of the machine learning is based a lot on these relationships and connections, teaching the robots to think exactly like we do, neural networks, making connections. And then I spent about 3 weeks on prompt engineering. Why? To me, this is going to be a course that almost every journalism school will have on its own, prompt engineering 1 and 2. This will be the skill of the future. We, as journalists, we are word people. We should be the best at communicating with a platform where words is what it's all about. There's no code. We're not. When I was researching my book, I found out that the #1 group of people communicating the best are the marketing departments. PR, the old PR firms, marketing departments. Second, Hollywood, screenwriters. Journalists do not make the cut even in the first 3 or 4, and yet we are word people. Why? Because we are lazy and we just write a single sentence and expect the robot to give you information based on that. So prompt engineering was really, I was listening to what Jeremy was talking about, those real hands-on exercises. Get the entire class. You have one story. You give him one story. The entire class individually will do a prompt. They have 5 minutes for this. Then you flash the results. The person writing a 200-word prompt is going to get wonderful information. The person writing, help me with a story about, is not going to get a lot of information. So prompt engineering, I believe, is a subject, and I do it with the journalist in the newsroom, and the difference is my 22-year-olds take to it immediately. The working journalists, not so easy, and they have trouble, word people who have trouble expressing themselves to get reactions from the bot. And finally, I concentrate on with a question: is there artificial creativity? Do you really have the ability? Do these robots have the ability to be creative? So that's fascinating. But subjects that are, I would say you would consider them abstract, the neural networks. Before you begin to teach students how to get ideas from AI or how to get headlines from AI, explain a little bit, maybe 5-10 minutes, about neural networks. Neural networks is connections. A 3-year-old knows that a cat will meow and scratch, and a dog will bite and bark. Those are connections that we make. Neural networks is what these robots are all based on, making these connections. I think Nikita refers to it as predictions, the next thing that's coming up. So I spend not a lot of time because I'm not an expert on this, but I read enough to be able to give them 5 or 10 minutes. The next one is connectionism. Remember that word. All that we get with AI is connections. You can call it predictions, but it's making connections about things that are related. If you are a genius, you probably remember things from 3,000 websites. These bots already have learned 750 billion parameters of information. You can't compete with that. And so, but the humans can do much better because these bots can connect things that are already related. Circles and circles and circles. Humans can make connections between circles, triangles, and all of that. And I see that the older people in the room usually smile when I say that. And the examples are Steve Jobs did not graduate from college, but he took a course. He took a course years after he was already working on ancient Japanese calligraphy. And in his biography, he says that it was the aesthetics, that inspired him with most of what we have in the aesthetics of the iPhone. A human can connect the disconnected. The robots could not have made the connection between ancient Japanese calligraphy and the iPhone unless a human prompted that. Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote the famous musical Hamilton, took a historical figure, Hamilton, and connected it with rap music, circles and triangles. And I'm so fascinated by this that I decided what would happen if someone took Emily Dickinson lyrics and tied them to Taylor Swift. I learned a lot of my English when I first came from Cuba with Emily Dickinson. I was fascinated by the poetry of Emily Dickinson, a little refugee who could not say a word in English, but I like Emily Dickinson. So I said, okay, a human can make those connections. There is a lot of the loneliness of Emily Dickinson. She was hiding in a basement. Taylor Swift is not hiding, but anyway, her lyrics have some of that. And I prompted about 200 words. I said, I would like to write a 2-act musical tying the poetry of Emily Dickinson to the lyrics of Taylor Swift, comma, specific examples. I'm not going to be lazy and say, write the musical for me. This particular poem, this particular song. And he gave me, just like you would expect, a 2-act musical with Emily Dickinson and Taylor Swift coming together. A human can do that. Once you prompt, then the robot is going to help you tremendously with that. Why? Because the ultimate, there's a guy named Roy Bahat from Bloomberg, and he says, and I tell that to my students, we need to look at AI as a crane. It does the heavy lifting. If you're building a 75-story structure and the humans had to carry buckets of cement up and down, that will be a long-term proposition. But that crane cannot deal with the payroll so easily, cannot hire, fire, cannot design the building yet. And so it's the combination of the two. I tell the students, you're a journalist about to do a story on abortion. As a human, you already have an idea of what abortion is all about. You have a person, probably, you know a person who had an abortion. So you are going to go out and do the story, interview the rabbi, the priest, the doctor, the woman who had the abortion. The crane next to you, ask the question in a prompt, give me data on teenage abortions in the US, the Middle East, Europe, by race, religion, economic background. And while you're doing what humans do, this one is doing the heavy lifting. In order to do that, on the first day of class, I told the students, I have 14 of you, but I'm teaching 28. Each of you has a robot sitting next to you. Let's go through the exercise. Name that robot, whatever. Mine is named Shakira, by the way. I don't know why, but, you know, personalize your robot. This is going to be an assistant who will be with you by your side longer than your current partner, whatever. And so they begin to look at this as the intern, the assistant, the crane that's there 24 hours a day, whenever, whatever time zone you're in. So if you look at that as doing a lot of the heavy lifting, chances are that you are going to not fear this. Doubts and fears are going to be out, and you're going to be using this as a journalist should to help you with headlines, with background information, and so on. And to me, the best doing all of this are the Scandinavians. They're always ahead of the pack. They were ahead of the pack with mobile storytelling. They already, for print editions of the newspaper, which many of them still have, they are doing the entire layout. This is the Norwegian newspaper Aftenposten. A human has created templates for every possibility, vertical photo, horizontal photo, whatever. And you apply the template you want, and it gets done, and the newspaper is done daily, the entire layout of the printed with a human verifying at the end the process. Prompt engineering, I've already mentioned this. Whatever you feed the robot is what you're going to get. And so if you say, tell me why President Biden is losing the young voters for election 2024, you're going to get that. But if you say, act as if you are a reporter writing an analysis of why President Biden is losing young voters, and then give me information in terms of age, men, women, educated, non-educated, Latino, Asian, then you're going to get better. So journalists need to up their act. They need to emphasize what they've learned all along, words. And so this is 2 weeks ago in Germany with a financial newspaper. Journalists have to learn this. They are not in journalism school. So we are not just teaching the journalism students. We are learning the people who graduated 10 years ago or 15 years ago on exactly the same thing. This is a 2-hour prompt engineering workshop, just hands-on. Is there artificial creativity? I don't think so, not yet. And here is just a final example here. What I do almost every day is I will take illustrations done by humans and feed the information into Midjourney or DALL-E to see what I get. On this day, El País of Madrid had the writer Mario Vargas Llosa on the day he retired. I'm not writing anymore after 30 years being a columnist. It's a beautiful illustration. There he is with a copy of El País and his photo on the cover. I put all of that information into Midjourney, and I get Mario Vargas Llosa with 4 feet. Okay. Hands, ears, and feet, problematic here. So that, I rest my case with that. So, but he looks like Mario Vargas Llosa. The newspaper is not El País, but look at the shoes, okay? So my parting shot is that while AI excels at tasks like data analysis and pattern recognition, it often struggles with generating truly imaginative ideas. More importantly, AI connects patterns, but humans make connections between seemingly unrelated concepts or ideas. Human creativity is not just about processing information, it's about imagination, intuition, and the ability to see possibilities where others might see limitations. So I think the humans are on top. Thank you very much. There you go.
Mario, I'm definitely going to buy a ticket for your Taylor Swift, Emily Dickinson musical. A really excellent takeaway, though, that I think is really important here is that humans are on top, but if we shy away from this, we're not going to have the upper hand for much longer. And I think Emily Dickinson herself had it right when she said, if your nerve deny you, go above your nerves. So I think that there's ample opportunity to not shy away and start to play around with the creativity here. I don't know what the giveaway was there. Florent, let's hear what's happening over at the Université de Montréal.
Yeah, me again for you. So, how to teach this thing? I teach AI to two different crowds. A lot of journalists in newsroom, especially at Radio Canada, but I'm starting to do some teaching for different newsrooms and for graduates at the University of Montreal. The program is structured in a way that a lot of students have a background in another specialization, such as law, politics, history, name it. So I would say it's a different approach for journalists and for students, but we'll try to explore the different aspects. The first one I would say is deconstruct. Deconstruct, first of all, my teaching, because I mean, in the last 2-3 years, I had to completely redo my course and my syllabus and spend a lot of time thinking about it, and I'm sure you did too. And, you know, fighting this thing like we think that the Gen Z are lazy, and if we teach them to use AI, they will use it in a way that it's not going to be beneficial for them in terms of pedagogy and that kind of things. And from my perspective, from what I can see, it's the total opposite. A lot of students are very curious. That said, and it's the same in newsrooms, when they start to use AI, it's in a more basic way, like basic prompts, like, oh, tell me about this, and I will just copy paste this thing and hope, like, with my finger crossed that I get a C or a B maybe. But once you explain the mechanism behind it and how to talk to the machine, they're like, oh, okay, I see what I can do and how to just improve my work. And I have two interesting examples in mind at the end of the session, because I teach digital journalism. We spend a lot of time on data journalism, on coding and that kind of things. And, you know, for a lot of students, it can be complicated. They're like, hey, I like words, but like spreadsheets, come on, what I'm doing here. And at the end of the session, one of the students was like, you know, I really hated data journalism, but I spent a few hours with ChatGPT trying to understand this thing. Maybe because I was a bad teacher, I don't know. But still, she was like, hey, I managed to understand it and to like it. And her final project was really brilliant. So it's an interesting use case. And you know, speaking of Waterloo and not the Canadian one, obviously, it's really a question of overcoming our fears, both in newsrooms but as students, because if we put ourselves in the shoes of students in journalism, they're like, maybe they will question their choices in life and be like, why did I choose to do this? And you know, really taking the time to explain, like, no, this is gonna be a very interesting profession, specialization, and there's a future in it. So how do you deconstruct this? It's important. I've talked about underperformization, so I won't go there again. But you know, overcoming fears about AI and what it is not also is important. And the recipe for disaster is, for me, if you just think, if you don't understand, like, what AI is and what AI is not, I think you will use it in ways that can be really detrimental, both for your learning, for your education, and for your work. So it's really a question of, deconstructing this and understanding. And once you did this kind of really intro, I have 4 pillars, I would say, for teaching, which is like really understanding what AI is. It's a next token prediction model. You can do a lot of things with mathematics, but not everything. So to understand this in really in a deep way, and how to cover it. And maybe it's more focused on the journalists more than for the students, but the transparency index at Stanford, for example, is really interesting for this. It's a useful tool because you have 12 different criteria of evaluation for LLMs, such as labor, data, computing, that kind of thing. So it's a simple tool, but really efficient for journalists to understand, hey, when I talk about a model, what do I need to care about? Being careful about shiny demos. We've all seen these Sora videos, and we are like, oh, whoa, it's the end of, video motion designers. And 2-3 weeks ago, you're like, oh, this video was edited with an old school video editing software. And you're like, okay, be careful about it. How do you report about benchmarking? Benchmarking is something really important, but it's also a marketing tool. You can say, hey, my model is scoring on 80 points on MMLU. Yeah, but what does it mean, and how was it prompted? Because if you prompt, and I won't dig deep into this, but if you prompt your model for 3 shots or 5 shots, for example, you will have very different results. And there's no standardization for benchmarking LLMs. So when you receive this nice press release, we have the best model and blah, blah, blah. And at Hugging Face, I can see like 100 models launched each week. And at the end of the week, it's like, is it a breakthrough? Not that much. So it's important to understand how to cover it and very much in details. The third aspect is how to talk to the machine. So yeah, a good prompt engineering course is utterly important. And the fourth one is the ethics of covering it. And I think we talked a lot about ethics in the previous panel. So yeah. I also talked about editorial judgment and curiosity. So I think it's important for students and for journalists to reflect about this question of what are our key differentiators regarding AI. And then, as a first step, I think it's important to learn to fly, or dare to fly, I would say. So thinking of journalism as a specialization, so what kind of tools you have to help you to enhance, let's say, image recognition, video editing, that kind of thing. It's very important to understand the possibilities. And I have a concrete example at Radio Canada. When we had this thing with Meta, the blockage, we really thought thoughtfully about how can we reach audiences when we don't have this important leverage. And we created a new format on the app, which is a kind of carousel of repackage information with quotes, images, and that kind of things. And after a few months, we are like, it's very interesting. We get a lot of tractions from the public with this format, but it's also really time-consuming to produce. So are we able to build, first of all, are we able to analyze each task required to produce this format? And are we able to train a model to script, to adapt content from video stories or written stories to this specific format? And we had quite good results in terms of packaging, both in terms of words, but also images, structures, narratives. So it's really a question of, once you learn how to talk to the machine, you are able to build interesting tools. And what things that I want to keep in mind is, English is the new hot programming language, because you have this wonderful possibility to talk to the machine in your natural language and steer in the direction you want. So it's quite important. And you have a lot of different aspects, and I won't explain them all, but if you dissect different formats, audio, video, data analysis, investigative technique, and visual are quite interesting aspects of development. And for journalists, I think to wrap up my presentation, make time to learn is really important. And as a former manager, I think it's really something that news execs need to think about. And share knowledge and tools, because each time I'm asking journalists if they use AI, it's either taboo or they're like, well, yes, but on my own, and I don't share anything with my colleagues. And it's a shame, because what's the most important things for a newsroom? It's collaborative work. So are we able to think together about how do we prompt the machine? Can we share our expertise or experiences or pitfalls? Like, I tried this, it was a mess, and here's what I learned. It's something where you can create a lot of value. If we don't talk about our prompts, and I'm not sure if any newsroom have a prompt library, and it's a shame because it could be such a useful tool. So build stuff, try things, and we will make a lot of interesting things. And for our students, well, it's a little bit different, but I think for as educators, we have an important role to play to like teach them what AI is, and it's really ingrained in every aspect of the course. It's not just one course at the beginning of the session. And help them shine in newsroom, because I think they will be equipped with fresh knowledge that newsroom needs and lack. So it's interesting for them. So the main aspect, I'd say, for an educator is really to build bridges between students and newsrooms to help them being able to, build better journalism with AI. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Florent. When the three of us had the chance to talk prior to the panel, one of the takeaways that you all had was that AI can't be an afterthought in the classroom, and I think you've all offered up some really solid examples of how you've been able to really weave it throughout everything that you're teaching, and I think that's a really great starting point. Mario, I'm curious for you, what were the steps that you took to kind of make sure that you built that infrastructure so it wasn't an afterthought, that it was fully woven in like we saw there?
I think it was just a matter of trying to, all of this is related to journalism, obviously. So if I'm teaching, my basic class is mobile storytelling, which is how do you write for this particular platform, which changes the way we put a story together. And at the core of that is the fact that most content in the world is created in a horizontal format, but 80% of the people are consuming it in a vertical format. And so the print mentality still exists, but forget that. Many people are creating content for the screen of a computer when most people are doing this and not reading this way. So that horizontal versus vertical is a revolution that we haven't conquered yet. And so I said, how can I continue to teach mobile storytelling where you write and you show? It's like a text conversation. I'm here in Toronto. Look at the beautiful skyline of the city. Picture. Well, for the average journalist, the visuals are here and the text is never interrupted. I'm old enough to have someone in the audience all the time tell me, but in 1978, you wrote that text is never interrupted with visuals. But that was 1978. In print, you look at photos, you look at 4 photos in here, and then you read the story. Here, you read and you show because you're scrolling through. So anyway, so how could I continue to teach that, which is vital, vertical flow of the story and so on, and then add artificial intelligence. So I tried to make it, how can you use AI to help you with the composition of a mobile story? So that's how it began. And then I realized after several workshops that you needed to give people an idea of why these robots do what they do before you went into lesson number 1, outlining a story. I think that was an epiphany sort of moment. And once I did that, then every class I would handle a specific subject, but also at the same time update what did I learn this week about AI. In education, scope and sequence is the whole idea. You have to introduce students to something. They have to sort of master it a little bit before you go on to the next thing. So that's how I did it. But the difficulty, obviously, is let's say you're teaching a class in reporting. You need to put AI into that. But reporting is extremely important. You need to teach how to put a story together. But the question is, how can you use elements of AI from the very beginning to help students when they're learning inverted pyramids and basic story structure? And that is fun to do because AI can help you. I don't know how others do it, but incorporate, don't abandon the essentials that you have to teach, but add a component which becomes the crane for both the teacher and the student.
So I think really the fact that it's a tool that can really help to elaborate the way we teach these essentials to students, right? And kind of meet them where they're at. Jeremy, what about you? What was your process like to make sure that it wasn't an afterthought, that it was fully woven in?
I think, well, first of all, I wanted to just say something about the inverted pyramid. One thing that's fun to do with AI is to generate examples of bad work or mistakes. Because as a teacher, when you're preparing for a class or for anything, generating examples or wrong answers or all that is time consuming and difficult. So you could say, here's the format of the inverted pyramid, here's how this works. Generate 5 examples of how, this can go extremely wrong, or like examples of a story that sort of doesn't exhibit these characteristics. And, but back to your question. So in terms of how to incorporate it, I think the whole art of designing a course, whether it's an entire course or an individual session, right? It's about designing an experience, and you start with the end in mind, right? So it's backward design is what it's often referred to, right? Or universal design for learning, a lot of names for it. You essentially, what are your objectives? What are the 3 things you want students to be able to do at the end of this session or this course? And then secondarily, how will they exhibit that knowledge or skill? Like, how will you know if you succeeded, right? And then how will you prepare them to do that, right? And so if you want them to understand, to have an open mindset about AI and like understand some of its limitations and also understand, some of the ways it can be really useful, how would they exhibit that? Well, they would show you in their work or in their explanations that they understand that. Well, how would you get them to do that? Well, let's think about all of the different tools at our disposal. Let's look at case studies. Let's look at challenges and examples, and let's have debates. And let's use all of the tools at our disposal, other than just talking at students. Let's weave those in throughout the course, through the readings, through the assignments, through the in-class activities, through the field trips we're going to take, through the guest speakers we're going to have, through the activities we're going to do each and every class. So that would be my approach. And every session should be structured. Just like when we think about our journalism, we craft the stories we create, or a magazine issue. We put it together with all different styles of things, right? We structure a play with different scenes, different rhythms and pacing, right? Emily Dickinson or Lin-Manuel Miranda, like when they're thinking about Hamilton, there's different scenes with different numbers of characters.
Right.
And different moods and different tones. And so our classes also should be structured that way, like creatively, and thinking about how do these blocks fit together to weave together an experience that's varied. And that has some elements of AI, but also some elements of, like, let's talk about the ethical issues. Or let's put away, our machines and like just talk human to human. So that's how you incorporate, I think.
And Florent, you're doing that at the classroom level, but then also the newsroom level. So how does your approach change based on those 2 venues for learning?
Well, for teaching at the university, I think one thing that changed a lot is, a lot of the times you have questions and it's like, well, let me Google that for you. And right now it's more like, well, not let me ChatGPT that for you, but hey, you can ask to the machine once you lay the foundation, like how to talk to the machine, how to integrate it correctly. Like, don't expect to use it as a knowledge base. But let's say, for example, for data analysis, which is quite a difficult course, I think, because first of all, people are afraid of spreadsheets, and I'm like, it's not rocket science. You can like just feeling comfortable with your capacities is the first step. But then when we explore, like, here's the data set, here's how we are going to analyze it and that kind of thing. And they're like, okay, but what's the formula for this, and why my formula is not working, and that kind of thing. And I can see, and you said it's important to experiment it. And I think when you have 30, 40 people in your classroom, you cannot, as a teacher, be the personal assistant of everyone. But if you teach them to use AI correctly, they have a personal assistant for this. And they are, I think, really able to go deeper than the previous years with this useful tool. They're like, okay, I can like really interact and have a sense rapidly of capacities and autonomy regarding their knowledge and what they can accomplish. For journalists, it's a little bit different, and I really like the whiteboard exercise, which is at the beginning of the session. I asked them, well, let's define AI, in one word, and more often than not, it's fear, replacement, that kind of thing, and it's important to hear it and to recognize that these fears are legitimate. But at the end of the training, I'm like, okay, let's redo the exercise. And maybe it's just because they want to be nice with me, I don't know. But the words are very different. And it's important both for me because it's rewarding, but for them to measure like what journée or what, like, I don't know how to say it in English, le chemin parcouru, like what did they learn and how in 3 hours they are able to really change their mind. And it's a question of the mindset, feeling comfortable with the machine instead of fearing it is the beginning of, feeling comfortable exploring the possibilities instead of being like, ooh, am I gonna be replaced by this machine? So it's important.
I would love to open up to questions from the participants here. I'm finding this very shocking. There we go. I was going to say I'm shocked that we're in a room of journalists and educators, and no one wanted to raise their hand. I thought I was going to have to call on folks.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I have, just following on your point there, Florent, about like teaching data, because I do the same thing. And I was just reflecting on something that Nikita was talking about earlier, which is the ability of, some of the AI tools, LLM-powered tools, to help with all manner of data-related tasks. And, part of me is thinking, woohoo, I don't have to write long calculated fields in Tableau anymore. Yeah, that's great. And then part of me is thinking, well, wait a minute, as to your point, it's hard to get students motivated to learn how to sort data in a spreadsheet and create a calculated field and, just do some basic tasks with the, so I'm just wondering, there's a tension there between, like what you're teaching like, are we skipping too far ahead by kind of going right to the, let's get the self-driving car before you've learned how to, like spray the carburetor cleaner, into the, kind of to torture that analogy a little bit. So I'm just wondering how the three of you think about that tension between, kind of the basic building blocks versus the, that great thing that's going to solve all these problems for us, maybe.
I don't know. People may disagree with me on this. Like, I think there's a lot that we've taught that years later we're like, they probably didn't need to learn the step-by-step Flash process, right? I have a colleague who, like,
I learned it.
Yeah,
I learned Flash.
Yeah,
ActionScript.
and I mean, we could debate whether that's useful or not. Like, there's a line of reasoning that says, learning difficult things teaches you how to learn, and that's why we learn calculus, and that's why we learn Flash. Maybe. But what else could you have been doing in that time, right? If you could have that time back and you could say, I would have learned something else, what would that have been? I'm not saying I have the clear answer to that, but I am skeptical of this idea that we need students to learn like these little detailed things that in a couple of years are going to feel like ancient history. And there's a long tradition of that. Like, we don't teach students to do linotype or whatever, like, all of these like ancient things that we used to do as part of the core practice of journalism. Right, I don't know any students who are using the darkroom anymore. Like, it's nice. I mean, it's nice. Those who've been in the darkroom, like, it's kind of cool. It's nice. It teaches you about light and dark and shadows, and like, there's value to that. But there's value to 10,000 other things, and we're all gonna die in a relatively small amount of time. So we have to like figure out, what we're going to do with that time. And so, hopefully not today, but you never know. And so do you want that to be time spent on like this ticky-tacky kind of stuff? Or like, can we be more ambitious? So I would actually, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to like generalize around that, but in general, I guess, if I had to generalize, I would argue for being more ambitious. So we don't have to teach this individual thing. We're going to create the whole, we're going to like create this entire, like Nikita's project is a good example. Like there's 10 million data points in that data set of like New York City traffic accidents. Like we're going to explore this entire data set together. And we're going to take up different pieces of it. And here's, we're going to talk about what kind of questions to ask. We're going to use the AI to give us some ideas, but we're also going to wrestle with that. We're going to look at what different data sets we could choose from, or where can we get data sets, or where does this data set come from? We're going to ask questions that are human questions and analysis questions, but we're not just going to focus on like the formula for one field. We're going to like come up with a whole data visualization just today. So I think I would be more inclined to that direction, like using it as a crane to like ramp up our ambition for what we can do, rather than adhering to what we think they used to need to know. I don't know. What do you both think?
Well, I think that this is a topic where people are either going to agree or disagree. But for example, we talk about inverted pyramids. And I know that inverted pyramids are not really, they are a result of the Civil War, and put the 5 Ws at the beginning. So in case there's a telegraph breakdown, you got all of this. There has to be a reference to that. But you also try to see, does that have any application to the present? And what is interesting about this is that I agree with you that we need to sort of skip to what is it that you can do today, but there has to be a quick reference to what was there before. A typical example, and some of you are too young to know, the word letting. Letting is now called interline spacing, okay? I will never be able to say that myself, because when I began at the Miami Herald, there was hot type. Leading is actual pieces of lead that would go between the lines. So 9 points, 9 on 10 will be how many pieces of lead in between the 9. So when the students are talking about interline spacing, which is what they know, I take 45 seconds to tell them the previous term, which is the one in my head, is leading. And you do a quick review of that, and they look at you just the way they look at you when you say, that looks like sort of Perry Mason, and they say, who was Perry Mason? Or when you say, this is, Diana Ross up front and the Supremes, who are the Supremes? So you basically catch yourself and you say a little historical reference. But I'm in agreement that, there is a lot to cover in a class today, more happening every day, and I think a lot of these historical references, read about it. If you really are interested in letting, read all about it. There is an Edmund Arnold book on the subject, newspaper makeup. Read all about it. But in this class, I give you the terminology, but we move on and do what you need to learn for today.
And the data journalism example is interesting because it's quite a complicated beast to learn. And I always struggle as a teacher because I'm like, how far can I bring people into this question? And maybe on 10 people, you will have 1 or 2 who will be like, I love this and I want to learn everything about it. And the 8 other will be like, why am I here, actually? And, AI can help like leveling up the playing field, because the 8 will be like, oh, okay, maybe I can find some help with my assistant. And the 2 other one was like, oh, look at that. I made a shiny interactive graphic with all of these things. And so, it's really helpful. And one thing that I did in the course is just building a personal teaching assistant. So I record every course, like everything I say and my, blah, 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 and all the presentation, the notes. And after the course, people can interact with the chatbot and basically like asking questions like, hey, the professor is so bad at explaining this. Can you help me understanding that? And most of the time, it's more patient and pedagogical than me. So it's like, oh, I get it, finally. So, it's a useful tool just to because every student has their own strengths and weaknesses, and I feel that it's an helpful tool. It's not perfect, it's not panacea, but it's helpful just to as an additional tool in our toolbox. And again, at the end of the session, it's what will they remind about your teaching? And maybe the two of the group who are really interested, who are really into data journalism will be like, wow, that was the best course I had. And the 8 others were like, okay, that was okay. And so you're just going to improve your ratings at the end of the session, I hope.
Do we have any more questions in the room right now? You can go to Abby over here.
So I was wondering if journalism industry as like news organizations and journalism schools are moving at the same pace, and if students graduating from journalism schools who have learned AI and how to implement that in the newsroom will ultimately be frowned upon or rejected in the newsroom if the industry is not moving at the same pace.
Can I do 2 seconds on that? I think that this is where switching the role of the mentor and the mentee should have happened already 5 years ago. A mentor is always the older, venerable person who's been warm in a chair there for 25 years, and the mentee is a new one. I tell my students, I hope that when you get your first job, you will have a boss that would allow you to mentor him or her. That takes a person who is very secure and who is ready to learn. Because I know that we graduate students who are more knowledgeable about mobile storytelling and AI than many of the editors they will work for. And so I do this role playing. I sit on the edge of the desk the last 5 minutes of class, and obviously I don't have to pretend that I'm old. I said, you know, I'm the old editor that you will be working for. And we do this role playing, and you are going to try to respectfully convince me that you can teach me a few things. And I make them do that. And I say, for every element of new that you are telling me you're going to teach me, you're going to pat my back and say, and I know what a great and glorious career you've had. I want to learn so much from you. And then, however, the way we write stories today, but tell me more about those 25 years you spent at the New York Times. Wasn't that absolutely wonderful? That's the way to do it. You know, because your boss has value. This person has had 25, 30 years, 15 years of experience that you don't have, but you have now learned stuff that this person has no idea. So switching the role of mentor and mentee is key to the industry. The other thing that nobody has mentioned in this conference today is the fact that the junction of technology and journalism, which has been sort of getting closer and closer together, is now at its peak. And I am observing something that nobody writes about or talks about in my own consulting work. Most of the AI projects that I'm involved with are ran by product departments and not by the newsroom. Not one case, 2, 3 major newspapers around the world. I deal with these 28, 29-year-olds with, you know, 6-figure salaries who are the product developers. And I say, but eventually editors are going to have to deal with this. And I have to keep pushing. When do I meet the editors who are going to use these tools? So I think the industry needs to sort of come to terms with the fact is AI is seen as an ultimate high-tech development that the newsroom will inherit whenever the product people develop the product. That is wrong. The journalists have to show interest. And I know that this is not within the context of what we're talking about, but in my quiet moments, I think about this. This is going to come to eventually catch up with them. Journalists need to work with the product people, but there's also a large age gap in there and training gap. None of the product people took 1 day of journalism. And there are 100 people in the product department, 50 in the editorial department, and the editors don't think much of these young people. which is the way it was when the internet came, a bunch of young people playing in the sandbox. Well, we know how that ended.
Yeah, I liked a lot of what you said. I think, first of all, just teaching students about the real world of the newsroom and also the social skills you need. But back to your question, I think the skills you learn when you're learning new things that aren't heavily present across newsrooms become really superpowers for you, because then the newsroom can look to you as someone who's going to bring some new ideas. I had a student who's in an AI and journalism independent study, and her interviewees, every single time she had an interview, all our students have an internship between their second and third semester. They're all graduate students. And every single interview she did, that's like one of the main things they wanted to ask her about. Because they are eager to learn. They want, some of them want to know more, and they just see new people as the way of getting that. So I think it's an advantage. And I think that the way in for people is not to talk about it in the abstract way, like AI as this thing in the abstract, but specifically, how is this going to be helpful, or how is this useful? What are the specific ways in which you use it? And the ways in which it combines with other journalistic skills, right? So it's not a thing in isolation, but it's a thing that's part of a workflow that you use to more efficiently produce social videos or social audio, or like, clean up audio really, really quickly and efficiently, so you can do X, Y, or Z, or so you can do 3 more interviews and get to know the subject more deeply, or whatever, right? It's like, it's not the end in itself is part of what I'm saying. It's a means to an end, and that end can be really valuable, and you can make an even more powerful goal once you're using it, because it can shorten the time you're spending on cleaning up the audio, for example, right? Like in that specific use case, like cleaning background noise, anyone who's done that in like old school audio editing programs, like you have to isolate like certain aspects of the waveform. It's like very time consuming and very tedious and not particularly intellectually interesting, right? It's like moving linotype or whatever. Using Descript Studio Sound and like cleaning it, it's pretty good. Sounds pretty great. And now you can spend more time thinking about, okay, who else should I be interviewing, right? And so you're doing more journalism, not less, because of the AI, or more in-depth journalism, I would say, than less. Which is contrary to the assumption, right? The assumption is like it's a shortcut, or it's cheating, or something like that. I think it's actually, in a way, it's the opposite. It's if you're doing those tedious things, you're not allowing yourself enough time to do the actual really human part, which is like finding more people to interview, thinking more deeply about what aspects of the story you haven't considered yet, et cetera. And that's the way I would frame it, particularly for old school people who aren't interested in the technology part. Maybe, some of them might not be. They're interested in like, what's the journalistic result you're getting, and you can make that case, then you win on both fronts. Yeah.
Flora, did you want to jump in?
Well, you need to be prepared to be told, oh, you want to move too fast. And it's something that I heard in my career, and I was like, okay. Last time I checked, we weren't moving too fast. So it can be complicated, and I think the onus or the responsibility lies on the shoulders of newsroom managers, because how do you create, but also on the shoulders of teachers, like how do you create an environment when there is common expertise built around a diverse newsroom with different perspectives, and being able to hear what people think about AI, what are their fears, what are their the opportunities they see also. But to your question, it can be complicated, but it was like pushing really harder and thinking like, hey, there is something into this and we should try it. And you can start small with really like small iterations, small ideas, and showing tangible results. It will give you a runway for a bigger project, and that's going to be interesting. But your question is also valid, for example, for TikTok. Why are a lot of newsrooms way behind to open channels or to let people explore this tool? Well, 80% of the reason is newsroom managers are not on TikTok. They're like, what? Why should we go there? So, it can be complicated, but it's not impossible.
I think we had a question in the back. Oh, did we have one over here? Okay, we could get the microphone there.
Hi, thank you. I used the word existential earlier this morning in terms of knowledge and what it is that we're teaching. I'm going to set that aside, but ask you in the context of where do you draw the line with what might be considered academic misconduct, what might be considered an infraction? So if you accept, I know every university is dealing with this differently, but let's accept the principle that students are expected to produce work themselves. Okay, that's kind of a blanket thing. Where do you draw the line? How do you handle it? And are you finding yourselves changing the assignments and the assessments that you're doing? If you put that rubric, students can put that rubric in their assignment and churn out an A assignment. Because the rubric becomes really interesting. Sorry, I answered instead of asking. But okay, so let's go back.
Short answer for me, I'm trying to build this contract, this trust contract with the students, which is you have the right, and I encourage you to use AI, but in each of your work, explain how did you use it, what kind of prompts did you use, and that kind of things, and why the result was good or was bad, and like really creating this safe and innovative environment. And maybe it's naive, but the other part is I adapted several evaluations to be less focused on potentially plagiarism or lazy uses of AI. So this is a mix of these two different elements for me. But I'm curious.
For me, it's transparency. On the first day of class, you come clean with each other. I use AI, you use AI. We will tell each other. So if I'm doing a presentation on whatever the subject, and I have taken 2 ideas from AI, I will tell them, I had completed this lecture and I put all of this into ChatGPT and it gave me 2 things that I had not thought about. You mentioned that, and they have to do the same. With students, the prompt is the key. If the prompt is smart, if the student has come prepared to the prompt as opposed to a lazy prompt, I can see that there has been an effort to communicate the robot. And of course, here is where we have this human-to-human communication was never perfect either. I'm old enough to remember that. The number of times that an editor would assign a story and the angle that editor had in her mind is not exactly what was communicated to the reporter. The reporter writes a story, comes back, and the editor says, this is not what I had in mind. So when I hear humans and robots are not communicating well, I say, well, humans and humans were not communicating well. And so I think that transparency is the key. You have to tell the students, I use it, you use it. We come clean with each other and we say, I use this for my assignment. I use this for my lecture. And, I think there's room for error, but that's the best that we can do.
I think what we ask has to change. What we assess has to change. If we are assessing something that can be simply done in a rote way, yes, we can use transparency. I think those are all good approaches. But I think fundamentally, maybe we need to rethink what we're asking students to do and what we're evaluating. So if we are, and I'll give you my specific examples. So I'm teaching entrepreneurial journalism. Students are creating new projects, new newsletters, new podcasts in one particular class, for example. So they have to actually present their ideas. They have to make the case for the idea. They have to interview people, talk to people in their community, understand the needs and the context, the landscape. What else is out there already? What are the advantages or strengths of the existing things? And all of that stuff, unfortunately, the AI is not going to really solve that for them. The AI is not going to present for them. It's not going to make the case for them. It's not going to tell them how it connects to their own human life experience, lived experience. It's not going to respond to the questions for them when we engage in class. So to me, that's a more kind of human, a less AI susceptible kind of thing. And as a result, and it's hopefully going to be more akin to what they're going to encounter in the real world, right? Which is like having to explain things and to make the case verbally. There could be writing components as well, but it's going to be tied into their own ideas and their own project, and they're going to be tying it to their own experience or the interviews that they themselves have conducted. So I'm not sure the AI is going to solve that for them. And I think also as part of our understanding of what students are doing, we need to, and maybe this is part of the transparency part, like understand the steps along the way and have them show their work, essentially show their evidence, right? Show their different drafts, what are the interviews they did, who did they talk to, like where did they get this information, all of that. So once we get into those kinds of assignments, the AI is less relevant, or less relevant in terms of like for cheating purposes, let's say. So that's my kind of that's my instinct. It doesn't solve everything. So if you're in an intro writing class and you're asking students to write, right, and there's presentations isn't enough, then we have to rethink how we do that. And there are ways of doing that. There are a lot of people thinking about that and approaching that. Part of it is about annotating, actually requiring them to create something with AI and then annotating that, right? And to do things live and to do things offline, to do things in other formats, verbally, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some ways, but it's challenging. It requires us to rethink what we've done. But frankly, we should rethink what we've done. Like the model of education, a lot of what we teach is like from centuries ago, right? And so we need to like challenge ourselves and rethink that and blow that up and yeah, I think that's a good thing actually, if it's a forcing function.
Okay, I see quite a few hands over here, and we are kind of getting close to time. So if I can just have people maybe ask their question, and then we can have one person answer.
All right. Is it really ethical to use AI for assessments and feed ChatGPT students' paper? Like, I work for two institutions, and one institution allows me to do that, and then the other one is not ethical. So what do you think of that?
Does somebody want to take a stab at that, if it's ethical to use AI to assess?
I think it shouldn't replace our judgment as instructors. So I don't think it should be used, instead of me giving you feedback, you just have AI feedback. However, I think it can be useful to supplement my own judgment. And one way, and particularly this is relevant if you have a large class. You have 100 students, right? And you're going to be, giving them writing feedback. Either they're not going to get any feedback, they're going to get minimal feedback, or they're going to wait a long time, et cetera, et cetera. So in a large class, I think it's helpful for students to get their own feedback along the way through AI in the way that I showed, right, as an example. And we kind of create prompts and guide them to create really detailed prompts that provide feedback on specific elements, right, and then give them a chance to iterate on that, make sure they understand the feedback, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of like the end result, I don't think it's probably optimal for the AI to be the sole arbiter or to be the kind of only provider of feedback. But I think there are ways in which it can supplement the human feedback, I guess. And in terms of the ethics of like the uploading, I mean, there's some issues around like the data, right, and the privacy and the FERPA and some kind of technical issues there. So in the ideal situation, it would be in a private LLM kind of situation or an offline LLM kind of situation, or it would be in a secure way, so it's not being fed back to the model and so forth, and it's not just including their private information and all that.
At the end of the day, it's going to be like the prompts. Like for example, if the students are using right prompts and then the teachers are using the right prompts, so nobody's reading anything. Like it's a meshing game. Like the students prompt it properly, and then they get some stuff, and then I prompt, and then for the assessments, and then at the end of the day, nobody's robot to robot interactions, and there is no human elements in it.
I think there has to be human assessment. But what I was going to say is, because these robots have this wide net of information, when I was writing my book, at the end of every chapter, I would put the chapter in, and inevitably, it would come back with one or two elements of that subject which I had not thought about. I'm only a human. I don't have access to 175 billion parameters of information. So, it's useful I think that, but there was a chapter written before. There was a human who wrote something, put it in there, and say, what else could I have said here? And inevitably, in every case, it enhanced the chapters of my book by one fact, one detail. So I think that's the same with assessments.
Think about your doctor. Like if you're going to have a radiologist, right, who's been trained, and the AI is going to give this radiologist in training like detailed feedback on what they're spotting, what they're not spotting. think about if it's going to affect your own life. Like, would you want someone who's gotten really high quality, accurate, repeated feedback from an AI so that they can really understand the subject really well? Or would you want just the, you know, the medical school faculty person who may not have time to give them a lot of detailed feedback to be the one who trained them, right? When you're in that examining room the next time. Like, I don't know, I think I would want the person who's been trained the best, and if that means like the AI is part of that training, like that's okay, from my perspective.
Just being mindful of time, I know we have some other questions.
But just like to add something, it's a personal perspective, but I wouldn't feel comfortable to completely assess work with an AI because it's the same with a news story. Assessment, in my opinion, requires a lot of editorial judgment, especially work in journalism studies. So I don't feel like AI is good enough, and I don't want to rely on AI for this because a good aspect of why I'm teaching and why I'm paid for this is because of my judgment on the work that students produce. So, yeah, that's yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Nanaba, you had a question?
I just wanted to ask something to what Mario was saying. We want original work, so we're in this double position where we want students to be great journalists and use every tool they can to be the best they can, but we're also educators, and so we're mindful of this. We want to see their original work, and this has always been like people have asked people to proofread their work, and so we've always had a case of layers upon the original work, and do we really know whose work this is? But now, for example, when you mention you write a chapter, then you ask AI, hey, is there something I didn't think of? And it makes a couple brilliant suggestions. So students, when they do their original work, and we're asked this already, is it okay for me to take my original work and then have AI make suggestions how I can make it better? But do we need them to somehow annotate, here's my original work, then when I added, and then when an AI made suggestions, it suggested this, and so I've incorporated that? Or are we just getting into layers that they are not going to do in a news organization? Like Grammarly is already telling you how to fix stuff. It's an algorithm. It's you know, so it's not your original work. So there's already corrections and enhancements being made to work, and I puzzle over this because I don't want to discourage use of tools, but students are kind of trying to figure out, is this wrong? Am I doing something wrong by using these tools?
But you know what's interesting is that when you're writing a book, or when you're writing a story, we all have an editor. I realize that I was very careful in my book to have whatever I got from ChatGPT with a gray screen and it says, as ChatGPT sees it. But suggestions from my editors are in the middle of my chapters with no credit. I didn't stop, put it in gray and say, my editor added this. Okay, so here we have this issue of being, I am extremely careful with whatever I got from AI. I put it in gray, I specified, but my chapters have corrections, suggestions, additions from 2 editors in New York who are only credited at the beginning as editors, but their work specifically is not credited. So where do you draw the line? And I think that these are topics that are new for us, but transparency will be the key. Whether you got it from the editor, whether you got it from AI, you need to say where you got it from. And you know, there are many professors who are saying AI is not allowed in my class. I think that is totally wrong. You know, this is beyond the invention of printing, beyond the internet. It's not going to stop. How can you tell a class who is already using this, AI is not allowed here? And so I think that has not been mentioned here today, but there are a lot of educators who don't understand AI, have a fear of it, just like their editors. AI is not allowed here. I walk into newsrooms where AI is not permitted yet until we know more about it. So we're in the infancy of all of this, and there are no clear answers. We just have to be as ethical as we can.
Nanaba, you can go ahead with your question.
what is the most fun or the most popular in-class activity around generative AI or prompt engineering?
It's not an example with students, but with journalists. I have this example. It's a scrum with François Legault, so the Prime Minister of Quebec. And he's at the UN, and he's really proud about, the energetic environmental footprint of Quebec, because we have a lot of, dams and that kind of thing. And so he talks a lot about, hydroelectricity and solar and wind and blah, blah, blah. And then a journalist asks, what about nuclear? And it's like, we don't touch that. And the exercise I do with journalists is, okay, how will you prompt the scrum? So you have the verbatim, you have the full text of the interview, and what do you do with this? So you're with ChatGPT on choose your own model, and how do you extract relevant information with this conversation with journalists? And so people are like, oh yeah, it's an interesting synthesis about, wind and hydroelectricity and blah, blah, blah. And at the end, I'm like, but you know what the lead was this day? François Legault shut the door to nuclear energy in Quebec. And it's really enlightening for them because, if you take tokens by the kilo, well, obviously nuclear energy wasn't important in the 30-minute scrums. And it wasn't even, he didn't pronounce the word nuclear. It was an answer to the question. And I'm like, this is where you see how your editorial judgment is important. And we dig a little bit further by carefully prompting something. So let's say you say to ChatGPT, I'm a reporter specialized in energy questions, and I want you to list every source of energy that François Legault talked about in his scrum. And then you will have a line, oh, by the way, he talked about nuclear energy. And if you know your business well, you'll be like, oh, it's new. It's interesting. I have a story. And a lot of people are like, oh, okay, so I shouldn't turn to ChatGPT just to summarize a scrum where I wasn't. Okay, first, interesting lesson. 2, you can interrogate the machine in different ways and have different results. And 3, your editorial judgment is key in this. So it's a fun exercise, I think.
I do too. One of them is turning a... Trump has had a press conference, for example, and so he's come on and do the usual. And I would have the students take those quotes and prompt them into a Seinfeld episode scene, and it's fun. The other one is visual. How would Salvador...
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of that?
When you do that, what is your
Well, how the robots can give you 6 or 7 lines of dialogue that could have been written by the writers of the Seinfeld in the same tone and everything, but the same visually. You can say in the style of Salvador Dali and Melting Clocks, how would Salvador Dali approach artificial intelligence and robots? And then you get the illustration. It's just to show them that whatever you prompt, if you, you know about Seinfeld episodes, you know the tone, you know the narrative. If you have that in your head, you can get this crane to give you a little scene that matches that, or that matches the style of Salvador Dali. So
I have three quick ones. One is ID the error. So John McPhee used to have this exercise in his class called the literature of fact, where we would have to cut out a certain number of lines, right, in a magazine story, like greening. His class was called the literature of fact. And we had to green lines, right, which is the old term they used to use because you're cutting out the certain number of words. Similar kind of thing, but with AI. So you basically give the AI some information and you say, add in some errors, right? Change the language so it's more extreme or so it's biased. Add in a grammatical error here, or like you can give it all kinds of different errors that it could make, and it could be a short passage, it could be longer, and you basically then print them out, and on paper students have to find the errors, right? Which is kind of just fun, and explain what they are. Another is
But you're showing them that you have done that.
yeah, you show you show the original, right? And you identify like, okay, these were the errors, right? These were the things that were added. This was made more extreme, more violent, whatever. Language was changed to be, inaccurate, or a fact was added that was not actually true, right? So it teaches students to read carefully and think, and editorial judgment, that kind of stuff. Another one is the real and the artificial. So Toni Morrison original passage from one of her books, Song of Solomon, and then a passage that the AI is generating in the style of Toni Morrison, right? Or John McPhee, or whoever it is, and have them compare and guess which is, kind of like we did with Nikita's exercise, et cetera. But then beyond that, like, what is it about the style of Toni Morrison or John McPhee or whoever it is that the AI is trying to replicate? How can we characterize that? What is it that the AI is identifying as the core elements of this great writer's style that are the essence that the AI is trying to pick out, right? So we get into the conversation of like writing style and what does it mean to be of John McPhee style or Toni Morrison style. A third one is like a scavenger hunt. So in an hour, we're going to basically create a startup, a newsletter. It's going to be a very specific newsletter serving a niche community. And these are the 5 challenges you have as part of that. 1, a research plan. 1, understanding landscape around this subject. Another is explaining the product in detail, explaining the growth plan, right? How we're going to grow from 0 readers today to like 1,000 readers in 2 months, and then the revenue monetization. And here are the 3 tools we're going to learn to use. One is Perplexity, et cetera. And here's ChatGPT with a custom GPT. And you have an hour, and you're going to use each of these tools, and you're going to, document your steps along the way in a small team. And in an hour, we're going to see, like, what does this team have? What does that team have? What does the third team have? And then we see, like, what the results are. How would you have done this differently? If you were doing this independently, how would that differ? What did you learn about these different tools? What did they do well? What didn't they do well? What are you going to do next time you do them? So there's a lot of different takeaways from that. It's collaboration, it's teamwork, it's jump-starting understanding those different aspects of the entrepreneurial process. So, and it's using AI as a collaborator and as an assistant in the learning process.
And one that you need to do if you have 100 students in a class is with languages. English, I mean, it was mentioned here today, English is the one language that we use. But if you speak in a different language, for example, I've had Arab students this semester, and we do the prompting. You're dealing with the Gaza-Israel situation. If the prompt is in English, you're going to get back the State Department version of events. If the prompt is in Arabic, because the bots are gathering information that has been written in Arabic, which is more likely to be pro-Palestinian, it's different. Chinese students, very interested in the visuals. The word protest in a prompt will not yield any images. There's no protest in the Chinese visual bots. How about that? And it's, and then you get the biases, let's deal with nurses. All the nurses will be busty, blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful. Women CEOs, the same thing. And so the graphic biases are there. The language that you speak to the bot will determine what you get back. And this is, for journalists, this is important. I mean, most of us are dealing with English, but you ask the question in a different language, and the material that is available in that language is going to yield a totally different answer. So journalists need to be aware of this and not just go with whatever the first reaction is from AI, because there might be another side there too. So that's an important exercise.
I know we had a question in the back. Okay, we'll go over here. Do we still have them? Is somebody able to pass the microphone over? Do we have? Oh.
Okay, so you mentioned something interesting about the 2 languages. Earlier today, Alan mentions I won an award about the role of AI in reconciliation, and I have been investigating this story about asking ChatGPT about indigenous people history and culture, and what's the result? We all know the result. Then I play with ChatGPT, for example, to push it to say residential school is good. I reach to that point. Then within 10 minutes, I flip it to say it's bad. Then I went to the Arab language. I'm Arab, and I'm poet, so I'm very good in the language. In the Arab world, still they call the indigenous people the Red Indian. So when I ask it about the indigenous people of the North America, I have nothing there. But when I say, tell me the history about, I'm sorry, the Red Indian, I have information there. It is unpleasant, but I understand ChatGPT is collecting the information available on the internet. But you mentioned we shouldn't use it for a knowledge as a journalist. But if a student of history students or political science students or someone want to ask about what's going on in Gaza now and Israel, I don't know what's going on. So what's going on there? Why there is October 7, for example? Whether in English or in Arabic, ChatGPT will not give you the answer because there might be no answer on the internet. So the language things is very interesting, and just to say that.
Well, I do it with Spanish all the time. Being Cuban, I would say in English, I understand that the health system of Cuba is among the best in the world. If you ask that question in English, you get propaganda. If you ask in Spanish, where a lot of the Cubans have written differently, it's a different story. So there we go.
Just as we wrap things up here, I want each of you to answer, what is the one AI tool that has made your life easier as an educator, as a last question? Did you want to start, Jeremy? I know you write an entire newsletter, but I'm asking for one. People can subscribe to his newsletter. You'll learn about way more, but one.
Well, Nikita mentioned Oasis earlier today, and that actually is something that and a couple of other tools that do a similar thing, like AudioPen, basically has been really helpful for me because it allows me to just talk out my ideas, and so that's certainly one. But I find the chat tools, particularly ChatGPT 4.0, at this point to be super powerful because they're just so flexible. You can use them in so many different ways, so many custom GPTs, and you can iterate and use it for for images for DALL-E 3, but just for so many different kinds of use cases. So it's kind of the versatile Swiss Army knife for me. A lot of other tools are great for specialist things, but it's the most versatile.
I'm a visual person. For me, Midjourney is it's what I play with every single day.
Well, you'd say I'm biased, but I would have given the same answer before that. Hugging Face is really a nice platform, and I was using it before joining it, I swear. And the second one, and it's closely related, is LangChain. LangChain is really useful. It's more programmatic. You really need to understand programmation, but it's really useful to orchestrate different AI tools together and to really steer in the direction you want. So it's interesting. And one thing I can mention, as teachers, as professors, and we are talking about, for example, biases in images. We will release a tool being able to, you can prompt something and have images with Midjourney or the model you choose, and it will analyze the biases visually. And so for teaching journalism, it could be very interesting, I think. So we can talk about it later. Yeah, we're really developing it in the next few days.
Jeremy, Mario, Florent, thank you so much for taking the time to share what you're specifically doing in your classrooms and for sharing your insights about different ways to incorporate AI. Thank you.
Thank you. So, nobody leave. You can move, though. So what I'm going to suggest, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I also, I feel like you. My head's exploding. And but I don't want to miss the opportunity for us to just find a way to kind of wrap up and throw some ideas on the wall. So we have about half an hour before they're ready for us to go and enjoy the reception next door. So if you want to stand up and have a 1-minute stretch, I was going to ask, I think Charlie is the only other panelist who's still in the room because a lot of people had to travel. Nikita's on a call but is coming back. Charlie, if you want to come and join these guys at the front of the room, and then let's just sort of brainstorm. So we're going to start this like in 30 seconds and just quickly, yeah. Yeah, you're allowed to pee, but other than that, that's where I draw the line.
Davis. His name is Jim Davis. He's at Carleton University. And he told me, we as a human, we evolve. We talk to someone conscious. And we communicate with someone conscious. So when we deal with something like ChatGPT, and we have this conversation, we say, oh, we, like, without thinking, assume there is a conscious being talk to us in behind.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's what he created, what he called the delusional trick of the AI.
Yeah.
And we all have that trick. Our mind designed for that. So we have to be very careful. That's why sometimes when I deal with ChatGPT, like I spend the hour, I say, I have to stop, drink some beer, watch a movie, then come back again. Because it's influence your perceptions.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Like, it's interesting because a year ago I wrote a story about gender Islamophobia. It was like in-depth story. It was published at Capital Times. And I found in Ottawa black people when it's come to whether hate crimes or when it's come to like acquisitions, they are overrepresented. And that's what makes me, wait a second, what about black Islamophobia? Because black people, they are not only discriminated against as black, but black Muslims, especially Muslims, are discriminated within the Muslim community. That's something I have been thinking about. Now I'm working a story about men who were sexually assaulted. And the story is almost finished. I pitched it to the Star, by the way. But I pitched it to Alison. Alison, the political editor, she's in Ottawa Bureau. But Alison, she told me about politics. So it is like all there for 2 weeks now. But if you know someone I can pitch it to, because I have two sources, which very interested. One is going anonymously because he's an author, and the other he will go publicly using his first name because he's a social worker. And I interviewed in Manitoba University psychologist there, which she told me, even in academia, when it's come to studying men who were sexually assaulted, the data is really rare. Yet in Canada, 1 in 8 male, at least one in his life, 1 in 8 has been violently sexually assaulted. 1 in 8.
Sorry.
No problem. In the US, 1 of 6. So, but of course I went to Australia, I went to whatever data, and I said, there is a pattern here. But I'm going to focus on Canada now.
Is it childhood sexual abuse?
Male. Specifically male. It is not necessarily while they are child, sometimes while they are adults. And I have a story. Someone, it begins with him when he was 3 years old, the other when he was 19 years old. That's my story now, other than the AI.
Maybe Allison's going to be able to subject.
Allison, she sent the email. She told me, just focusing on politics. She see one guy or 2 guys, but nobody did tell me anything.
Email.
Of course.
So I can see who she referred to.
Sure.
And do I have anyone else I can think of?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you like maximum tomorrow night. Maximum by tomorrow night. Sure. Will happen.
No rush.
But I was interested in the stores. Tomorrow, yeah.
Actually noticing that from CSA's newsletter.
I didn't know about this until last week. I just stumbled across it. Able to take the day away to take it all in. It's fascinating. I don't know much about it.
I'm working on another story, but we're gonna talk about it later.
Yeah,
because I won another award. It's not announced yet. But it's related to the story. I won the Green of Arts Award. Holland is about it. I was doing anti-Palestine racism in a newsroom and academia.
So I think we're going to resume. So I'm not sure what's left of everyone's brains by this point, but I just wanted to attempt a bit of a mind meld at the end of the day. And Jeremy has created a platform for us to. Jeremy, what are people going to?
So this is just a Padlet. If anyone's used Padlet, it's just basically like a digital whiteboard. So rather than putting Post-its on the wall, you can just add something to this board, and it's really easy. You just go to bit.ly/Carlton24, and it's bit.ly. And I'm actually publishing the QR code right now, so you can also just, hopefully that will work. The QR code should also just take you there if you want to just point your phone, just verifying that that's actually going to take you there. It should. And then you just hit the plus button. See the little plus button? Or on your phone, it'll be like in the center. And the thing to add is just like one takeaway, one idea, one thing that you're kind of like inspired by or curious about to explore further, so that we can kind of collectively share some of what we're bringing out of this really exciting and fruitful day from my perspective. Rather than just one person at a time, we can all kind of add to it collaboratively and see what the collective ideas are and takeaways. Is anyone having any difficulty or questions? So maybe just take a minute, share a takeaway, and then we can maybe have a little conversation about that.
Yeah, and as you can tell, I didn't plan what we were going to do in this time frame. So I'm glad Jeremy's stepping up, and I asked Caroline to stay just so that if something needs moderating, we can kind of just keep the flow going. And the main thing is just to spend about a half hour exchanging some ideas. We're going to continue to record so that we'll have this material, and then we'll break and move next door.
And you can also obviously add links to a document or your own resource if you want as well. Are there still mics up here? But you can also just use text, obviously, as you can see. So it's very flexible in terms of what you want to add to it. You can add an image, whatever that you feel might be relevant. Or maybe you have a resource that hasn't been mentioned that you want to add. That's also something you could do. And it's anonymous by default, so that's fine. But if you want to add your name, if you're obviously welcome to do that. Something else that someone else has added, you can add a comment or reaction to it if you have a thought.
Jeremy, now that the screen's filling up, do you want us to grab some of these and talk about them?
Yeah, absolutely. If you see something up here, one thing I like to do in this kind of activity is to identify something that someone else added that you find interesting or provocative or that you'd like to respond to. And feel free to just spotlight something that's of interest to you that you see that somebody else added. Or if you have something you added and you want to elaborate a little bit or explain or share a thought about that, either of those, feel free. Who'd like to chime in?
And I'll bring a mic around the room because it helps with the recording, I think. Would anyone like the mic?
I just like I like the post about working journalists are very busy. It seems to me that there's such a rich discussion today about, obviously partly about the risks, but so much about the possibilities. The tools, the way that it can get you to think differently, the way that it can help you to prepare an organisation and sustain an organisation in a new era, blah blah. And so that's and a lot of people have been talking about stuff that is actually happening, but I get a very strong sense that the real problem is how do you infect everybody and engage everybody within a news organisation in a coherent way. So I like this thing, I think that's for me, that is the question of du jour. That how can you create space for journalists to learn about AI and integrate it? I can't remember if I said it in public or whether it was in a conversation, but this thing, I think I said it to you, Jeremy. I was in Denmark, and there's a news organisation that every year, I think it's you said it was a national policy. I don't know, but it's a kind of thing the unions insist on. That every year, Danish journalists have to have a week of kind of training or education. And apparently, often this was just an excuse to go off to New York or something and have a pretend workshop and do some shopping. And this year, this particular guy said, no, we made them do really intensive AI training. Well, once again, Denmark is wonderful. I don't know many places where that happens. And I think that combination of things is about time, and it's about leadership, and it's about setting the right culture, but also just simply timetabling it. At the LSE, because we're an education organisation, we already have several really good AI courses. One is a kind of introduction to it. The other one is much more how to use it. And there's another one which is much more relevant to how you use it in an academic setting. So we're already doing that. And I think news organisations seem to be struggling. As I mentioned, I think in my talk, a few are doing quite unusual things. But that I think is, and there's so many things that militate against it. The lack of time, as is said here. Also, I think there's something about this, asking as a product manager. I think somebody else mentioned this earlier, didn't they? That was it you, Mary, saying that this is something that's left to the IT people, the tech people, the product people, which is why in my project, for example, with the fellowships, we insist that there's an editorial person and a tech person, if you can make that distinction. Increasingly, there are hybrid people, but we insist that you have to bring these other people with you so that it doesn't just become another kind of tech hackathon type experience. But for me, that's the sort of the question of the day, is how do you get the editorial people, I suppose, especially, to see this as something that's going to boost their journalism in a practical way, and to engage now. Don't wait for 6 months or 12 months when it's compulsory.
I have a quick thought in response to that. One, which is that we talk about this in terms of entrepreneurship. Painkillers are a lot more appealing to people and valuable than lollipops. And in this context, what I mean is, if you start with, what are the most frustrating parts of your job as a journalist? What are the 3 things that you wish you didn't have to do, or that take a lot of time and you wish you could set them aside or have someone do them for you? If you could hire an assistant to take care of 3 aspects of your daily job, whatever it is in journalism, you're on the sales team, you're on the marketing team, you're on the product team, you're on the editorial team of some sort or another, what are the 3 things you just wish you didn't have to do? And everyone's got them. If you give them a minute, they'll give you them. And for some people, like if they're doing a lot of audio stuff, they're like, I have to transcribe these things, it's a pain in the neck, blah, 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 right? And so if you then say, like, okay, let's take those 3 things, like, let's think about whether there are ways that AI can actually help you. And if you start introducing that to people, it's like, okay, this is not an imposition on me. Yeah. This is not something you're telling me I have to do. It's going to take more time, like some of these other initiatives that we have at the company. No, this is actually like you're giving me a painkiller. I'll take that.
And I mean, I wander around the world, talking to journalists and visiting newsrooms and things. And it's occurred to me today that what I should be doing, or somebody should be doing much more of, is a kind of anthropological study. So you do, you're in the newsroom and you're sort of doing time and motion study, I suppose.
Yeah.
But you are saying to them, so where's the blockage here?
Yeah.
Where's the opportunity here?
Yeah.
And don't be too. I think one of the problems you mustn't be too, you mustn't locate it too closely to what they're doing already. I mean, that's part of it. That gets you in the door and that gets you engaged. But it's also about saying, well, look, you could be doing it completely differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you should probably leave that bit to later. But I think we need a sort of anthropological, and either the leaders have got to do it, the management has got to do it. This is very much a management problem,
And reflecting on your first thought, I think in newsrooms we need to think about overproduction, because it's not normal that we are always chasing our tail, and if we don't have time to train about AI, it's a reflection of something more problematic in newsrooms. We overproduce, and maybe with AI we will be like, oh, we can produce more, and we should produce better and not more. And and it's probably because I'm on an unlearning phase of joining a totally new company, but I'm like, oh, okay, innovation can be talked in a different way, and businesses, company, organizations need to be strategic. And are newsrooms strategic in terms of adopting innovations? I'm not sure, and it's something we need to address as an industry.
I think it's such a great point. There's a great book called Subtract about how we often are biased is to do more, add more, right? Create more volume, more quantity over quality. And if you look at Steve Jobs coming back to Apple, right? Apple was struggling. They had 18 different models of Macs, and there was plans for 10 other new products, right? He said, no, we're going to cut out all those products and do a couple really, really well, right? That's when they came out with that first really colorful iMac. The company just changed within a couple of years, because they focused on doing a few things really well. And I think in journalism, the information, a lot of the information is going to be commoditized, right? Scores, business information, kind of the generic stuff. What we're going to separate ourselves on as individual news organizations is specialization, depth, quality, all those kinds of things, which requires doing less, but doing it more in depth. And
I think that there is journalists love to write about change, but they are the last to join it. And I mean, this has been typewriters. There were computers in hospitals and universities, and newsrooms were the last to abandon typewriters. So, I mean, the rest we know. But right now, the danger is that because so many editors fear AI, don't understand it, they let product teams lead the way. And you have to step in from the outside, like Charlie is saying, and insist, where are the editors? Eventually, we are going to be making bread, and where are the bakers who will be actually making the bread every day? And so this is a topic that there's not a single article out there that deals with this subject. I live it. I am in the middle of 3 projects where the product people lead, and eventually the results of what we decide will be applied by the journalists who are not in the mix.
One thing the New York Times does really well, to their credit, is they have cross-functional teams for cooking, for the games, which have been phenomenally successful for the various shows they've sold. They're cross-functional teams. They started that with beta years ago, where there's a product person, a technologist, an editor, a visual designer, et cetera, and a business person. And that's been really successful. It's really important, because otherwise it's very siloed and segmented. Another thing they did successfully is they used to have these pizza, I think they still have them occasionally, pizza and beer and talk shop, kind of like the sandbox culture that I think we need. I think you alluded to this, we need time to kind of just experiment and explore. It builds community also, because a lot of the newsrooms that I've seen recently, people are away more, there's less coherence. And so you have that kind of event, people are trying, experimenting, showing, in a more informal way, you're building also cross-functional building through that kind of social way as well. The tech companies have made that a priority, right? They have open spaces and people are collaborating across teams. In journalism, we haven't always done that, I think, in that way.
There's also a lot of people working in newsrooms currently who aren't even doing the very thing that they wanted to do, right, which is journalism. And I do think that this is the opportunity where we can look at how those tools will allow them to do that, right? I think about a lot of producers who want to be journalists but are essentially handling logistics all day, right? And those are things that would allow them to dig into an interview, right? They could better prepare their host. They could be chasing the people that they want to chase. But I actually think that the current landscape is something that is preventing people from doing the very thing that they want to do, which means they will either continue to stay and churn out things that they're not passionate about, or they'll leave. So is this not the opportunity to leverage these tools and let people see that, yes, people are resistant to change, but maybe there's a way to go back to the basics that are good, right? That allow people to do the thing that they wanted to do.
Is there something somebody else saw on there as you look through? I guess you have to look on your own screen now because there's so many things that it's compacting, I guess. But are there any other things that? Oh yeah, you can scroll.
The robot imagery thing's true.
Yeah.
There is actually
Guilty as charged.
there is actually there's an organisation or a website called Better Images of AI, which is a really handy resource that you can go to that offers you different ways of imagining it. I mean, it is a nightmare. I always use that computery type thing. We use some weird kind of star thing. I can't remember what it is. You know, but it is the robots is such a misleading metaphor.
Can I tell you, I'm so glad this didn't work. I came so close to bringing a robot here. I couldn't convince the guy to rent me his robot.
Alan's still learning how to use his Roomba.
Yeah, there's going to be a robot with a little press hat on. So I'm just so glad I didn't manage to do that. Other thoughts out in the room? You can bring a mic around. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just wondering, given our conversation about versioning earlier, about where you think the line might be, because I think, you put in your article and let's make a video, and the video will just show up. But I'm teaching students, pick these precise shots, write to your pictures. It's a craft unto itself. And then the flip side, here's my video story. Go create some text for me. And yet we tend to say we won't publish something that was AI generated. You see what I mean? So I'm just wondering where you see the line in the multiple versions go, like where it should be. Because I do spend a lot of my time, I've done the web story, I spend a few hours on that. I turn my brain, how do I best tell this in a radio story? Okay, now they need a live hit on TV, I'm gonna do that. And I do spend more than half my day doing that out of the same material. Yeah.
One thing that I want to add to that is it's so important for us to look at how these tools are going to be helpful. And as you said, you spend half a day doing that. And then this is a tool that's going to help us do that in a much more efficient way. But it's very important for us to learn how to do that and use editors and know the skill of what is good and what is the right way that these shots need to be taken. And that's where you should be working with the AI models. And we have to be training the AI models, getting them to do them in the right way. And that expertise is required. So you're talking about teaching students. And I think journalism students still need to learn all of that because they will not be able to have the basics of how to look at a web story and a video story and decipher if this is good or not. And in a world where everything is going to have AI generated and there's going to be the sameness everywhere, there is going to be a distinct human quality that's going to make your AI generated videos and stories and images slightly different from the rest of the pack that's going to be out there. And it's going to be that human quality. So if you're talking about brands and like a news media company looking at working on how they can convert their stories into video, I think that is a fair way to go on and build it and do that. But I would say it has to be done with editors' feedback and input, constantly looking at, is this a good way in how it's being done? And not using AI just for the sake of using AI, and then putting out maybe, as I showed you all a tool, an AI-generated video out there that is not as effective and not as appealing to audience, because at the end of the day, your audience still wants to, like, you want to create a brand that is reflecting your values. And I think we are conflating, just because AI is this model that's able to do everything, we have to work in tandem with it, and not it's AI or us. And that's usually the narrative that when we're talking about where's the distinction and what it is. How are you using tools like Grammarly, for example? And it's the same thing like that they have been doing, but now how are we looking at a new form of technology to help us do that? So I feel like when we start talking about like versioning and where we draw the line, it's usually like AI versus us, and it's like how close can we collaborate with AI when we're developing our technologies and tools.
And I'll go somewhere else, but your question, I think, is fundamental, because what we haven't seen yet is how AI will transfer into the real world. Like, what effect will it have, for example, on your phone, on your computers, and in which ways will we interact with information in the next few years. And I think it can have a profound effect on the way we produce information. Like, will we still, in 5 years, write a web story and then version it for another platform? Or will we write something very factual or basic, let's say a la Axios, for example, and have a tool capable of, versioning these things? And it raises an important question, especially for journalists in print, but also on TV or radio, which is, what is the value of writing your story? And do you create value as a journalist when you write your story? Sometimes, yes, if it's a well-crafted, magazine stories in the New Yorker, let's say. But if it's a story where the most important thing is who you talk to and do you have an exclusive information or that kind of thing, maybe writing is not the most important thing. So it's a little bit taboo, what I would say, but thinking about news as a product and how it will evolve is crucial, I think, for journalism.
Just following up on the same point, and my question to Charlie, earlier morning you mentioned Charter for Journalism AI, and the question here, who draw the lines? And who will verify who followed this charter, or who followed the points? Who will verify how the journalists produce that result? Because having a charter is just a guideline, but who draw those limits? Who write that?
Listen, I was terribly flattered to be asked to be on this charter. It was the chair of it was the indomitable Mireia Ressa, who I've got huge respect for as a human being and as a journalist, but also as somebody who's, she's not some, namby-pamby idealist. She's right in the heat of the storm. The charter process was interesting. To be honest, the Reporters Without Borders people were charmingly naive, in the way that they would say things like, I don't know, we should have one of the things should be journalists should always tell the truth. And you sort of think that's a meaningless statement, really. I mean, of course journalists should be aiming for the truth, but as we know, in practice, in the real world, truth, whatever that is a very grey area. Facts can be twisted, etc., etc. Having a charter saying that doesn't make any bloody difference. And there is a danger that if it's too, interventionist, if it's trying to be too prescriptive about what is good and what is bad, then it's going to piss people off. And on the other hand, if it is, like it has turned out, to be quite vague, then what use does it have, really? Charters, I'm not a big fan of charters, frankly. I never used to be a big fan of guidelines, to be honest. But I am now. But more for their practical use. And I think with the charter, it's just a reference point. You know, it's a kind of reference point. It also sends a signal which says there's an issue here. You know, AI does pose all sorts of ethical and editorial questions, and this charter is just a way of saying, think about it. You know, think about what it means. If we say you should be telling the truth, what does that mean in a world where you're using AI? It's a bit like your last question. You know, when does a version of something become something different that you have to pay attention to in a different way? Who has the responsibility? When your original journalism has been reversioned, is it still your journalism? You know, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think those are particularly huge problems, frankly. You know, I honestly don't think we ought to be not doing it because we're not quite sure what the actual ownership status of a given versioning is. You know, I think we can be so worried about things that we never actually do anything. And I always refer back to, well, you know, partly my life as a journalist, where we did a lot of effectively reversioning of stuff, and we never called it that. We just called it, let's make some stuff with agency material. You know, we never worried. Should we be saying? I mean, sometimes you do. You say in newspapers, you do say written. If it's all Reuters, you say it's Reuters. But if you use half of the article as Reuters, you didn't say it, and we certainly never said it in telly. We would have a whole piece that was made up of Reuters TV or AP TV footage. We wouldn't say we got this from an agency. You know, so I think that generally speaking, a lot of these problems are not indefatigable, they're not insoluble. Often just by thinking back historically and saying, well, look, this is how we dealt with it before, or this is how we put guardrails before. Is it so different? Some of them are absolutely different. The biggest one is the one that everyone keeps mentioning, and they use different terms for it, the measurability thing. It's all very well for everyone to say, keep the human in the loop, make sure you check whatever you've created by AI. How do you do that? You know, how do you do that? You know, if you can't work out how it came to that, you know, form of words, you know. Sorry, I'm rambling.
There was a point back here, and then I'll throw it.
I had a question about, I can't remember if it was Nafik or if it was Florent who said it, about the new information age, and it was the different, you know, time elapses, you know, now within 2 months. I think it was Nafik, actually. Around, you know, okay, today into 2 years, there's going to be the congealment period. And then, you know, in 5 years from now, 5+, we're going to enter the whole new information ecosystem. And then there was a period in between that I can't remember. How confident are you that the news organizations of today are going to be able to withstand that insane transition? Because what I feel like, just understanding where we are now, I kind of have like the visual metaphor of that. Remember that tanker ship that got caught in the Suez like last year or the year before? And it just feels like it's going to be a meme where it's like, here's this tanker, we're not going to be able to turn it around because you can't turn around a news organization that quickly and then have to do it again and again and again to keep up with the pace of development.
I don't have the figure at my fingertips anymore, but somebody can Google it. There's a figure about how many of the Fortune 500 companies from 50 years ago remain on that list, right? And it's a small number. And I think the reality is the times change in such a way that those who are ready for the new times are better positioned to thrive, right? And those that are kind of made and structured bureaucratically, institutionally, infrastructurally structured for a different era, they just have trouble moving like giant ships, right? So yeah, I think you're like, the direction of what you're saying is exactly right. Like, I think there's a really good chance the largest institutions that have succeeded in a different era aren't going to be the ones that are best prepared to succeed in the new era. Some of them will change and are changing and have changed, and some of them won't. And they'll just quietly recede, just as has happened in prior economic periods, you know, throughout history. So I think that's speaking of history, like that's a pretty pretty clear lesson to draw from economic history.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back over time, obviously, you know, you could talk about this as being some sort of, I mean, Jeff Jarvis talks about the Gutenberg parenthesis, you know, and you could argue that the mainstream media we've had from about early 20th century till about 1990 was a kind of exception, you know. and that they're going to revert to all the other models of journalism that we've seen in the past. One caveat to that, though, is Emily Bell gave, you know Emily Bell, the lovely professor at Columbia. She runs the Tower Center, which I think is still called the Digital Journalism Center, as if that's something unique. She gave a speech for me at LSE, when was it? I think 10 years ago. I think it was about 2014, when just a bit off the cuff, she sort of said, I think that 4 out of 10 British news organisations will disappear within the next 5 years. Almost none of them have. The Independent has gone online, and the Standard, which is London's newspaper, has now ceased being a daily publication and is going to be a weekly publication, but mainly online. You know, but most of those legacy brands are still there, and they have much bigger audiences than they ever had in the past. I'm not saying they will survive, Brent, what you talked about, but there is a kind of resilience about them. I don't think AI is necessarily fatal to them.
They say we overestimate the impact of change in the short run, underestimate in the long run. So I think they may disappear, it just may take longer.
Yes. Yes.
Or they may shrink.
But if you look at, we were talking about change in these organizations, and I've lived through about 5 of these revolutions. One of them, which really doesn't even compare to this, was going from black and white to color. Some of you are too young to remember. No, newspapers. Black and white.
I thought you meant TV.
No. I transformed 220 newspapers from black and white to color, including the Wall Street Journal. I don't have to tell you how difficult that was. In every case, individual editors, very intellectual editors, would call you aside and say, whatever you do, don't splash too much color here. We will lose all of our credibility. The Wall Street Journal was 1999. The world was in color then already. And putting color into that newspaper was like going to the moon. And with all due respect, they really believed that all credibility for that financial newspaper will be lost with a color photograph. The Washington Post, all of these, in every case, there will be 500 operators on the first day waiting to hear the report. They would call some of the houses and people say, oh, is there color today in the newspaper? I didn't notice it. And editors were dying. In my tombstone, I would like just one phrase. What gives an editor the heart attack doesn't give the reader the common cold. I've learned that. Changes of nameplates, color to black. So this color to black and white did not alter the way you write, did not require transformation in the newsroom, and it was a major revolution. So you can imagine what this is. This changes workflow. This changes the way you think. This mobile storytelling changes the way you write stories. This is too much for these people. And so knowing what I know about them, I tell my students it will be a minimum of 10 years before there is a cleansing of this generation of editors and new ones come in who see all of this. 10 years minimum. It's not going to happen in 5 years. So that timeline that was mentioned here, it's not going to happen. 5 years.
I think that's a brilliant example. I think we ought to compile a list of amazingly stupid debates that we had in journalism about nothing. And I'll give you two other examples. Perhaps other people have got other examples. There's the first one is, are bloggers journalists? Do you remember that one from about, when was that, 15, 20 years ago, when you started having these brilliant people writing brilliant journalism, but they weren't professionals. They didn't have a union card or and that was the wrong question. The right question would have been, why are they so successful? Why are the public reading them and not us? That would have been the right question, but we didn't ask that. And you tell kids that today and they don't believe you. The other stupid one is shorthand. I've got shorthand. I learned shorthand. It was a bit like the discussion we were having earlier today about what you need. It was you, wasn't it, saying what do you actually need to learn? And again, that's only recently. I remember a discussion about this 5 years ago a heated discussion about whether British journalists should be, whether the NCTJ should still insist on shorthand of a certain speed as a qualification to be a journalist. I mean, what the, you know, absolutely bonkers, you know.
And your question is interesting for something. I don't think, and there's a panel tomorrow, I think, at the CAG about the work, jobs, and AI, but the main threat to the survival of news organizations, in my opinion, is not AI at all. It's crumbling business models and the failure to understand the needs of the audience. And this is not at all related to the AI, but the good news is AI can help figure out several of these important questions.
Do you think there's a problem that it might actually provide a sort of false hope? You know, I was speaking before about so many editors think, oh God, this is going to get us out of jail for at least a few years. You know, either by becoming more efficient or by we get a few million from the tech companies. You know, so they don't actually have to address what, I agree completely with you, they don't have to address that fundamental business.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the one thing that hasn't changed in my entire career is the story. If you have a good story, people will follow you, whether it was written by a robot, a human, in color, in black and white, in small type, in large type. We cannot lose sight of that. It's all about the story. The content is the reason people come to read you. And in many of these newsrooms, we're not talking enough about the stories that people want to read. And now we have the tools to tell us exactly what they want to read and when they want to read it. So I think that we're missing the target of what is essential by concentrating on these larger topics, but in the wrong way, concentrating them by doubts and fears.
I think the other thing that's core is the facts. Like the story the other day about the flag issue at the Alito. Like somebody figured that out, like found the picture, reported on it, gathered it. Then like thousands of other outlets, rewrite that, put it in video, put it in audio, et cetera. But the thing that was really additive, or the value that was added, was actually like identifying that, like either taking the picture or gathering the, identifying the issue. So the reporting, I think, is the thing that's distinct, because people can then turn that into various stories or other presentations. But the original reporting is not something that the AI is probably going to be able to do, at least in the short term, gathering that original information.
To open up the biggest story of them all, Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Can you imagine what that will be like in the next 24 hours? Talking about the story. That is the story.
One other thing I think that's significant about what AI enables is the idea of the agent that represents us or kind of manages all of our information, like the information ecosystem. We've had historically an opportunity to have a direct relationship, right, with the audience. We could distribute our newspapers, TV directly to people's homes. If AI enables Google, Apple, other companies, OpenAI, to basically be the kind of primary intermediary for you during your day. This has your schedule, it has your materials, it's what you ask, all your questions. Like that whole idea of kind of us having that relationship will change significantly, and that's no matter how good the stories are, like if we don't have a pipeline to actually reach people, that's going to be a huge, and that goes back to what you were saying, which is really the core problem is the sort of the business model is really the challenge. Technology changes the circumstances, but the business model is really like the core issue that has to be addressed. And it requires really fundamental rethinking of how that economic relationship works, which is...
And also the fact that journalists don't like to market their own stories. There's not enough marketing of the stories, and a journalist today has to market her story, his story. And I think that this is, when my students pitch stories to me, they begin with a headline and the visual on the screen, because the one important element is how shareable is this story. What is the most shareable element in this story? Because the more people that share your stories, the more traffic that you're going to get for that story. Journalists, many of them don't think of this. They write the story and they don't market their stories. They don't promote their stories. And in today's environment, you have to do that. Interesting times.
I had a couple of points on that very interesting discussion that y'all are having. First of all, I don't think we have 5 or 10 years, Mario, for the news industry to change and adapt. And that's because content, especially right now, is becoming a commodity that anybody can create because of generative AI. And what we're really seeing happen is tech companies, in my opinion, becoming news publishers. If you are able to go to something like Perplexity and get the news from there, which I showed you this morning was possible, if you're able to go to Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, all of them are now going and scraping news sites and able to produce that. That is becoming an issue for us who are actually doing the work. There is this other company, Channel One AI, that is creating AI video generated avatars to create a personalized news network. Great, that is where we are heading towards, and they're showing where the media information ecosystem is headed towards. But what they are actually doing is going and plugging into all of the news agencies, getting all of their stories from Reuters, for example. An AI bot is rewriting the story for a TV broadcast channel. Their AI avatars are doing everything. Who's doing the work? Journalists are. Are they getting that ethically? Yeah, they're going and getting it from a news agency just like every other news publisher is doing it, and then they're having AI on top of that. And so like that has reduced the barrier for people to enter into the news industry, to take news, and how it happens in journalism. You can just go and say, as reported by the New York Times, as reported by the Globe and Mail, and then that's all you have to do, because fact cannot be copyrighted, and we will be doing the hard work of our journalists being out there, and the accessibility of being a news publisher the barrier is much lower now. And so we do not have 5 to 10 years, because what you will end up seeing is tech companies innovating at a much quicker rate than we can in the news. And why is news not innovating as much? A lot of these advancements, I think, should be coming from news, and we're not seeing that, because just look at the tech teams at all news companies right now. Where is the money focused on? It's not on the tech teams. And that's not where the money is going right now. And that's why you're not having some of the best engineers coming towards that. We are having very few people, in my opinion, who are at news. And it's not just $1 million for your news anchor that you need to be paying. You need to be focusing on that $1 million on an entire tech team who's going to upskill and help in that digital transformation. It's not just editorial learning tech, it's bringing tech into it and getting them right in the middle of a newsroom so that they are able to have conversations with editorial. And the second point really is that Gen AI at its core is a UX revolution, in my opinion. It's changing the user experience of our information ecosystem. Digital changed that ecosystem. You had it on the web. Now you can chat with a chatbot and get information. You can do it with voice. You can do it with video. They are able to take in all kinds of information, from text to video to voice and image, which was not possible at a rate before, and process it in real time. That's what ChatGPT 4.0, that demo, was really showing us. And if you look at that, that's what it's showing and where we're headed. And we are way ahead of where I expected we would be at last year this time. And so if they are bringing in all of that invention, how are we experimenting with that and bringing that forward? Because tech companies are not having the exact same, I would say, ethical standards and framework with which they are, that same mission with which we as journalists are getting into our communities and talking. They're okay with this being a real world experiment where they are letting loose a bot that can spread misinformation in an election year, you know? So like they are okay with that. And so what stops them from doing that at a much larger scale and being able to reproduce information? And I just think that traditional news companies are at this moment in time not investing as much in order to battle that and bring in a lot more innovation, because we need to move from how the news is being consumed, because news is still, if you go on there, it's your newspaper on a computer. It's not personalized for you. You look at all of the tech platforms, Apple News, Google News, you go on Facebook, everything is personalized for you. Why isn't our news personalized? Why is it still text when we know that video is what everybody wants? You're producing tons of videos and putting that out on your Instagram and TikTok, and you know Gen Z is especially into short form videos. We are having a trouble reaching that audience. Why are we not serving content for that audience in the way they deserve it, in the way they're showing us that they want? So it's really about tech companies controlling the audience distribution, because we never decided to go and build that that distribution pipeline directly to them. And I think that's a real moment that Gen AI is giving us, and real wake-up call for us, because we will not be able to produce and exist at the level we are in 5 or 10 years if that's not what our focus is going to be.
I think our brains are stormed. Don't you? I just want to bring us to a close. I know we could stay all night, and we can next door if you would like to. But the journalist in me, before we go to raise a glass, has to say 5 words. Trump guilty on all counts. Talk about something to raise a glass to. But thank you. I want to close off very briefly and try to turn my thank yous into a story, since stories are the only way to possibly communicate. This event began with a confluence of several different things last fall. I was frantically trying to figure out how to put together a lecture on AI for a first-year journalism class, and came to Charlie for some advice. Brent Jolly from the Canadian Association of Journalists, almost the same week, said, we're having our conference in Toronto, May 31st. We'd like to do something the day before. Could we work together with Carleton on that? What should we do it on? And that's like, AI. My colleague, Nanaba Duncan, said, well, you should talk to Nikita Roy, Jeremy Kaplan, Mario Garcia, Florent Dodin. So I talked to all these people and invited a whole bunch of others, slammed together a Shirk application on the deadline day, and it all came together. And so I especially want to thank, these are our remaining panelists. People are so busy, it's incredible that they managed to get here. Some have had to leave already. I can't say enough kind of how honored I am to be in your presence in this moment. I think it was a really amazing day, and I'm just very grateful that you were able to be here, share so much, and there's so much more to share. My Carleton colleagues who joined this event as moderators, I tweeted earlier, I know it, like I wouldn't expect otherwise, but I just thought the moderation of these panels was totally kick-ass and terrific. Nikita and Charlie for setting the tone this morning. It was exactly what we needed. We have a news team from Carleton, 6 students who've been documenting this event from gavel to gavel. Please look at their work on our website and on social. Epic Vision, thank you for pulling this all together and making it work. Everything worked very, very well. Our hosts, the Globe and Mail, I don't know if there's anyone from the Globe left here. They gave us this space gratis to use for this event. So it's been a great place to gather. And I can't not mention Canada's Social Sciences Humanities Research Council, SHIRK, for their support of this event. And it's, joking aside, you can't do these things without getting some money and flying people in and catering and spending some money to make it kind of hold together so that we can absorb it. The most important thing, I guess, in a way, is we're not done. This carries on tomorrow at the CAJ. A number of these people are going to be on panels at the CAJ. We're going to package everything that you saw today, and any of you who teach, grab everything. Grab anything you want, pull anything out of this stream, and use it. It's going to get out of date pretty quickly, so by this fall, try to use this material. So I want to thank everyone for being here and making this happen. It was really a terrific day, and it's not over yet because Nikita is going to host us next door for a Newsroom Robots reception to wrap up the day. So I would drop this mic, but it doesn't belong to me, so I don't want to break it.
And listen, can I just say something? And I think I'm speaking on behalf of everybody here, Alan. I think you've done an absolutely extraordinary job. When you came to see me a few months, when was it? I can't remember. It wasn't September, yeah.
And you then came back with this idea of this concept. I go to a lot of these things, and I have to say this was one of the most intensely applied. It was so, everyone was so focused, and that was partly the way it had been planned and the way it's structured and the way it was conducted by the Carleton colleagues and the students as well, the way that they, you know, they did in the podcast and all that stuff. You have packed so much into this one day. I think we can all say that we are grateful for you and everyone else that's been involved with this, so thank you very much.
So can I suggest we have a toast to our friend Donald and the future of journalism as we know it. Lock it up. Thank you.